Hello. Let's see.
Your Honor, and I sent a memo early this morning. Hopefully you've had a chance to see that. A lot of it reiterates what we had previously filed in our prior motions. And again, as it relates to this particular evidence, as I argued yesterday, consciousness of guilt is a very recognized class of evidence as admissible evidence of motive and identity in South Carolina courts. Obviously, that we've cited a number of cases in more classic senses of consciousness of guilt evidence, such as witness intimidation, flight, but any sort of evasive action, any sort of action to evade detection or throw off the scent has been admissible in our courts. Your Honor, I see the clerk from Barnwell here, and I had a murder case in front of her not too long ago, or well, it's been a while. But in any event, in that particular case, the defendant had actually found in his car was a voodoo root that said, had on there, protect me from murder charges, save me, judge, early, protect me from murder charges. And ultimately, that was admitted and in an unpublished opinion affirmed as evidence of consciousness of guilt and evasive conduct because of what it meant to the defendant. And so I just point that out as an example as to how expansive that can be. When we look at this case, and again, one thing about this case, Your Honor, is it's intricate and complex on a scale that I think none of us have ever seen. And so we have to look at it within that vein and in that context. And what we have here, Your Honor, and why this is relevant evidence of consciousness of guilt, it really doesn't matter what exactly happened on the side of the road, because that's not the focus of what the state is seeking to do. What the state is seeking to do, and what we believe is relevant and admissible under these rules, is to show what the defendant said about it and the fact that that was not true. And what he said about it, of course, was that he was on the side of the road, he had a flat tire, and with a car that has run flats, that he was changing the tire, and that a nice-looking, nice man stopped, offering help, and then all of a sudden, he was shot in the back of the head. And obviously, the initial reaction we've heard from Ms. Proctor, we've heard and can hear from other witnesses, and the initial reaction was that, oh my gosh, the real killers are back, the bad guys are back, they've now targeted Alec. And the other thing that's crucial about this that connects it all together is not only does he make that claim, that statement about being targeted by an unknown assailant, as things were heating up on him in this investigation, that then causes people to immediately assume that he's been targeted and it has nothing, in no way could he be responsible for Moselle. But we also have to look at the symmetry of this particular event with what happened on June the 7th. And on June the 7th, as we know, and Your Honor's heard extensive testimony, both in camera and in this trial, he is confronted about the fares fees that morning. There's all kinds of circumstances that have been put into evidence that are moving as to a perfect storm arriving on that day. And of course, what happens that night? Maggie and Paul are murdered, community rallies, everything changes. We have the same thing happening on September 3rd and September 4th, because finally, despite his best efforts, the law firm has become privy and wise to what's been going on with his years of embezzlement and theft. They confront him. But more importantly, if we go back to those fares fees, which are very crucial and temporally connected to everything that happened on June 7th, is the fact that you've heard testimony from Chris Wilson that he is calling Mr. Murdaugh, trying to get to meet with him because he wants to know what's up. He particularly wants to know what about the $192,000 of those fares fees that he covered for Mr. Murdaugh. And they have that confrontation on the porch of Alameda that afternoon, or early, right before noon, as was testified to. And what happens? Yet again, within a couple of hours, the side of the road happens, and everyone is rushing to Alec Murdaugh's aid again. The fact that he had just been exposed for embezzlement is quickly forgotten about. And of course, everybody's assuming, oh my gosh, it must be the real bad guys, when in fact, it was him all along. And so that is extremely relevant evidence. And it's also been, just to add into the calculus, Your Honor, is we do have the concept of what's been opened the door, what issues have been joined by the defense and put up here. And of course, that's how this issue all arose yesterday with the testimony of Miss Marianne Proctor. So we think it's very admissible as clear consciousness of guilt evidence. It's admissible under 404. I've also argued, without getting in great detail, when we talk about that symmetry, we talk about common scheme or plan. And again, this isn't the kind of common scheme or plan that is typical, but we have to look at this case through a lens that recognizes just the intricacies and the complexity of a set of circumstances like we've never seen. And so all those legal theories, Your Honor, we would assert justify admission of this evidence. I will also say that express this to the defense, that it's the state's intent to really quickly move from point A to point B. We are not here to try to litigate what happened on the side of the road in its entirety. I believe that the testimony about this could be done in just over an hour, and that includes playing the recorded statement. There's a number of recorded statements, not trying to play all of those. It would just be simply having the agent come in, relate the story that Alec Murdaugh told to 911 and told to law enforcement, that initial story about the unknown assailant, the fact that the investigation continued and additional information came to light that conflicted with that, and that he was eventually confronted with that. And then there's a recorded statement at the end in which he admits that, in fact, what he had told law enforcement was a lie. And so it would be a very focused presentation to just get from point A to point B for purposes of this trial and the relevance that it has to this trial. So for those reasons, Your Honor, we would assert that limited presentation is admissible for those purposes.
Court, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
The state, and we agree that State versus Cartwright would be applicable to this situation. And it has 4 criteria about a suicide. They seem to think that the unmistakable nexus exists by clear and convincing evidence linking the suicide attempt to a guilty conscience about the murders. The facts are that he was confronted by the law firm on Friday, fired on Friday, and then persuades, I don't know if much persuasion was needed, Eddy Smith to shoot him in the head, thinking that it would get his son, Buster Murdaugh, $12 million in insurance money that would otherwise be excluded by the suicide exemption in his insurance policy. So all this is linked to is the financial crimes, not the murder. We're here trying to murder. And yet all the evidence, not all, but a significant amount of the evidence we've heard over the last 3.5 weeks has been about the financial crimes. This is guilty knowledge of the financial crimes, not the murder. And this under 404, 403 analysis under Cartwright would not be admissible. I'd further say this, if he's looking for a common scheme, that is that when he's about to be found out or he's being found out, he would have killed Buster based on his theory to distract. This isn't a distraction, this is an end. And clearly, you haven't heard the taped interview that he initiated from Detox in Atlanta, in which he explained he was killing himself to get this money for Buster because his financial crimes had been found out. This is 3 months after the murder. This is in September. It's not connected by time. It's not temporal under the 404, 403 analysis. And certainly it's not evidence of guilty knowledge about, his own statement would indicate that had nothing to do with the murder. It's only about the financial crimes. And he contacted Sweat, and on that recording, myself, Mr. Griffin, and Mr. Murdaugh from Detox. He finally had detoxed and wasn't on drugs anymore. And he has a great detailed statement about Eddy Smith buying the drugs for him over a number of years, millions of dollars worth, and how Eddy didn't hesitate to shoot him in the head on the side of the road. I don't know how that is relevant. Now, maybe the drug piece is, but they've got statements from Eddy Smith about what drugs he bought and what he did with those. So we would oppose going forward on any roadside shooting evidence. We think the prejudicial far outweighs the probative, and we'd ask Your Honor to not allow them to do that.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, very quickly, I do want to distinguish again between what Mr. Harpootlian keeps wanting to argue about, and that's the prospect of there being some sort of suicide on the side of the road. Again, the state's real focus is not exactly on what happened on the side of the road. What's important, and this is, I think, different from a typical court rate such situation, is what the defendant said about it. And the fact that he immediately tells this lie about him being targeted by an unknown assailant. And that is what directly connects it back to Moselle, and that's immediately what everybody assumed. Everyone, the first thing that jumped in their mind is that connection back to Moselle. That connection in the next is unmistakable. So it's not as much a traditional type of Cartwright analysis. That's not what I'm arguing here. What I'm arguing here is his explanation for what happened and the fact that that ultimately was not true. And that nexus, I believe, is very clear. I think the other one would be clear too, but the former nexus is the stronger one, and that is the focus of what the state is trying to offer here today.
Your Honor, just briefly, this is character evidence, which is precluded. I mean, the only exception to 404, 403 Your Honor's allowed in is motive. Why did he do it? And I mean, it's just incredible because if you put this up, you're going to hear from one of the SLED agents when he woke up in the hospital and his skull had been fractured. He had a brain bleed. This is when he concocted that story. I mean, he expected never to wake up. So, you know, this was a scheme to draw. No, if there was a scheme, it was created after Eddy Smith meant to shoot him. Actually, if he'd been a millimeter to the left, his brains would have been blown out. He just missed, but knocked him out, fractured his skull. That's all I have.
Those are not the facts. He's telling that story at the scene to people who show up. He's out of the gate. That's what he's saying, that he was attacked by an unknown assailant. There's an ambulance video where the deputy comes in, and that's exactly the story he tells. This is not.
I would concede he's correct. Once he realizes he's still alive, he tells that story. But obviously, he didn't intend to be still alive. In other words, it's not a scheme that was concocted at any point. The scheme, if it's a scheme, was concocted after he realized he wasn't dead.
Well, the financial evidence was allowed on the issue of motive. This evidence, I find, goes beyond motive, or is not evidence of motive, but more toward common scheme or plan. It does not survive the logical relevancy test, and it goes more toward showing the propensity to commit violent acts, which would cause it not to survive the 403 analysis. I believe that to allow this evidence is a bridge too far, going down this path of allowing essentially any and all evidence in. We have guardrails. The court is to place guardrails to keep things within a reasonable realm. And I believe this, as I stated, will be a bridge too far. It does not meet the logical relevancy test. I agree with the defense that it would be admissible perhaps if the trial was a trial on the financial theft issues, but not on the murder. So I grant the motion to exclude this evidence at this time. Of course, as we have seen, things change, and who knows?
Understood, Your Honor.
All right. Did we tell the jurors 10 or 10:30?
I think we said 10:30, Your Honor.
10:30. Okay.
I said 10. Mr. Waters said 10:30. So if there's any acrimony here, please focus it where it belongs.
Well, I routinely underestimate the time, so the one time I overestimated.
We tested the jurors this morning, and happy to say that they all tested negative, so we're in good shape with the jury. All right. Any other matters we need to discuss during this light time?
Yes, I just think Mr. Waters and I were talking extensively about when he's going to rest his case. We think that should be, or he thinks that should be, he thinks tomorrow morning. I'm projecting maybe tomorrow afternoon, but on Friday, we expect to start our case. And to that end, if something were to happen between now and Friday morning, we are flying in experts, and don't need to tell Your Honor how expensive that process is. So even if they don't finish, we may ask the court to allow our witness. It's a footwear expert. It's not anything of, explosive. But if he's here and they can't finish by Friday afternoon, we ask the court at that time to allow him to testify out of order, simply to save thousands of dollars, of them have to come back the following Tuesday. And I haven't asked Mr. Waters about that, but I want to put it on.
I'm certainly going to be within reason accommodating to the defense and things like that.
Great. I just thought I ought to mention it so it doesn't look like a surprise to the court. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else then?
Stand by, Your Honor. Excuse me, please.
We seem to be having a slight lull in the arguments here.
We haven't then, Your Honor.
All right, we'll take a recess then
Oh, okay.
for about 15, 20, or 30 minutes, or 37 minutes.
Oh, my.
The jury is here, so if you all are ready to go, we can start before 10:30.
If they're all here, that's fine. If I can maybe just have about 10 minutes to reset and 10, 15 minutes, and then we can get started.
All right. We'll take about 15 minutes then.
All right. Okay. Yeah, let's see. So they're not gonna. I think Gizzy Sue was planning on coming in later when it was.
That it wasn't quite what it seemed. Do you think there were juries saying, "What was that about"?
Yeah, I definitely think there might need to be a curative instruction, because when it comes time to deliberations, they're going to be like, we heard testimony about a roadside shooting, but then we didn't hear anything else. I think the judge might have to be put into a position to, you need to disregard that comment about a roadside shooting. That has been excluded and is not to be considered. Otherwise, it has the ability to confuse the jury, and they're going to be feeling like, did we not get the full case, or did we not get everything, or did we miss something, and then would lead to questions and readbacks, which would unnecessarily delay deliberation.
Well, it places the prosecution in an interesting position right now, because if that evidence was going to be allowed in, they could have explored that even more. This case could have gone on longer. Now it becomes a question, how much more of the prosecution's case are we going to see? We actually believe they were going to be wrapping up sometime this week. Maybe it's going to wrap up sooner than we think. We will take a break. When we come back, we'll cover all of it. Matt to Panic, thank you so much for taking the time. Really appreciate it. Stay with us here on Law and Crime. We'll be back.
Okay. Yes, I certainly hope they have something more. The defense was talking about if the state possibly didn't rest until Friday, which I'd be highly surprised if that were the case, especially if they're not going to allow the cousin Eddy testimony, or at least not in full. Says, do you know who is getting arrested in the Dylan Rounds case on the 17th? Did they say somebody's getting arrested? Because I hadn't heard that. I heard that there might be some development sometime in February, but if anybody gets arrested, I would assume that it is going to be Jim Brenner, who has a hearing in state court on the previous assault charge where he beat a 70-year-old guy with an aluminum chair. I will certainly check into that Indiana 59. Let's see. Yeah, this on the 27th, it's going to be an in-person hearing up in Brigham City, and I went for it last time, and for some reason, not Davis County, Weber County. Weber County didn't ship him. And so the first matter that they addressed in court was saying that he wasn't there for the hearing. And so they addressed that first. So I took off and that was the first court proceeding that they had in-person hearing since COVID. So I plan to go back up there for that on the 27th. And if there are any other charges up, they'll address that too, I'm sure, as part of that case. So yes, I'm glad to help, because that's kind of why I started doing the channel, was because as you know, a qualified paralegal and the proximity to the case, I figured that I had something to offer that other channels didn't have access to. And so that going to court in person and being able to help provide that is the whole reason I started this channel. And I love court proceedings. And so today this is kind of practice for when we have the Daybell trial coming up on April 3rd, because that's not exactly a local case, but it has local ties with church, and Chad and Laura, or Chad and Tammy both came from Springville, which is about 40 some odd miles to the south of me. And so it's strongly tied up in the church culture, and so I can offer some insight into that, which other channels won't necessarily have. And so I'm really looking forward to the Daybell trial. So but yes, I have my pulse on we don't have any. Let me just check if we have anything on. I haven't checked Chase Venstra for a week, so Chase Venstra has no hearings scheduled in the next month. Jared Lysick has a hearing on March 8th, and it will be virtual. Candace said the documentary out in April, but was expecting an arrest this month. Yes, I heard that. I don't think she meant on the gun charges. Yeah, the gun charges is already a done deal. So yes, let's see. We've got them back in action. So let me turn that up, and I'll just chat and type.
Break it down.
Yeah, so Creighton Waters, the prosecutor, argued this is a conscious of guilt, and that they're going to bring it in for very limited purposes. He wanted to play a recorded statement Alec gave. And so Harpootlian argued that this was intended to be an actual suicide. He never intended to wake up, and actually said that a millimeter to the left, the shot would have blown his brain out, and that this was not a hoax. But ultimately, Judge Newman said it's a bridge too far and will not allow this to come in. So there goes our chances of seeing Cousin Eddy, right?
Right. So let's just break this down for a second. Again, this was the scheme that was orchestrated by Alec Murdaugh, allegedly. to hire cousin Eddy, his cousin, right, to shoot him in the head. The insurance proceeds would go to his surviving son, Buster. Prosecution says, well, no, what was really happening was he survived it, told everybody the killers are back. He bought himself more time. This is kind of just a common scheme of what he was doing with Maggie and Paul. And again, the judge said, no, this is just too far. It's more propensity evidence to show bad character. It's going to be prejudicial. But Gigi, didn't yesterday the sister-in-law of Alec Murdaugh, Maggie's sister, didn't she allude to this shooting already? Because hasn't the jury heard something about it? I imagine they might be a little confused.
Yeah, I mean, she testified to it, and out of the presence of the jury, they kind of had her say what she was going to say in front of the jury, but it did come in. They talk about them getting the call saying that he's been shot, and they pull over thinking this is a hit on this family, and they were worried Buster was next. So they have a little bit of information about it. I imagine it's going to be very confusing not to hear anything else about it from this point moving forward.
By the way, how is he alive? Just if you can tell us, Gigi, how is it possible he got shot in the head and he's still alive? I mean, if it was that close to fatality, do we know anything about that?
I don't know. I mean, just this morning, defense attorney Harpootlian echoed the injuries that he told the court early on in these proceedings, well, actually before the trial, that he had a fractured skull, a brain bleed. We all know we were looking for evidence of that. The next appearance, didn't see any, but we can't say for sure.
Right.
But it seems like he kind of made it to be this horrible injury that he suffered, and didn't really seem to be the case. But yeah, so apparently he hired cousin Eddy to shoot him. Of course, cousin Eddy's version, I was trying to wrestle the gun away, it went off.
Okay.
So who knows where the truth lies?
So let's talk about what's going to happen now, right? You don't think cousin Eddy's going to be called. Do we know what the rest of the prosecution's case is going to look like now that this roadside scheme, whatever you want to call it, is not going to be allowed in? Do we know when the prosecution's going to wrap up their case?
Yeah, so the prosecutor just said they expect to be finished by tomorrow morning now. Yesterday, there was a witness that couldn't make it, so I'm not sure if that's the reason they're going to be a day late. But tomorrow afternoon, the defense is expected to take over. And the only thing that Harpootlian mentioned was a footwear impression expert they do have coming. And by the way, the jury is all COVID negative, so we are full steam ahead today.
I was going to ask you that. So it looks like we're able to continue this. The jury is negative. No more precautions have been put in place after 2 jurors tested positive, correct, Gigi?
That's right. It's a masks are optional, no social distancing, so kind of business as usual in the courtroom.
I'll tell you what, I think we have some of Marion's testimony that we could throw to right now, again from yesterday. Important witness for the prosecution. Let's hear what she had to say. Okay, we don't have that testimony, so we're waiting to get it. Gigi, let me ask you this. Where's the defense going to go, right? So we know they're going to call witnesses. Do we have an idea of who they're going to call and what order they're going to call and what kind of case they're going to present?
Well, the only witness that I know is confirmed is what Mr. Harpootlian just said, which is a footwear impression expert. But yesterday, after lunch, right before proceedings started back, they pulled out a tape measure and was measuring how tall Alec was. So be interesting. I kind of wonder if maybe they're going to have some kind of an expert come in and talk about the trajectory of the shots as opposed to Alec's height and try to estimate maybe he's too tall to be the shooter. I've seen that a lot in cases, but yeah, they pulled out the old tape measure like they were measuring him for a suit.
Yeah, let's talk about that for 1 second.
But we don't.
The forensic pathologist was grilled by Dick Harpootlian. What were the points that you saw that he was trying to make?
And I think maybe this is going to come in on the defense case, but he referred to this book and was showing her an example of a contact wound, which is pretty much the muzzle being right against the skin. And he was going with that, trying to question whether or not the large defect in the back of Paul's skull was actually an exit wound and not an entrance wound. So she kept reminding him, this example you're showing me is a contact wound. This was not a contact wound. So I'm really curious to see what they're going to put forth right now. That's kind of what everybody's wondering. We don't know which experts they're going to call. And we've seen the list, but as you know, 255 witnesses, I think the state's maybe called around 60 at this point. So they're not calling everybody. It's going to be an interesting week for sure, though.
Gigi, we have that clip of Marion from yesterday. Let's play it right now.
Ms. Proctor, when we left on the break, I was asking you what happened in September that caused you to change your assessment. Can you describe that to the jury, please?
On September 4th, we were headed to a football game, and my husband, Bart, received a phone call from a friend saying he was so sorry to hear about what had happened to my brother-in-law. And we had no idea what he was talking about. And he said, well, we've heard, he told us he had been shot. So we pulled over on the side of the road. We were all in hysterics. We called Buster, and Buster said yes, that his dad had been shot, that he was being airlifted to the hospital, that they thought hoped he was going to be okay. So we wanted more information, so we called Jim Griffin, and he told us that Alec had been shot in the head and that he had been fired from his law firm for stealing.
What was your concern when you heard that he had been shot?
Initially, I thought he might be dead. I had just lost 2 of the family members, and I felt like they were being targeted at that point. I felt like the family was being targeted.
Subsequent to that, did your concern that the family was being targeted, did that change as well?
Over the course of a few weeks, we were still on high alert, worried for Buster. But at that point, information started coming out about some things that Alec had done financially that we had no idea about.
And that changed your assessment about what you heard about him being shot as well. Is that correct? Can you answer out loud?
The shooting, that was an event in itself.
Okay, so Gigi, that was important testimony. Again, what the jury might be thinking now that they're not going to be hearing more of it. But what else did she say yesterday that stood out to you? Because she was talking about some odd comments that were made, allegedly made, by Alec Murdaugh.
Right. And so one of the things that stood out to her was that Alec had made a comment that his main focus was clearing Paul's name in the boat crash. And she says, my main focus is finding out who killed my sister and my nephew. And she said he never talked about it. So that seemed odd to her at the time. And then as things progressed with the roadside shooting, I think, it became clear slowly over the course of a week or two that maybe she did not know her brother-in-law of many years, or at least one side of him. So, but you think about the emotion of just losing Paul and Maggie to such a brutal murder, and then you hear he's been shot in the head. I'm sure the fear for their family was just maxed out at that point. And then to find out it was orchestrated, it's just, you got the puppet master in the back eliciting that response that the prosecution said he wanted, which is sympathy.
Gigi, where do you think the jury's standing at this point? Because if you ask me, it's still a tough case. There are days I think the prosecution's doing a great job. There's days I think the defense is doing a solid job, and I'm torn each way. Where do you think the jury's landing?
They're very much poker faced. The only time that I have seen a couple of times where jurors will roll their eyes when the state's up and then when the defense is up. They're very hard to read, but I'll tell you this. Oh, yeah. I've seen them roll eyes at both sides at some point. I think that in some ways, this case is very unrelatable to this jury. You're talking about millions of dollars that has come into this trial in the financial aspect of it. So I think, in a lot of ways, they're not relating to him, but I just really cannot tell which way they're leaning. It seems to be kind of flip-flop back and forth based on who's on the stand and sometimes just even what's said.
That's so interesting. It could be, it also could be, just to flip it, maybe when the financial crime stuff's coming in, they're like, I can't believe it. He did what again? He stole this. I mean, look, could be that. We don't know. But Gigi, that's interesting. Thanks for reporting that back to us. And great reporting as always. I know you have to get back into that courthouse. So Gigi McKelvey, thank you again. We're going to take a very quick break. When we come back, we'll see what's happening in court, although I think they're going to be back by around 10:30 a.m. Eastern time. But that's okay. It gives us a lot of opportunity to talk about what's happening in the case. Stay with us. We'll be back.
maybe I'll take this opportunity and show you my current dream cottage in Wales. Yeah, that one I've been working on learning to pronounce that. The Yanfire Gwyn Gilly Go Gary Go or Go Quinn. That one is a mouthful. Too many syllables for the tongue to trip over. Um, but I know that the Go is red, and Ku is a pool of water. Um, Yan is Chan is church. Need to look at it again. Let's see. Okay, my favorite cottage. Let's see, where is that? Okay, here we go. Here it is. It's in don't Bont Dalgadfen. So let's see. Okay, where's that tab? So it's grade 2 listed. It seems to be I think Victorian era built, but harkening back to the earlier time, and it's next to a nonconformist church, which is grade 2 listed there on the left. And there we've got the living room or the lounge. And there's another view of the lounge. And oops, let's see. Another view. It looks like it's currently being used as a bed and breakfast kind of setup. So there's another view of the lounge. Here is the dining room. Another view of the dining room. Kitchen looking through to the diner. Another view of the kitchen. More kitchen. Upstairs hallway. Other view of the upstairs hallway. One of the bedrooms. Another view, I think that's the same bedroom. And here's the other big bedroom, the other double. And you can see that it has a nice view out the windows. Whoops. Let's see. Okay, let's go back to finish this up. Here's a single bedroom, which looks a little problematic. I'd probably change how the door is hung for the closet over here in the corner. Because it doesn't look to me like you can open that closet door with that bed located there. Here is the bathroom, got a roll top slipper tub and a separate shower. I don't like how contemporary the bathroom is, but it's better than a lot of them. So, and there is the back garden. And and it has a hot tub. And here is it's across the street and up a little from the house. It's a garage and parking area, and you can see how rural it is. And here's another view of the back patio. Another view. So anyway, that's my dream cottage in Wales right now. So let's see. Okay. Oh, let's get. Oh, let's see. Okay, it looks like we're not back there yet. So let's see. Make sure that okay. I'm Oh, let's see. We still have it over here on the cottage. While they're talking still, I'll show you. Here is the street view. Oh, let's see. They don't have it exactly where it needs to be, so we need to go over. Let's see. Did I go the right way? Oh, let's see. Okay, here we go. Here is the road up to. Wait, I got it wrong. Ah! Okay, come on. Here's the road. Okay. So there's the house, and there's the other half of the house, and got a few more on the lane. And there's the view across the way. And this seems to be the other half's parking area and garage. And for the one that's for sale, it's right here, but they haven't built the garage yet. And you can see the converted chapel here, which is, I looked it up, and it's a vacation rental. And looks like we've got a few cows in the background. And just looks like a really charming village, very picturesque. And so that appeals to me as yeah, I'm a sucker for Tudor. Yes, it's let's see. Let's get back over to the okay. Yeah, it's because it's a historical kind of revival style. I looked up the designation on the website. So let's see. Yes, I like that it's rural. There was another cottage which I was in love with, but it was the height of the pandemic, and if it had been no travel restrictions, I think I probably would have gone over and looked. It sold for, I think, 150,000 pounds, and it was in a I think it was in Cerrig Druidion, and it was right next to the grade 2 listed church, which has been there since the Tudor ages. Oh, Eowyn has come to say hi. And it was the cutest little house, and that's kind of my dream cottage that I hold everything up against. And I don't know that I would ever do it, but it's fun to dream, and I started learning some Welsh so that I could oh, let's see, it looks like it's time to get back here. So oh no, not quite yet. Learning helps to keep the mind sharp, and the making new mental pathways to learn a new language. So yeah, she is curled up next to me and purring. She is a cuddly kitty, and when she was a kitten, I trained her to sit on my lap. Oh, let's see, are we now in the courtroom again?
Was that, oh my gosh, the real killers are back, the bad guys are back, they've now targeted Alec. And the other thing that's crucial about this that connects it all together is not only does he make that claim, that statement about being targeted by an unknown assailant, as things were heating up on him in this investigation, that then causes people to immediately assume that he's been targeted, and it has nothing, in no way could he be responsible for Moselle. But we also have to look at the symmetry of this particular event with what happened on June the 7th. And on June the 7th, as we know, and Your Honor's heard extensive testimony, both in camera and in this trial, he is confronted about the fares fees that morning. There's all kinds of circumstances that have been put into evidence that are moving as to a perfect storm arriving on that day. And of course, what happens that night? Maggie and Paul are murdered, community rallies, everything changes. We have the same thing happening on September 3rd and September 4th, because finally, despite his best efforts, the law firm has become privy and wise to what's been going on with his years of embezzlement and theft. They confront him. But more importantly, if we go back to those fares fees, which are very crucial and temporally connected to everything that happened on June 7th, is the fact that you've heard testimony from Chris Wilson that he is calling Mr. Murdaugh, trying to get to meet with him because he wants to know what's up. He particularly wants to know what about the $192,000 of those fares fees that he covered for Mr. Murdaugh. And they have that confrontation on the porch of Alameda that afternoon, or early, right before noon, as was testified to. And what happens? Yet again, within a couple of hours, the side of the road happens, and everyone is rushing to Alec Murdaugh's aid again. The fact that he had just been exposed for embezzlement is quickly forgotten about. And of course, everybody's assuming, oh my gosh, it must be the real bad guys, when in fact, it was him all along. And so that is extremely relevant evidence. And it's also been, just to add into the calculus, Your Honor, is we do have the concept of what's been opened the door, what issues have been joined by the defense and put up here. And of course, that's how this issue all arose yesterday with the testimony of Miss Marian Proctor. So we think it's very admissible as clear consciousness of guilt evidence. It's admissible under 404. I've also argued, without getting in great detail, when we talk about that symmetry, we talk about common speech.
If you bring the jury.
Jury is present.
Very good. Thank you. Good morning. All right. Day number 18, state's case. I'll call your next witness.
May it please the court. State of South Carolina, we call Special Agent David Owen to the stand.
Thank you. Thank you. Raise your hand. Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Mistake you here, please. You see you got some here. Take your full name for the record, spell your last name, and move that mic or chair to where they can hear you best. Okay, Mr. John. Hold on a second. I'm going to thank you. No problem.
My name is David Owen, O-W-E-N.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Would you please tell the ladies and gentlemen about Special Agent David Owen?
Yes, sir.
Your background,
Yes, sir.
where you're from, and your education and training that led you into law enforcement. Please.
I was born and raised in Orangeburg, South Carolina. Graduated from Orangeburg High School, graduated from Limestone College with a bachelor's in criminal justice. Began my law enforcement career in Orangeburg in 1996. Moved to Charleston in 1999, where I have been since, and began my career with SLED South Carolina Law Enforcement Division in 2015.
What, have you worked different areas in SLED?
No, sir. My entire time in SLED is a region which encompasses 12 counties. We do general investigations, assisting the 12 counties with whatever they request. Anything from public corruption, officer-involved incidents, violent crimes, property crimes.
And when you say assist local counties, I know what that means, but what does it mean in your world?
SLED is an assisting agency. I like to explain it as if you call 911 for an emergency, you're going to receive local assistance from the police department or the sheriff's office. SLED's not necessarily going to show up unless requested from the local police chief or the sheriff.
And is that done regularly, and has it been done regularly in your career where you've been called upon to assist local agencies?
Yes, it is.
And just as an aside, as we've gotten to know each other recently, you got some relatives in Anderson that I knew in high school, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Small world.
Small world.
Let's go straight to June 7th, Special Agent. Were you on call June 7th of 2021?
Yes, sir, I was.
And how did you get specifically, how'd you get the call?
I received the call approximately 10:30 that night. I was in bed trying to go to sleep, and phone rang, and was told that I needed to respond to 4147 Moselle Road in Arlington, Colleton County. That there'd been the discovery of 2 deceased persons at that location.
And how long did it take you to get to 4147 Moselle?
I arrived on scene approximately midnight.
I'm sure it's been said, but it's 4147 Moselle in Colleton County.
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, when you arrived, tell these ladies and gentlemen what you observed.
When I arrived, there was multiple law enforcement and rescue personnel on scene. Of course, I had to find a place to park out of the roadway. Made my way up to the scene. My normal course of business, or the procedure, being that we were requesting agency, I locate the agency that requested us, this being Colleton County, and speak with the supervisors or detectives on scene and say, hey, what's going on? What have you learned so far? What do you need from us? At that time, one of my supervisors, my captain, Ryan Neal, was on scene, and he was already talking with Colleton. So I was briefed on the situation, what was discovered and what had been done so far.
And did you have a liaison, somebody that you requested or told to work with on the scene that night?
Yes, sir. Originally, as I stated, we were called in to assist. So I was paired up with Detective Laura Rutland with the Colleton County Sheriff's Office, and I was to assist her in any fashion that she needed.
And again, was that unusual for a local agency to call you in to help with the crime scene?
No, sir. It happens very frequently.
And when you got with Ms. Rutland, tell the folks when you were first at the scene, did you make observations in your mind of the scene itself?
Yes, sir. I observed the scene, kind of figuring out what's going on. Started walking the outside of the scene, trying to understand the lay of the land, figuring out if anybody had been interviewed already, what methods or avenues were being taken to try to figure out what's going on, secure the area, and whatnot.
And did you see the bodies and were all of Paul and Maggie?
Yes, sir. I was standing outside the crime scene tape, and what I know now to be Paul Murdaugh and Maggie Murdaugh, I knew that there was a white male and a white female, but they were covered up with a sheet. I was not able to see them, but I saw where they were.
Did you make any other observations of the actual crime scene there itself then?
Other than the placards or evidence placards that Colleton County had put out to protect evidence upon their initial arrival, I didn't go into the scene. Our crime scene unit had not arrived yet. I have a background in crime scene, so I knew not to go in and disturb anything until it was documented properly. I was aware that Colleton County had already documented or located and marked some evidence for protection purposes. So I just walked around the crime scene tape. I knew that there were dog kennels on the left. There was a big shed on the right with a large field behind it with another shed. And there were several people and several cars back behind, what I call back behind the crime scene from where I was standing.
And at this point, had you seen the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
I was told that he was with the group of people behind, which was told to me to be some family members and some of his law partners.
And I guess you became, at this point, were you the chief investigating officer?
I don't recall how long, within maybe 30 minutes or so, my supervisors pulled me aside and said, hey, we're actually going to be the lead on this. So my Detective Rutland and my roles kind of reversed, and I became the lead investigator, and she was my assistant.
But y'all still working together?
We were still working together, yes.
Had you ever worked with her before?
No, sir. I knew her, but I had never worked with her before.
Did you think it was important to talk to Alex Murdaugh?
I did.
And can you tell the jury specifically how that came about?
Well, I was told that he arrived on scene and discovered his wife and son, and that he had made the 911 call. Being that it was his wife and son, and he found the bodies and made the 911 call, it was paramount that I talk to him. What was his observations, what's going on in his life, what's going on in Maggie and Paul's life, to try to figure out what happened. I still didn't know if it was, let me back up just a minute. Going into a death scene investigation, homicide investigators are taught to treat every scene as a homicide until determined otherwise. And that encompasses suicide, natural, accidental, or homicide or unexplained. So automatically I was treating it as a homicide, and I didn't know if it was or not. So it was paramount that I speak with Alex Murdaugh to try to determine what he saw, what he experienced, what's going on in their lives, to kind of help guide my investigation as it progressed.
And had the weather started to change about that time?
It had been changing and continued to change. It was raining intermittently as I was coming into Walterboro from Charleston. It would stop raining, it would mist rain, it would heavy rain. So the weather was also a concern that night, especially being an outside scene.
And that leads into my next question. Where did you request and where did you take the first statement from Alex Murdaugh?
When I met Alex Murdaugh, there was really nowhere else to interview him except the privacy of my patrol car, which was a Dodge Durango.
We all seen the video, and I'm not going to play it again. The jury will have that. But can you tell us where is your car?
Yes, sir.
So we've seen the video. Where was the camera?
It was a body camera. It's not a fixed in-car camera like in most active patrol cars. But I clipped it to my visor right above me and just angled it towards Mr. Murdaugh.
Is that your practice to video when you're potential suspects, or you video?
I video any witness or audio record any witness that I am able to do.
So you're in your driver's seat?
Yes, sir.
Where was the defendant, Mr. Murdaugh?
Mr. Murdaugh was sitting to my right in the front passenger seat.
And behind him?
Behind him was Detective Rutland.
Okay, and to her left, if you will?
To her left and behind me was Danny Henderson. At that time, I knew he was an attorney, but I didn't realize his involvement other than an attorney. Later on, I found out that he was a partner and Alex Murdaugh's personal attorney.
And how did he get in the car?
Who got in the car?
I say, how did
Mr. Murdaugh?
No, Danny get in the car?
I mean, it's common if there's an attorney present that wants to be involved in the interview or sit on the interview. I allow him to sit in on the interview. It's not an issue for me.
You said it was fine?
It was fine.
Okay. And I want to ask specifically about your observations of the defendant as far as his mind. Did he appear to be under the influence of anything, any intoxicant or anything else when you were talking to him?
I did not notice any intoxicants, whether it be drugs or alcohol. He didn't smell of alcohol. His eyes weren't, any dilated. They weren't bloodshot. He seemed of full body and mind, other than being distraught that he had discovered his wife and son dead.
Did you have trouble understanding his words?
No, sir, I did not.
Did he appear to have trouble understanding your words?
No, sir, he did not.
Were his answers to your questions subject matter appropriate?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And were they timely?
Yes.
And again, without going to the details, did he tell you roughly what happened earlier in the evening, how long he'd been at the house, when he left, and when he came back?
Yes, sir. We went over this evening.
And after this statement, well, before that, did you, when you were out, before you got in your car, were you able just to look at him?
Yes, sir.
Did you shake his hand?
I did shake his hand.
But did you come up to him, y'all shook hands like that?
Yes, sir. I introduced myself.
What did he say when you introduced yourself?
How you doing? I don't remember exact words, but how you doing? I know you need to talk to me. That type language.
And could you see anything just from your naked eye? I know you didn't have a microscope, but could you see anything that appeared to be, how did his clothes look?
He had on a white T-shirt. I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary on his T-shirt. He had on green cargo khaki type shorts, and then I think bright in color. I think later I learned they're orange or pink tennis shoes. I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary about his appearance.
After you took this statement, you and Ms. Rutland, did you want to take his clothes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you take his clothes?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury how that went about.
Well, it was coming close to the end of the interview, and I was going to discuss collecting his clothes from him. But he had received a call that his oldest son was arriving at the home. Knowing that he needed to go be with his son, I said, I'll catch up with you later. Go ahead. Shortly thereafter, maybe 10, 15 minutes, I went up to the house and told him I needed to get his clothes. I was allowed into the house. There were multiple people inside the house. When you walk in the house, there's a foyer. I walked into the foyer. Immediately to the left, some stairs going upstairs. To the right, I believe it was a dining room, and you walk into the living area or living room. Met Mr. Murdaugh again, told him I needed to collect his clothing. He went to what I now know is the master bedroom towards the left of the house, left of the living room, and he said, "Sure," and immediately began to disrobe his clothes and hand them to me.
All right. So, did you go to the bedroom?
Yes, sir. I stood in the doorway of the bedroom.
So, if that's his bedroom, you stood right here.
Yes, sir.
And could you see him changing?
Yes, I did.
And but did you give him a little privacy?
I did.
And so, did he give you the same clothes that he had on?
Yes, sir.
You're sure about that?
He still had on the orangish pink tennis shoes, green shorts, and white T-shirt.
And this is what's been entered as 419.
Oh, well.
And those are the tennis shoes that you saw the defendant Alex Murdaugh in, and that
Yes, sir.
he took off and gave to you.
Under this light, it's more red, but, I considered it orangish pink that night, but these are the shoes that I collected from him.
Do you remember the condition? How did they feel when you touched them?
They were a little damp. It was raining that night.
You said damp?
Damp, yes. It was raining that night. Summertime, high humidity, so there was a lot of condensation and water on the ground. And this is the bag that I would have put them in. My initials are not on them, but my handwriting says shoes 0140. So that would, it was 0140140, which would have been the time that I collected shoes.
Is that 1:40 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
On June 8th of
Yes, sir.
2021?
Yes, sir.
Did you make any other observations? Did there appear to be any other stains to your naked eye on those shoes when you saw them at 1:40 a.m. on June 8th of 2021?
No, sir, I did not make any other observations.
If you'd leave your gloves on.
Yes, sir.
show you what's been entered as 418 and tell me if you recognize this and does it relate to your testimony?
This is a bag that's sealed up, but I know that it's a T-shirt. It's got my writing on it with the time of 0141 or 1:41 a.m. Again, my initials and date are not on it, but I do recognize my signature or my writing.
You put 1:41 a.m. on there?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you package those clothes separately?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Why?
Again, with my experience in law enforcement, my experience in crime scene, anytime you collect a piece of evidence, you keep it separate so you don't cross-contaminate.
And that was the shirt?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is also contained in 418 that's been entered? Can you tell me what that is?
These are the shorts, 0141 in my handwriting. Again, my initials and date are not on it, but I do recognize my handwriting.
Could you open those, please?
Yes, sir.
Now, those the pants that you saw defendant Alex Murdaugh wearing on June 7th, June 8th
Yes, sir.
of 2021?
Yes, sir.
And those are the same pants that you took off of
Yes, sir.
Alex Murdaugh, is that correct?
You want gloves?
Now, describe when you saw these pants on June 7th, June 8th, early AM morning, Special Agent David Owen. How did they look to you?
Green shorts. I didn't notice any stains on them. Nothing was very apparent to the naked eye. They appeared just to be normal, clean shorts.
And we've got these cuttings in the front. I know this, those weren't there, were they?
No, sir. They were complete shorts. Those cuttings were done during processing, evidence processing.
I'm gonna go back. I just forgot. That first interview.
Yes, sir.
At some point, maybe toward the end, I can't remember. I think it's toward the end. You kind of reach over and just do like this to Alex Murdaugh. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I consoled him. He was upset.
And that's just, you did that because that's you?
That's just who I am.
And when you got to the house and after you had collected these clothes, did you do anything else at the house?
I didn't do anything at the house. I mean, like I stated, there were other people in the house, law partners, family members, people moving about. I did look around to make general observations. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Nothing seemed torn up or out of place. It's the first time I'd ever been in there, but it didn't look like there was a fight or a scuffle or, going in, being observant. I didn't notice. I went in through the front door, was the only door I accessed the house from. I didn't notice any forced entry or, when the door was open for me, it was opened as a normal door should. Met Mr. Murdaugh and collected the clothing. I don't know if I spoke with Mr. Murdaugh or someone else inside the house. I think it was Mr. Murdaugh, excuse me. He had indicated early on in in the initial interview that he had attempted to contact some of Paul's friends, and one of those friends was Nolan Tootin. And he had indicated that Nolan was at the house during that interview. So when I went to the house to collect the clothing, I asked if Nolan was present. He said, yes, he was, and pointed to him. I noticed that he was sitting on a couch in the living room. So I introduced myself to Nolan and conducted an interview with Nolan, again, in my vehicle for privacy.
So you had located Nolan Tootin in the residence and then conducted an interview with him in your car?
Yes, sir.
And how many people were in the house? We're into the early morning of June 8th of 2021, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I mean, how many people were inside approximately?
I didn't go in every room. I didn't see every single person, but 8, 10 people from first glance.
And had someone at SLED, you mentioned there was crime tape. Did someone from SLED arrive at the crime scene where the two bodies were, and were they processing that?
Yes, sir, they were.
And did SLED and/or the locals have that secure?
Yes, sir. There were several investigators from Colleton County. 2 other investigators from my office, Agent Altman and Agent Wiggins, were there. My Lieutenant Charles Gint arrived on scene, as well as my captain was already there when I arrived. So there were several officers, several investigators down at that scene.
And was that scene secured and guarded until all the potential evidence at that crime scene was collected, as far as you know?
As far as I know, yes, sir.
Now, there was also a vehicle down there. Did you determine where the defendants, if he personally had a vehicle that he'd been in that night?
Yes, sir. There was a dark in color Chevrolet Suburban down there.
What, if anything, was done with that vehicle that night?
Well, early the next morning on Tuesday, June 8th, once we completed the scene around the kennel area and sheds, that vehicle was secured and towed to the Colleton County Sheriff's Office so that it may be later processed.
So it was taken into law enforcement custody?
Yes, sir.
All right. There's been pictures and testimony about the phone that was on Paul.
Yes, sir. So once I left the house, our crime scene units, that they go into a scene and they look for evidence, document evidence, and collect evidence before anybody really goes in to manipulate the scene from there, or alter the scene. So once a majority of the evidence, or all the evidence, not all the evidence, a majority of the evidence on approach to the victims were documented and collected, we went in and started investigating the bodies. The coroner was, of course, with us. And once we took the sheet off of Paul, there was a cell phone that was placed on his rear end and on his right side.
And if you'll think back to your first interview, you'd already had your first interview.
Yes, sir.
How did the defendant tell you that phone had got on his backside?
Mr. Murdaugh stated that, he tried to check Paul for a pulse, and he, tried to turn him over, but thought better of it. And when he did, Paul's phone popped out of his pocket. Then Mr. Murdaugh had picked the phone up and stated that he thought of, not the exact words, but this is what he said, was he thought of doing something with it, thought better of it, and put it back down.
Popped out of his pocket?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do with that phone?
Once it was photographed and documented that it was on Paul's rear end. I collected the phone. Our crime scene unit doesn't normally collect electronic devices. They don't process the electronic devices. It's normally the case agent or one of the agents on scene will collect that phone. So I collected the phone. When we collect electronic devices, we normally put them in airplane mode, disconnect any power sources, take out SIM cards. Once I collected Paul's phone, I attempted to put it in airplane mode, and of course you have to try to activate it. I noticed that it had a dead battery and would not power on at all. So I secured it as evidence in my vehicle.
You attempted to put it in airplane mode. Why?
So that any outside sources, if someone has your access to your phone, like your iCloud account or your Google account, if you have an Android phone, you could remote access and wipe the phone, or anybody could, or some of the newer phones you can use a location service even though the phone is off, to find where that phone is. So we put it in airplane mode and pull the SIM card out. But like I said, with the battery being dead, I couldn't put it in airplane mode.
Did Paul's phone become, or was it a significant piece of evidence in this case?
Yes, it was.
How long did you stay there once you got there at the 4140 Moselle?
I believe I left about 8:30, 9 o'clock the next morning.
So you stayed all night?
Yes, sir.
And did the crime scene unit down where Paul and Maggie were stay all night?
Yes, sir.
So night becomes day, obviously.
Yes, sir.
Did you see anybody else at the scene that morning that you had an occasion to conduct an interview with?
Approximately 7 a.m. Y'all heard about CB Rowe, the farmhand, the employee of Mr. Murdaugh. He was the farmhand. He arrived on scene. We confronted him and said, "Hey, we need to speak with you." So earlier in the interview with Mr. Murdaugh, he said that CB had, or I call him CB, Mr. Rowe had not worked on Monday, that he had taken his father, and he had relayed a story about Mr. Rowe having a conversation with Paul, where he was hired by FBI out of high school to be some killer operative. So of course that kind of piqued my interest, and I needed to figure out where he was on yesterday or even that night. So Mr. Rowe, when he showed up, immediately went into an interview with him, got his alibi, got his statement of his events on Monday, where he corroborated that he had to take his father to the hospital or to the doctor in Mount Pleasant on that Monday, and that he was not there on Moselle property.
And let me go back just a minute. At some point, the bodies of Maggie and Paul were taken away from the scene, right?
Yes, sir. The coroner took custody of the bodies and
that's the law. The coroner comes in and
yes, sir,
takes custody, right?
Yes, sir.
But prior to leaving, were you able to observe from your own eyes around the bodies of Paul and Maggie?
Yes, sir.
And how would you describe those?
Very gruesome, very bloody.
Bloody?
Very bloody.
Around the bodies, bloody.
Yes, sir. And also around Paul, it was more bloody because he was on concrete and a rock driveway. And it had been raining that night, so you add the water to the bodily fluids. It's going to make them run a little bit more or spread more. Maggie was on dirt, grass, so it's going to seep into the ground. So there wasn't as much blood around her as was under her.
And did you, and without going into what he said, I think he's testified, did you interview Rogan Gibson?
I did not interview Rogan Gibson.
Was he interviewed?
He was interviewed. Morning? He was interviewed on June 8th, yes.
Interviewed what?
He was interviewed on June 8th, yes.
Okay. So y'all are investigating?
Yes, sir.
Working with the locals?
Yes, sir.
Interviewing people?
Yes, sir.
Did you try to determine, or did you request anybody to check the videos in the area?
Yes, sir. Back up after interviewing Mr. Rowe, Dale Davis, who was the dog, took care of the dogs, also arrived on, and we interviewed him. Tried to get some information. Once we finished those interviews, our crime scene was done. We responded back to our low country office here in Walterboro. Colony County Sheriff's Office was there. 14th Circuit solicitors and their investigators were present, as well as most of our office and other agents that we called in, so we can relay to them what we had learned so far and what needed to be done So we started assigning tasks to other agents in Collin County Sheriff's Office. They go back out and start canvassing the neighborhood. Normally you would canvass the neighborhood when you're out there at night, and some agents were, but 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, most people are sleeping. It's out also the country. It's dark. You don't really get the lay of the land. So you go back the next day when it's daylight. So we sent Collin County out, and they went from one end of Moselle Road to the other, attempting to locate video surveillance, talk to neighbors, see if they heard anything, saw anything, having any problems with burglaries, robberies in the area, anything to develop a lead that we could track down.
You were searching for any potential killers.
Yes, sir.
Did the search of the videos in the surrounding areas produce anything?
No, sir. Not many homes are close to the road out there, and the ones that did, not all of them had video or video surveillance. The ones that did, that we saw, were at night. You couldn't see, you can tell the cars passing, but you couldn't tell the make, model. You couldn't see the tag number, so it was really useless.
But y'all tried.
We tried, yes, sir.
And I think you said after David, and he testified yesterday, when you talked to Rogan Gibson, is that when you first learned about a conversation where he may have heard some voices?
Yes, sir.
I mean, that morning you heard that from him.
But Agent Croft and Agent McAllister interviewed Rogan Gibson. I believe it was sometime mid-morning or lunchtime. And me being the lead agent, everything that they learned, they report back. So I learned later on that afternoon that they had interviewed Mr. Gibson, and that Rogan had relayed a conversation that he had had with Paul on the phone about an injured dog, and that Rogan had requested a video, and that during the phone call, what Rogan had heard in the background.
Paul, Maggie, and 99% sure, Alex?
Yes, sir.
And some point on June 8th of 2021 was the big house, or the main house, if you will, searched by law enforcement.
Yes, sir. Agent Croft and Agent McAllister, upon their completion with Rogan Gibson, they went back to the house, spoke with those that were present. I believe they spoke with Attorney Lee Cope, which is a law partner of Alec Murdaugh's, as well as Alec's brother, John Marvin. They told them while they were there, they wanted to search the house for evidence, and they were given consent, and that search commenced.
Did we get Alex's phone that night?
No, sir.
Now, June 8th becomes June 9th. You're investigating, correct?
Yes, sir.
Working with the locals?
Yes, sir.
Everybody's getting leads to follow?
Yes, sir.
Did you have an occasion to speak with Alex Murdaugh again?
Yes, sir. On June 9th, I contacted John Marvin Murdaugh, Alex's brother, and stated that we needed to sit down and have a more proper interview.
What do you mean by that, more proper?
Right after a tragic event, you want to get as much information as possible. But you can imagine that speaking with somebody who's experienced a tragic event, they're not going to remember everything. Later on, once they have time, kind of memory reset, they're going to have more details. They're going to be thinking a little bit more clear. So we scheduled an additional interview, which took place on June 10th with Alec Murdaugh and his brothers, to see what they may have known, what they may have experienced in their lives that may have led to this. I mean, at that time, you don't have any information. You've got to go out and talk to everybody, or as many people as you can.
And when you talked, and we've seen it, again, I'm not going to play it again, the jury's got it, but that second interview, who was there?
With me was Alec Murdaugh again in the front seat. Agent Jeff Croft was sitting behind Alec, and Alec's attorney, Jim Griffin, who was at the defense table, was also in the vehicle too.
And I think this was a voluntary statement by the defendant, right?
Yes, sir, it was.
No question that it was voluntary. He wanted to give it, and you wanted to ask him questions.
Yes, sir.
And I have to, because it just comes out. Could you understand him?
Yes, sir.
Did he appear to be under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or other intoxicant?
No, he did not.
Did he have trouble understanding David Owen when he was asking him questions in your mind?
In my mind, he wasn't. Again, if I wasn't clear, I think he said, excuse me, or, say that again if he didn't hear what I said. And of course I repeated myself, but it wasn't that he didn't understand me. It was more so that he didn't hear me.
And could you understand his words, and were they appropriate to your answer, to your
Yes.
questions?
Yes, they were.
And there's a colloquy between all of y'all and Mr. Griffin at several points on the interview, right?
Yes.
Did he appear to be clear in his mind? That's what I'm saying.
Yes, sir.
And this was how many days? Well, first of all, when you talked to him that first statement, how long was it after the 911 call?
I interviewed him just before 1 a.m. on June 8th, and the 911 call came in on that Monday night, approximately 10:06 p.m.
So that's just a few hours afterwards.
Yes, sir.
Would you say it was fresh in his mind then?
Yes, sir, I would.
And this second interview was on what day and time?
June 10th.
And what time was the
Tuesday.
second?
1:30-ish. Hang on just a minute, sir. It began approximately 1:45 p.m. I'm sorry, 1:54 p.m.
The first and the second interview, Special Agent David Owen, based on your being there and listening and asking questions, was the defendant clear about whether or not he had gone back down to the kennels after he went to the house?
No, sir.
Was he clear that he had not gone back down there?
Yes, sir.
Well, that was clear. He hadn't gone down there.
That was clear.
Can't lead the witness.
Did you have trouble understanding that?
No, sir, I did not.
And was he clear where he'd gone after that,
Yes, sir.
based on your questions?
Went to visit his mother in Alameda.
And when he came back?
When he came back, yes, sir.
And that's the 12th.
That was
Second interview?
June 10th.
10th, I'm sorry,
Yes, sir.
I was skipping it. Did you collect the defendant's phone that day?
I asked for consent to do a cell phone extraction. Dylan Hightower with the 14th Circuit actually conducted that extraction, and he conducted a logical extraction while Mr. Murdaugh was being interviewed.
Conrad's expert on phones, but what's logical extraction mean?
So there's two types of, I'm not a cell phone expert, but what I understand is logical extract. There's two types, logical and physical. Logical, it's basically the surface of your phone. You get phone calls, text messages, emails, photographs, very basic information. The physical extraction, you get more files on the phone, such as orientation change, your steps, more intricate, more information with the physical extraction.
So on the 10th, working with the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office investigator, y'all got a logical extraction.
Yes, sir.
And was the phone given back then?
Yes, sir. Upon the completion of the extraction, it was given back, yes.
But you're working with the local officials at this point, correct?
Yes, sir.
After that, did you have an occasion to talk with Marion Proctor and her family without saying what they said?
Yes, sir. I'm not sure the exact date, but it was sometime that week or the following week that I spoke with Marion Proctor and her husband.
And was Maggie Murdaugh's Mercedes processed?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Did y'all obtain search warrants?
Yes, sir, we did.
Would you dispute if I told you that was June 15th for social media, financial records, and to search the ponds of Moselle and surrounding areas?
No, sir.
And did y'all do that?
Yes, sir, we did.
You actually went out and searched?
Yes, sir.
How'd you search the ponds?
We had sled dive team come down. Once they arrived and kind of surveyed the pond, it wasn't deep enough for them to actually dive, so they just waited. They had, hip waders on, so they were walking around basically on their hands and knees, searching the pond. There were some other waterways and ponds on the property that were searched, and I believe they went back the next day to complete searches. Also around that area, because going into Hampton, it's a swampy area. This Salkatchie River, the little Salkatchie River, those areas were searched. Also that same day that the ponds were searched, we did a land search in conjunction with Colleton County. They had ATVs, UTVs, 4x4s, and we were searching the property looking for any evidence that might help us develop leads or point us in the right direction in the investigation.
So SLED's working,
Yes, sir.
working with locals.
Yes, sir.
And was the property searched again on June 16th?
Yes, sir.
And where was that?
That's when the dive team returned and completed their search of the waterways and ponds.
And it's also, there were some blackout cartridge casings and some shotgun shells that were seized later, correct, also?
Yes, sir. The pond that was, the first pond that was searched is by the shooting range or the shoot house across Moselle from the main house. So going back to June 8th, when Agent Croft went back out to the house and they conducted the search, he located some additional 300 blackout shell casings. We knew there was a shoot house by the ponds. So we went over there and located the 300 blackout shell casings inside the shoot house, as well as some shot shells from shotguns by the pond, and those were collected.
Did you end up talking with the pathologist?
Yes, sir.
Did you have an occasion to speak with where Maggie Murdaugh might have been on June 7th? Was any place she might have visited?
Yes, sir. According to the statement that Alec gave me, that she was seeing that she had been to Charleston to see a doctor, and he gave me a name. I did some research, and being from Charleston, I was familiar with the doctor and the location. So I went by and spoke with the doctor, and they said they verified that she was there that day. They told me what she was wearing, which is the clothing she was found in that night. She didn't appear to be in any distress. It appeared to be a normal visit. I didn't get into what the visit was, but it was a normal visit for them.
And days are becoming a week and you're moving on. Did you talk with the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, again during this time period?
A few times, yes, sir.
A few times.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, do you remember on July 28th, meeting him at the Colleton County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir. I believe it was a few days prior to the 28th. He had contacted me. We still had custody of his Suburban, and he was seeking to have his Suburban returned to him. I indicated to him that it was inoperable. I was unable to return it to him. And he asked to get some personal belongings out of there. I believe he had some clothing and some golf clubs in there. And he was going on vacation with Maggie's family and needed his golf clubs.
So he called about his car?
Yes, sir.
I mean, that was the point of his phone call?
He asked about the investigation as well. He asked about the investigation later on the 28th when I did meet with him and to, let him get some of the clothing and some of his belongings out of the Suburban. He indicated to me that he had some questions and wanted to know about the investigation. And at that time I indicated, I said, well, I have some additional questions as well. I said, I think I had another interview scheduled. I said, I can't meet with you right now. Can we meet sometime tomorrow? And he stated no, that he was going out of town. And I said, well, go with your family, take a relaxing vacation. When you return, give me a call. Let's schedule something and we'll sit down. A few days later, I believe it was August 3rd or August 4th, he returned my phone call and said, I'm back. Let's schedule something. And we scheduled a date for August the 11th.
So he called, asked about the case, the car. You said you couldn't meet. I could meet with you tomorrow. And he said he couldn't. He's going on vacation.
Yes, sir.
When he gets back, y'all agree on a date for another interview?
Yes, sir.
And specifically, what had you told him about that interview, or what did he ask you about that interview prior to this? Prior to actually the interview?
About setting up the interview?
Yes, sir.
He just stated he had some questions. He wanted to know what we were doing, where we were at, if we had any information. And I told him that we didn't have a whole lot. And I had some questions that I needed clarification on, that I needed to sit down with him.
Now, and prior to this, had y'all collected a bunch of buckle swabs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why?
Well, when our crime scene agents, when they process the scene, they look for touch DNA. Of course, you can't see it, so you're just thinking, okay, where could somebody have touched? I know they swabbed door handles and they swabbed different areas. Evidently, there was the shell casings and the shot shells. There were no weapons found that night by the bodies, so we didn't have those to test other than the shotgun that Alec had taken, gone and gotten from the house during the 911 call. And at that time, you know, I wasn't familiar with the Murdaugh family. I didn't know the Murdaugh family, but I knew that there was a large boat case. There was an issue where Paul had been charged or indicted on the boat accident and the death of Mallory Beach. So, you know, that's a catastrophic event for that family. So, you know, you immediately, it's like, okay, well, that's something big. So that needs to be addressed as well. And, you know, I have friends and family over at my house all the time. So their DNA is going to be there. I knew that Alec had friends and family at his house all the time, especially law partners. I saw them there. So if I'm going to start collecting DNA, I need to eliminate the ones that I know were there. So you start going out to friends and family, talking to people in the boat case that were on the boat that night, trying to document their alibis and getting their DNA to make sure, if we find an unknown, is it them?
So you were trying to either rule in or rule out any other possible suspects?
Yes.
And who brought up the boat case first in this case when you got involved? When's the first time you heard about it?
During the 911 call. Alec mentioned it in the 911 call. He mentioned it to Sergeant Green when he arrived. He mentioned it to me during the interview.
And so you followed up on that?
Yes, I did. Or yes, we did.
We did. I missed all. I watched it, but some testimony with the pathologist about possible scenarios. What guns were found at or near Maggie and Paul when y'all got there?
None.
None?
None. Other than the shotgun that was by Alex's truck that he retrieved from the house, but there were no guns found by Maggie or Paul.
And that gun was given to you by Alex? Given to law enforcement?
It was given to law enforcement by Alec, yes, sir.
Okay, let's, did you have an occasion to talk with the defendant again?
On August the 11th.
Okay. And tell these folks where that took place.
At the Sleds Low Country Regional Office here in Walterboro.
How far is that from where we're standing or sitting right now?
2-3 minute drive. If you're from Walterboro any length of time, it's the old hospital, the old mental health DSS building.
They got y'all in the old hospital, in the mental health building?
Yes, sir.
What time was it, the interview?
Interview began approximately 11:09 a.m.
And describe the room, interview room itself.
I mean, it's plain walls. There's a table, a small conference table, basically about the size of this desk, and 4 chairs. Of course, we move the chairs in and out to accommodate the number of people. There's video cameras up on the ceiling to record any interview that occurs in there.
Are the video cameras visible?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna show you what's marked, states 511, 512, and 513. And just ask you, does that relate to what you're saying right now? Testifying to?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, 511, 512, and 513, I believe, without objection.
You're admitted.
Put in the Elmo. Actually, Judge, I'm going, have abundance of caution. I'm going to withdraw states 511 without objection, I believe. I apologize. 511 is withdrawn with the court's permission. Please, this 512 and 513 I'm holding, just tell the folks what this is.
That is the interview room in our Low Country SLED office.
And can you see cameras in there?
Yes, up in the corners.
Judge, I didn't know if you wanted to take a break. We're going to play the interview now, which may be semi-lengthy, and I just want to bring that to court's attention. So I hope you don't mind me saying that.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. We have you go to the jury room for a short break.
The judge said a short break. I didn't catch if they were going to talk about a procedural question outside of the presence of the jury. We've muted the camera so that while the jury leaves the room, but it looks like the judge is leaving the table, so it's going to be a few minutes. Let's see. What have I got in store today? Oops. We've got that car chase. Let's see. Oh, Galadriel has decided that she wants to play again. So we got a little bit of a distraction while she tries to chew on me. We've got an interview from it looks like it's another SLED interview that takes place during the daytime, but it's in a car like the first interview that we saw.
Welcome back, everybody. So there is an interesting moment happening right now. The jury has been excused. We were about to hear this recording from August 2021 between Agent Owen and Alec Murdaugh. And I go back to you, Doctor, on this. It seems that there's something being built up here, right? There's something where I think he's going to be asked, did you kill Maggie and Paul? What do you think this is leading up to?
Yeah, I agree. You know, this is one of those crescendo moments, right? That this is as your case is wrapping up and you have this guy, right? Usually this would be someone that you call at the very beginning to, you know, unfold your case. But this is the lead investigator. This is the guy that's in charge. This is the guy that ran down all the leads, that looked at everything else that was going on, including the boat accident. This is the guy that's looking at all of this stuff, interacting with Alec Murdaugh this entire time. He asked something, or they participated in some kind of interview in which something was revealed, something that led this investigator to focus highly on Alec Murdaugh and that he committed this crime. So I can't wait to see what this interview has to show.
Yeah, that's what I think too. Something is being built up here, and I'm not exactly sure what we're going to hear, but clearly they're leaving him last for a reason, or one of the last witnesses for the prosecution. I'll tell you also, let's listen a little bit more to the lead investigator from earlier on as we wait to jump back live in court.
And I want to ask specifically about your observations of the defendant as far as his mind. Did he appear to be under the influence of anything, any intoxicant or anything else when you were talking to him?
I did not notice any intoxicants, whether it be drugs or alcohol. He didn't smell of alcohol. His eyes weren't, any dilated. They weren't bloodshot. He seemed of full body and mind, other than being distraught that he had discovered his wife and son dead.
Did you have trouble understanding his words?
No, sir, I did not.
Did he appear to have trouble understanding your words?
No, sir, he did not.
Were his answers to your questions subject matter appropriate?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And were they timely?
Yes.
And could you see anything just from your naked eye? I know you didn't have a microscope, but could you see anything that appeared to be, how did his clothes look?
He had on a white T-shirt. I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary on his T-shirt. He had on green cargo khaki type shorts, and then I think bright in color. I think later I learned they're orange or pink tennis shoes. I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary about his appearance.
After you took this statement, you and Ms. Rutland, did you want to take his clothes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you take his clothes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell the jury how that went about.
Well, it was coming close to the end of the interview, and I was going to discuss collecting his clothes from him. But he had received a call that his oldest son was arriving at the home. Knowing that he needed to go be with his son, I said, I'll catch up with you later. Go ahead. Shortly thereafter, maybe 10, 15 minutes, I went up to the house and told him I needed to get his clothes. I was allowed into the house. There were multiple people inside the house. When you walk in the house, there's a foyer. I walked into the foyer. Immediately to the left, there's some stairs going upstairs. To the right, I believe it was a dining room, and you walk into the living area or living room. Met Mr. Murdaugh again, told him I needed to collect his clothing. He went to what I now know is the master bedroom towards the left of the house, left of the living room. And he said, sure. And immediately began to disrobe his clothes and hand them to me.
All right. So, did you go to the bedroom?
Yes, sir. I stood in the doorway of the bedroom.
So if that's his bedroom, you stood right here?
Yes, sir.
And could you see him changing?
Yes, I did.
And, but did you give him a little privacy?
I did.
And, so did he give you the same clothes that he had on?
Yes, sir.
You sure about that?
He still had on the oranges, pink tennis shoes, green shorts, and white T-shirt.
So again, doctor, that's something the defense has honed in on, that he has been nothing but cooperative during the course of this investigation. If he really killed his family, wouldn't he be trying to hide more? But in your experience, in cases we've covered, you can still have somebody who is looking and appearing to be cooperative, but really did it, right?
Oh, absolutely. That goes to the level of planning that I think the prosecution is trying to kind of lay the foundation for, that this guy had been planning all of this kind of stuff, had everything already ready to go, at how much Alec Murdaugh was going to be assisting the police, how much he was going to be willing to say to the police, what he was willing to give to the police. I mean, all of this stuff seems to be kind of staged, that he changes his clothes on purpose and gives those clothes that would have no evidence on it directly. So yeah, absolutely. This goes to the level of the amount of planning that potentially could have been involved in this case.
You know, one of the things we were struck with yesterday was with the graphic testimony of the forensic pathologist, how we would learn what happened to Paul. I hate to keep using this phrase, but it's just what is being used, that his brains were literally blown out of his head. And one of the things that I think people are struggling with is understanding, how is it possible Alec Murdaugh could not have given him any indication he was about to murder his family? You know, he seemed happy with them. Even there was a video that was taken from his birthday a week before. The night of the murders, there's a Snapchat taken an hour before or so. He's having a light moment with Paul. How is it possible that potentially someone can make that switch?
I mean, I'm struggling with that as well. But the first thing that comes to my mind is a level of desperation, right? That walls are closing in inside Alec Murdaugh's mind. I don't know that that he's actually capable of doing the behavior. I mean, physically he's capable of doing the behavior, but I don't know if emotionally you're capable of engaging in that act because of the graphic nature of which. And if that's not something that you do all the time, seeing that happen in front of you will lead to a level of amount of distress, whether it's, you know, someone that you love or someone that's some kind of stranger. I'm struggling with it too, because I can see how some of the things that we talk about in other cases would apply, but I don't know if it applies to Alec Murdaugh himself.
All right, let's hit a break. When we come back, we're waiting to jump live and see and hear what this interview is going to tell us. We'll be back.
Okay, we have another break here. Let's see. Oh, just a sec. Okay. Let's see. Okay, Gizzy Sue, I was showing off my dream cottage in Wales earlier, so I'll show you. Let's see, here it is. This is the view. Oops. Let's see. Let me go back to the right one. Okay, here we go. This is the area. And here is the parking area. There's a garage there now. This is an old grade 2 listed nonconformist church, which is now a vacation rental. And this is a semi-detached house, which is grade 2 listed. And this half here is the one that is for sale. And I dream about a simpler life, moving to Wales, where I can go for walks in the countryside and go explore ruins. Time to get back to court.
You bring the jury.
Jury is present, sir.
Very good. You may proceed.
Please, Your Honor. Special Agent David Owen, we stopped at right before we were talking about the interview on August 11th. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who was at that interview? Who participated in that interview?
Alec Murdaugh and Corey Fleming.
And prior to playing the video, was this a voluntary statement?
Yes, it was.
The defendant was not in custody.
No, he was not.
Was free to leave.
Yes, he was.
Was there because he wanted to be there.
Yes, sir.
Did he tell you he wanted to ask some questions?
Yes, he did.
Did you tell him you wanted to ask him some questions?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, I have, we have redacted the last part of this video with consent of both parties. What's contained on 517 includes the video without the redaction, and we now offer 517, I believe, without objection.
It's admitted.
Permission to publish, if someone would please. Before we get started, please, thank you, Madam. Who is Corey Fleming?
Corey Fleming was a defense attorney out of Beaufort area, also a friend of Alec Murdaugh's.
Did you know him prior to this?
No, sir, I did not.
Corey Fleming.
No, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just a big old heat.
Who's down to your right? Jeff Croft, who testified. Jeff, you still in here? Is that here in the back?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What time is this?
It indicates 9:50. The time was incorrect on our recording system. But my notes, my report indicates it was approximately 11:09 a.m.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Judge. One of the jurors is requesting something, Judge.
Doing good, man. Can't complain. Ready to see some cool weather. I have money in line. From me too.
To the left of Mr. Murdaugh, I know we've got an inset smaller, but to the left of Mr. Alex Murdaugh, the defendant, is that Corey Fleming?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
It was brutal at my house last week. Air conditioning went out. Oh, okay. Yes. No, are you spelling your name with 2 M's or one? All right. Alec, I appreciate you coming in today. I know we got a lot to talk about. You got millions of questions. But before we get started with your questions, this has been going on for over 2 months. And we've done a lot of work. I know you have. And I've got some more questions that I need to get clarifications on. Sure. Okay. So we'll start with that. Wait a minute. Yes, sir. Maybe I'm mistaken. I thought we were coming here so you could update him on what's going on. And I intend to do that as okay, let's do that first. Okay. All right, let's do that first. The update is I'm doing the investigation, and I have some questions that I would like some answers to. And I mean, certainly, if I ask the question, if you don't want to answer it, you don't have to answer it. No, I'm fine with that. I mean, it's more clarifications of the 2 interviews you've already given me. Totally understand. Okay. Just one second. Yeah. Wait 1 second. All right. I need for you to tell me, are you going to give us information, or are we just here for you to ask questions? I'm going to give you some information. Right. Why can't you give us information first? Some of the information that you're asking about are in my questions. And as we go through, you'll see. Okay. I don't mind. I know you don't, but I can't. I mean, I'm a friend, but I'm also a lawyer, and I like to know what we do. I like to understand what we're talking about. I need you to answer this question. Are you asking him questions to further your investigation, or are you asking him questions because you think that he's a suspect? I need a straight answer. I am asking these questions to further my investigation. Right. Does that mean that you're not asking him these questions as a suspect? Because it. Good. because I'm not comfortable with you asking him questions as a suspect when I came here with the thought that you were going to be telling him where you are in the investigation, what it is you've done, seen, uncovered, whatever. That's why we came here.
Well, let me respond to your question. It may not be a direct answer that you're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
And I've told Alec this when we first met. Any homicide investigation,
Mm-hmm.
you start with the closest person and or the person who found the deceased.
Mm-hmm.
Both cases, that's Alec.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody stays in that investigation until we can get them out. And right now, because of the questions that I have that I need explanations for, I cannot get Alec out.
Okay. That's a reasonable statement. I don't have any problem with that statement. That's fine. I don't read it, but everybody in the United States of America has an opinion on this case.
Mm-hmm.
And because I know everybody, I know it's a bunch of bullshit. I can't imagine that y'all are going to be asking about nonsense in the internet.
No.
Well,
I mean, just like you, I'm aware of what's out there.
Yeah.
I have not read every article. I don't care to read every article because they're not doing the investigation.
That's
I
right.
am.
That's right. That's right. All right. Well, Elliot, if you're comfortable and you feel okay,
Yes.
then that's fine. But
Anything to help.
All right. That's fine.
So I want to go back to Monday morning. And you went to the office.
Okay.
What time did you go to the office? Who was at your house when you left? And what time did you go to the office?
We had been to a ball game that weekend. I don't remember exactly what time. It would have been somewhere between 8:30 and 9:30, probably 10 o'clock maybe at the latest.
Okay.
Something like that.
And when I ask about time, I'm not saying it was 5:11 or something like that. I
Totally
mean
understand.
ballpark.
That's
as close as you can get to it.
And if you need to know exactly when, there would be a keypad that would tell when exactly I went in my office.
Okay.
That I can get for you.
Okay.
So
you have a key fob to get in your office?
A card.
A card.
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Okay.
But a little bit. It was probably a little bit on the later side of that. I guess I know Maggie got up early to get out of there because she had an appointment in Charleston. I just don't remember if I left right after she did or I fiddled around.
And I already know that Paul stayed at John Marvin's that night, so it was just you and Maggie at the house.
That's correct.
And I know when you were at the office, you were working on motions, and some of those motions you dealt with were for Paul's, the boat accident or the boat case.
I'm not really doing the legal work.
I understand, but you're Paul's dad, you're a lawyer, you're definitely going to know what's going on.
Yeah.
So what were those motions? Did it deal with Parker's or was it the actual boat accident or?
It was the civil case.
Okay. What time did you leave and get home?
Earlier than normal. I'd say 5:30.
When you left the office?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What time did Paul get home that night?
Me and Paul got there about the same time. maybe he was a little bit later than me, or maybe a little bit earlier than me, but it was close to the same time.
And y'all rode around the farm. I believe you said 2 different trucks or 2 different vehicles.
So,
What were those 2 different vehicles?
we rode in the white pickup truck, and we rode in the black pickup truck.
And either one of those, did you see any long guns? And take your time.
It's okay.
Did you see any rifles or shotguns?
I don't remember seeing any that day, no. We did have pistols.
Yeah, because I know you said you went target practicing.
Well, not really target practice,
Okay,
just shoot.
Yeah.
We rode around for a couple hours, just looked at everything. All the stuff Paul did on the farm. And, we just spent, time together. I'm sorry.
No, don't apologize. You can do this?
I can do it. We started out going to look at the sunflowers because we was worried about the sunflowers. And that was the first thing we looked at. And then we just rode. We just rode and looked at. I mean, we hadn't done it in a while. We just rode, talked, and rode, talked.
We'll talk about
everything, just one of the main things, he'd been having trouble, his feet had swelled up, and we were worried about blood pressure and stress on him. And, I mean, he handled all this stuff so amazingly, but I mean, we were just so worried about it. But I mean, we talked about that, we talked about the farm, we just talked about everything.
Has Paul been seeing a doctor for this feet?
No, sir.
You're not trying to get him to go?
Trying to get him to go.
And he was resistant?
Yeah, he had been resistant, but much less so after his feet swelled up. I mean, he'd been having all kind of little problems, but much less after his feet swelled up.
As parents, I'm sure you and Maggie stayed on him about going, how did he respond to you?
To going out?
No, going to the doctor.
He did.
When y'all talked about it.
He's very resistant. Very, very resistant. I mean, we talked to him about seeing a doctor, about the stresses of everything with the boat wreck. He didn't think he needed to do that. I mean, we tried to watch him really closely. But he was resistant.
What time did Maggie get back home that night?
Later. I'd say probably, the best I can tell, a couple hours after we got there.
When you and Paul returned back to the house, was Maggie there?
I can't remember if Maggie came by the shed when Paul and I were up there, or if we met her at the house. But, it's not unusual for her, if we're messing around, for her to swing through up there.
Mm-hmm.
And Maggie wasn't supposed to be coming home. I've since found out she was worried about me, and me worried about my dad.
Mm-hmm.
And so she came home.
So at that point in the interview, she said, did he tell you she came home because she was worried about his dad?
Yes.
Basis for an objection.
Leading, he just repeating what the jury just heard on the video.
Yes, sir.
No, I can play it and come back and ask him to clarify that. That's all. Go ahead, please.
But Maggie was supposed to be coming home. I've since found out she was worried about me and me worried about my dad.
Mm-hmm.
And so she came home.
Where was she going to stay that night?
At Eddy. We were having work done down there. And I wasn't 100%, but it's pretty well she was going to stay at Eddy.
So it kind of surprised you that she came back?
That didn't totally surprise me. She'd let me know earlier that she was coming home. But then I found out later, wow, she came home.
She was concerned for you.
Sure.
What time did y'all sit down to eat dinner?
Not too long after that. Blanc had made dinner. And so the three of us ate dinner together.
What was the conversation around the dinner table?
Normal. Regular stuff. I mean, I can't tell you exactly, but.
How was Maggie's appointment in Charleston that day?
I think it had gone good. We didn't really get the chance to talk about it in detail. She's been having a couple of medical issues. I can't even remember which one. It wasn't anything huge. I can't remember exactly which one she went for.
And after dinner, Maggie and Paul went to the kennels, or?
You know, I don't know exactly how that went. I stayed on the couch and I dozed off. And then I got up.
Did you watch TV that night?
I know the TV was, I believe the TV was on. But I wasn't watching it, you know. I mean,
Stop right there, please. I'm not going to ask you to repeat that, but this next question regarding a tree video, had you confronted him with that before?
No, sir, I had not.
Okay, please go ahead.
There is a video on Paul's phone of you and him on the farm that night, and you were in khaki pants and a dress shirt. You were playing with a tree.
I don't remember playing with a tree.
Yeah, I guess there was a tree sapling or something that had fallen over or bending over, and you were trying to get it to stand up. But I mean, the question in that is, when I met you that night, you were in shorts and a t-shirt. At what point in that evening did you change clothes?
I'm not sure. It would have been.
Before dinner or after dinner?
No, it would have been. What time of day was that? I would have thought I'd already changed.
There's not a time.
Is he asking you now what time that picture was?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
I was down on it because there's so many posts, but I want to say it looks to be about dusk. So that would have been 7:30, 8 o'clock.
I guess I changed when I got back to the house.
Earlier when we spoke, and you talked about waking up from your nap and then going to check on your mother, and you tried to call Maggie and you tried to call Paul, and then you sent Maggie a text that you were going to check on your mother. You also told me that Maggie didn't normally go with you to check on your mother, but that she might ride that night. Did you go by and check on her?
Go by and check on my mom?
Maggie, before you left to go?
No, I didn't.
With her not responding to you and thinking that she might ride with you, why didn't you?
I don't remember having plans that Maggie was going to ride with me. But maybe she had told me that she was that night. I don't recall that. I don't remember that specifically, but I mean, it wasn't. She didn't normally go with me. I mean, it's not like we had plans that she was going to ride with me, but she was going.
These are just maps I pulled off of Google. What route did you take from Moselle to your mom's?
I would have gone to the right on Moselle Road, 63, into Barnville, turn left on the road, right before 278, 601, and then in front of the school, turn right. That's how I believe I went.
Ship right on Moselle to 63.
No, sir, right on Moselle.
Yeah.
The normal way is right on Moselle to Dobson Road. Okay. Dobson Road to 63. 63 into Barnville, left on whatever the road is that goes to the school. Right. And then either 63 or left on the road that goes down and then on 63.
How often did you go visit your mother that night?
I mean, it wasn't infrequent. It wasn't all the time. I mean, visit her, all times a day.
Just checking on her, especially with your dad being sorry.
She had been having a particularly, she's got Alzheimer's really bad, or pretty bad. And she had been particularly agitated. With him not being there. And, checked on her more in the days and weeks following my dad's passing than, otherwise, but several times a week, any time.
How long would you say you were at your mom's that night?
45 minutes, an hour.
Had you talked to Shelley Smith at this point?
She had been interviewed, yes. I had not spoken with her by that time.
45 minutes to an hour.
Yes, sir.
Please go.
You left to go back home. Did you make any stops on the way?
way there.
On the way to your mom's work on the return trip back home.
Stops. No, I didn't go anywhere. I went straight there. I did not. No, sir.
And earlier in the day when you were down at the shed and kennels with Paul, did y'all discuss any injuries to any dogs?
Did he and I? No, but Rogan Gibson told me about the dog's tail and somebody saying his leg was broken.
Which one's his dog?
You turn up Mr. Owens's volume.
Video.
Yes. Or turn up the volume.
Any dogs?
Did he and I? No, but Rogan Gibson told me about the dog's tail and somebody saying his leg was broken.
So right here in the interview, your question was, did Paul tell you that? So did he deny that he'd had a conversation with Paul about that?
He never said he had a conversation.
What if anything, did he say about whether he'd had a conversation with Paul about that?
He didn't indicate that he had a conversation with Paul. He said he had a conversation with Rogan Gibson.
That he'd heard that from Rogan?
Yes, sir.
Which one's his dog?
It's a chocolate puppy, I think.
Okay. Was the leg broken?
Not that I know of.
I can certainly see why something might be wrong with his tail, because when I was out there, he was chasing his tail and looking through the fence and trying to grab it. So that was puppy energy. When you got back to Moselle, which driveway did you enter?
I went in the brick gates.
And Maggie and Paul weren't there. Were there vehicles at the house?
Yes, sir.
How did they get down there that night?
Still, I was hoping you were going to be able to tell me that.
The only thing that I can come up with is that black truck. Is that Buster's old black truck?
Yes, sir.
Does it normally stay down at the farm, or does it stay at the house?
Both. Both.
Did Maggie ever walk down there?
Maggie walked down there a lot. But Paul, I mean, it would, if you showed me some proof that Paul walked down there that night, I would be surprised. Absolutely surprised.
Well, thinking about Paul's health concerns, do you think Maggie could have gotten him to walk that night? Say, come on, walk with me this one time.
You know, it's possible, but again, that would be highly, highly unusual. He would have talked her into riding. Been highly unusual for him to walk.
So when you were at the kennels, you were just down there with Paul. And you left and went back to the house for dinner.
You know, I mean, Paul and I were just knocking around up at the shop, the shed, the kennels, and just the whole property. And that was before dinner, yes, sir.
And you didn't go back down there after dinner until your return trip from visiting your mother.
Yes, sir.
That's it. Keep going.
I've got information that Paul was on time.
Had you confronted him with what you're about to ask him prior to this?
No, I had not.
And the question you had just asked him, did that deal with whether he went down to the kennels or not after supper?
Correct.
And he said he had not.
He had not.
And Maggie was heard in the background. And you were heard in the background. And that was prior to 9 p.m.
I heard Rogan Gibson ask me if I was up there. He said he thought it was me.
Was it you?
At 9 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
No, sir. Not if my times are right.
Who do you think it could have been?
I have no idea.
And Rogan's been around your family for pretty much all of his life.
Oh, absolutely.
And he recognizes your voice, and you have a distinct voice. Do you think of anybody else that has a voice similar to yours that he may have misinterpreted?
No, sir. I mean, when we were talking, he had asked me that. So, he had told me that he thought I was up there.
Did that surprise you?
Yes, sir.
So when you returned back to the kennels, when you returned home from your mom's, where were the dogs?
They were like they were when I didn't put dogs up.
Okay.
So
they weren't running loose.
However they were.
Okay. At one point in the 911 call, you say here, like you're talking to somebody else or something else.
I say here?
Here, yes, sir. So the dispatcher is asking you if they're breathing, and you said no. And she asked did you see anyone else in the area, and you said no. She asked about guns near them, and you said no. And then you kind of stutter and start moving around, and you said here.
I don't have any memory of saying that. I guess I'd have to listen to it but I don't recall a dog being out. I'm certain that there was not a dog out. There's other things people have told me about that 911 call that I don't remember. I don't know here. Like I was calling a dog.
Calling a dog, talking to somebody else. I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
Yes, sir. And obviously, there was nobody else out there. And I'm certain that there was not a dog loose. But I don't remember saying anything about Buster would know. Something about threats. I was asked about that later. If I had information about, or if Buster had information about threats that I said he would know.
Have you learned anything new about any threats against Paul or your family?
Nothing really new, no, sir. Outside of things that Randy's told you, or, there was just so many things on the internet that, just, but nothing new, no, sir.
So during the 911 call, and we also talked about that night, you returned back to the house to get a shotgun.
Yes, sir.
What door did you enter?
The best that I can remember, I went in the side door, and I went straight to the gun cabinet.
Were you focused on any particular shotgun, or you just grabbed one?
I just grabbed one.
How do you normally load your shotguns? Avid hunters load shotguns special ways, different types of munitions, and I'm just asking you how you load yours.
I mean, I normally put it in the chamber and push the button.
What type of shot do you load?
All kinds. I mean, I've loaded bird shot, buck shot, slugs, skeet shot.
At the same time? I mean, would you load like a bird shot and a buck shot in the same load?
Not normally. I mean, normally you put them in, a load for whatever you're hunting.
Mm-hmm. The reason I'm asking about that, the shot shells that we recovered that night, one was a turkey load, one was buckshot.
I understood that.
The shotgun that you had with you that night, there was a bird shot and a buckshot. When Jeff went back the next day, I'm not sure which attorney it was, pointed out that there had been a shotgun laying on the pool table that he had put away, and pointed out that ammunition that was with that, and it was a buckshot and a bird shot. And then the shotgun that we took for potential comparison, it was also loaded with a bird shot and a buckshot. So I have all of these consistent loads along with what's that in the feed room. I call it the feed room at the kennels. Is that what you call it?
That's
okay.
Good enough.
Okay. If I say feed room, I just want you to know what I'm talking about.
The night I grabbed the shells that I could get my hands on, I don't, I had no idea exactly what I had.
Okay. Also, when we talked, I asked you if it was normal to keep guns down at the kennels. And you said you would have to check. Have you been able to check to see what was missing from your collection?
I have, yes, I know what's missing from, what I believe is missing from our guns.
Okay, and what are those?
There's 3 guns that I think are missing.
Okay. And what kind of guns are those?
It would be a Benelli shotgun, a Browning shotgun, and a pump shotgun.
The Benelli and the Browning, are they pump or autos?
The Benelli and the Browning are automatic.
And the pump shotgun, what brand is that?
I believe it's a Remington, but I'm not positive.
Are they like standard brown and black, all black, or camo?
The Benelli is black. The Browning is camo, and the pump is camo.
Would you have those serial numbers recorded anywhere?
I don't have them recorded, but I'm sure. I don't know where the pump shotgun exactly came from, but I should be able to have the Benelli and the Browning.
Okay. Because we don't know if they're stolen or where they are. So I really can't get them entered into NCIC. But
go ahead.
But I could alert the ATF to where if that gun is run, that there would be an alert on it, and it would get me at least back to the gun and person that may have had it.
Absolutely.
So if we could work on that and get those as soon as possible.
Absolutely.
You said Benelli's black, Browning's camo, and the pump is camo?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The Browning is a brown camo, and the pump is a green camo. And, you know, I understand also that a 300 was used that night. And I know there's been some, I understand John Bedingfield said he only had 2 of those, one of which was lost 3 a long time ago, but I'm telling you, now I am certain that we replaced that gun. All right?
Actually, John knows that he sold Maggie a 3rd gun.
Okay. Okay.
And the story was that she was supposed to let you know that she paid for it for you to go sign the paperwork. And that never occurred.
Okay. So that's why there wasn't a number? Okay.
Well, he has the number. He just doesn't have a final sale on the ATF paperwork.
Okay. That was replacing the one that
Paul lost, yes.
That's correct.
And both of those 300s, those serial numbers are with the ATF and flagged in the system. So when they pop up, it'll get me to those. Okay. And that's, you know, we've talked about the shot shells. So the cartridge casings were 300 blackout cartridge casings that were found by Maggie. There were also cartridge casings found by your house, by the side door to the gun room, and at the shooting range.
You're now asking about shell casings that were found by Maggie. That's Maggie's body, correct?
The cartridge casings found by Megan, yes.
Had he ever been confronted with this information prior to right now that you know of?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Cool.
I believe he was, but not by me, I don't think.
There were also cartridge casings found by your house, by the side door to the gun room, and at the shooting range. And the ones by the house and some of the ones found at the shoot range are confirmed matches to the ones found by Maggie.
Okay.
So, which gives another concern. I've got the same load as the shot shells in multiple guns and 300 blackout that match ones found on your property.
So you now believe that those guns, that Paul's guns were used?
Yes.
Okay.
And missing.
And I understand that somebody had seen that gun recently, but, you know, and I'd asked Buster about it. I believe that that gun has been gone since back before Christmas.
No one recalls Paul's first 300 going missing around Halloween at a party at Hampton.
Halloween of 2020?
When did y'all?
No, that was
It was
years.
Yeah, it was whatever Christmas he got it. So it was 17. Christmas of 17. So it was the Halloween after in 18 is when Nolan believes it was taken out of Paul's truck. There's I don't It would take me a while to find those notes, but Mark Williams or Matt Williams is a family friend. And I may have the name wrong, but there was hundreds of people at this Halloween party. Nolan says adults were there, kids were there, and Nolan knows that the gun was in Paul's truck when they got to the party, and when they went to leave the party, it was gone. So that's the timeline on when that gun goes missing.
Okay. I knew it had been a while.
And I think in April of 19 is when, April of 18.
This is 16, January 17 is when they did the work.
Gotcha. Another part in the 911 call, you made the comment, I should have known. And the questioning that surrounded, the dispatcher's asking, is anybody else supposed to be at the house? And you said, no, ma'am, please hurry. And she says, we're getting somebody out there to you. And your next comment was, I should have known. What are you referencing in that statement?
I don't remember saying that, but I guess, all the threats and I had been convinced it just was something to do with boat wreck and, all of that.
Did Paul ever get physical with you? Ever get into a heated argument and get physical?
One time, a little bit where he wouldn't listen to me.
Did you ever get physical with him?
No, sir.
How about Maggie? Did Paul get physical with Maggie?
No.
Sure, she probably wanted to at times.
I'm sure she wanted to with all of us.
Yeah.
And the one time Paul did that, he had too much to drink.
Mm-hmm.
In a very isolated incident.
Where was that? Was that at Moselle or Edisto?
That was at Moselle.
So that was pretty recent?
No, sir. It had been a while.
When you turned Paul over and his cell phone popped out and you picked it up, and your statement was something like, I thought about doing something, but then I put it back down. And that was the interview, our first interview. What were your intentions with the phone?
I don't know. When I went up to him and the phone came out, I don't remember having intentions of doing anything with the phone.
You say when I went up to him, the phone came out. Yes. Phone popped out before you go on the first review.
Okay, thank you.
You got anything real quick?
Going back when y'all ate dinner together after Miss Maggie got home and you and Paul got back from riding around. Can you estimate about how long y'all would have been at the dinner table or ate at the dinner table?
It wasn't any long drawn out dinner, just.
Just a guess. I mean, you said there was conversation at the dinner table, but
$15, 20 minutes. How long it takes to. Best guess.
okay. David asked you just earlier about when y'all were riding around the farm, and you said y'all had the pistol in the truck. Y'all had shot a few times, really not target practice, but shot a few times. You said that you had, on that day, you didn't see any long guns, rifles or shotguns in the vehicle. Prior to that, how long prior to that do you recall seeing guns or any guns in that vehicle?
I mean, Paul always had guns.
Okay.
So, I mean, it was very unusual for Paul not to have guns.
And when you say guns, rifles or shotguns or
everything?
Both?
Okay. Yes, sir.
His truck that he normally drove, I believe it was the Platinum, went into the shop that Friday prior to. I think Mark Ball went and got some video from Jimmy Butler's that shows Paul dropping the truck off and not removing anything from it. So basically, he would have taken the rifles out at home. Do you know what he did with those rifles? If he would have put them in a different truck, or if he put them in the house, or would he have? So the truck that he drove, where was it parked on that Friday? So where would he have swapped everything out?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure where the truck that he drove on Friday. What truck did he swap out from?
I think when he went to Charleston, Dale said that he helped hook up the boat to one of the white Fords. And I know one's a gas and one's a diesel.
So it wouldn't have been the gas truck going to Charleston. I'm not sure. So this occurred the Friday before everything happened?
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure. On Friday, I had gone to stay in the hospital with my dad. I don't believe that I saw Paul. On Friday.
When did y'all go up to Columbia?
On Saturday.
Why didn't Paul go with you?
You know, I mean, Paul, he didn't. I mean, he liked to go to sports when there was a crowd, but that wasn't his thing to go.
Is that always how it's always been, or because of the voting?
No. I mean, he wasn't into ball as much.
One thing that I'm trying to understand is your timeline. You said you probably went to the office 8:30, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. You left early around 5, 5:30. And there's been some other timelines or times that we've talked about and you can't quite remember. what the times are, what time of day it was. When the dispatcher asked you, when was the last time you saw Maggie or talked to Maggie, you said an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. To me, that's, a set, without thinking about it, you rattled off that time. We're sitting here trying to figure out a timeline.
The question was, you told the dispatcher hour, 2 hours ago?
Hour and a half to 2 hours.
Hour and a half, 2 hours. What time was the 911 call?
10:06 p.m.
Hour and a half, 2 hours prior to that.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
And you're having trouble coming up with a specific time.
Oh, that's fair. Tell me again what I said to the dispatcher.
You said an hour and a half ago, probably 2 hours.
And what time was that?
That was when you were on the phone, and the 911 call was made at 10:06. So given 2 hours back, that would have been 8.
I mean, I think that's probably about, right. And so you believe I'm giving you an inconsistent answer?
No, I'm just trying to wrap my mind around it when I'm asking you what time you went to the office that day, what time you got home.
Can I ask you a question? At this point in the investigation, did you have the video back from Paul's phone showing the dog at the kennels?
No, sir, I had not.
You're saying 5 or 5:30. I've gotten a card readout from the law firm, and it shows you going in at 5:30.
Going in the door?
Yes, sir. And Randy says when he left about 6 o'clock, you were still there. So the times aren't matching up. And I'm just trying to get an understanding of why.
I believe I left. So that's not the first time I was at my office that day.
There were several readings, but your card wouldn't work. Somebody actually had to let you in.
Okay.
But I've got your card opening the door at the law firm at 5:30. And then Randy saying when you left at 6, you were still there. I'm trying to understand.
I left the office earlier than I normally do.
What's your normal time to leave?
I mean, it's not unusual for me to be there till dark. I try to get home when Maggie's home, before dark.
She don't like staying out there by herself in the dark.
That's right. So, if it was 5:30 or 6, I don't think I was still there at 6 o'clock. But if I was, it wasn't long after that. So, I believe that I went straight home. So, my car, have y'all been able to get Chevrolet to download my?
We're still working on that.
Okay.
It's a long process.
I mean, I got home early enough for Paul and I to ride the property for a substantial length of time. More than an hour. I thought probably a couple of hours that we were together, but somewhere.
Did you go down the river?
We rode down all the roads. I believe that
mean, we rode all over. We rode all over.
Have I been able to answer some of your questions? I know you probably have more, but with my questionings, trying to get some things cleared up, have I given you some answers?
Well, I mean, I do know more than I did, for sure. So, yes, I mean, some of those questions have certainly, yes, sir, been answered.
What other questions do you have that?
I would like to know exactly what happened.
Me too. The best that I've been able to put together.
It looks like, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I believe Paul was shot first. For the simple fact of where he was located.
How many times was he shot?
Twice.
I thought he shot Maggie first because they could tell he shot her in the back of the head.
What, you said he thought he shot Maggie first, or Maggie was shot first?
He thought, Alex said that he thought Maggie was shot first because she had been shot in the back of the head.
Go ahead.
We may honestly never know who was first, but I think it was Paul, for the simple fact he wouldn't have, if he saw his mother getting shot, he wouldn't have run to that feed room. Unless that's where one of the guns was. But, you know, we've already established family guns were used. And if they came from Paul's truck was at the house. So where were they?
How did they get down there?
And how did they get down there?
Did you just ask him, we've established family guns were used?
Yes, I did.
Objections overruled. Proceed.
What was his response?
Sorry.
Would nothing be the answer?
Correct.
Go ahead.
I mean, it's normal for y'all to leave your keys in the cars. However, if somebody showed up and did this, you're not going to take Paul's truck back to the house and leave the key in it.
Indeed.
And how did they get it down there? You know, we've already established family guns were used. And if they came from Paul's truck was at the house. So where were they?
How did they get down there?
And how did they get down there? I mean, it's normal for y'all to leave your keys in the cars. However, if somebody showed up and did this, you're not going to take Paul's truck back to the house and leave the key in it.
I mean, do you know that the guns were in the truck? I mean, could they have been somewhere else?
They could have been somewhere else. I mean, he didn't have his normal truck.
And I understand that Nolan Tootin believes he saw the gun 3 weeks beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
And I haven't talked to him, but is he believes it was the one that, not the one that was at the house?
he said, I think it was a Benelli was his shotgun that he always kept, that Paul always kept with him.
Paul primarily kept, yeah, he kept one of a couple of Benellis.
Yeah, it was a camo Benelli. Is the last one that Nolan saw.
Okay.
And HDD, some type of 7mm rifle.
Yes, sir.
Do you have that at home?
Yes, sir. That's what he saw?
That's what he saw.
Because I was told by somebody that Nolan saw a 300.
He told me he had not seen a 300 since March after turkey season.
Okay, well, somebody.
But those were the go-to guns, and those are the last ones that he saw.
The HDD
and Benelli. He had not seen a 300 since March during turkey season.
And he definitely saw it during turkey season?
Yes, sir.
Because there was some point, back when it was missing at Christmas time.
The third one's missing at Christmas time?
Yes, sir. So, anyway, if he saw it in March. Did y'all get any kind of forensic of anything that y'all found? Just the rain and the...
Yeah. I mean, we got plenty of DNA from the scene, but
yeah.
It's Nolan's, it's Rogan's, it's Alex, it's Paul's, it's Maggie's, it's Buster's.
Yeah. David, can you tell me for sure? Did either one of them live after they were shot first time?
Not long. The shooting happened very quickly. Very quickly.
Is this one person, two persons, three persons?
Is that the first time he's ever asked you that?
Yes, sir.
Ever?
That I recall, yes.
In the whole investigation at this point?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
We got two guns. We got two different types of ammunition. It's hard to say. It is hard to say.
No, neither one of them suffered very long.
Matter of seconds, if that.
Thank you. Have y'all been able to get anything in Paul's phone that might lead to anybody with beef? Let me ask you this question. It comes from Randy. I like I didn't talk to you about this, but it's okay. They got a lot of friends in the community. From the upper echelon to the lowest socioeconomic level. They think that they can ask people to keep ears out, loose lips, talking, that kind of stuff, but they don't want to reach out to anybody. Not purpose, unless y'all think it's okay. I'm not talking about paying people to do stuff, investigators.
Well, I've talked to Randy about this as well. He posed that question to me.
Right.
I'm not going to ask anybody in the law firm or anybody in the family, hey, go out and see what you can find and report back to me.
Sure.
Because then it can be construed as they're working as an agent of the state.
Sure.
And
I understand that completely. You don't even have to explain that. I
yeah.
understand it.
So, I mean, I told Randy, I said, I certainly can't stop you from going out. But I wouldn't ask them what they know and then report back to me. Tell them to call me. Tell them to call the tip line we have still set up. Or if you hear somebody talking about it, encourage them to call. Or give me the name and I'll go call.
I hear what you're saying.
So David, we don't have any, not anything substantive that really makes you think, hey, this is a good.
Yes, sir. We don't, like I said, the only DNA we have are family and close friends. We don't have any fingerprints. We don't have, unfortunately, we don't have any shoe wear or tire wear impressions because it rained that night. The only thing that we can go off of are the cell tower dumps, or the FBI was out and they were out on your property on Friday riding around trying to get some cell phone data. Unfortunately, all of that takes time.
And y'all had to send because his vehicle's new, you had to send that off?
Yes, sir.
So it's not like when we hire experts, we come in and just download it.
It's 2021 and they don't have the systems for it yet, but they're working, they're creating a system from what I understand.
Okay. Now, I don't know exactly how the OnStar thing works. I know how the control module works. But this is something different, right? Or is it all contained in the same thing?
There are two different systems that we took out.
Yeah.
The other one is the telemetry system or infotainment center.
Yeah.
And the FBI says there is information there.
Yeah.
They just have to be able to extract it and put it in a report. Sure.
So you just wait for that.
I'm waiting on the search warrant from OnStar to see what kind of information they can give me.
Well, you need if us signing something expedites that. I told you we'll get. I don't own the car, but whoever we need to will sign whatever authorization you need.
So you had said that, or maybe Jim told me or something about y'all were able to get in Paul's phone just with a search warrant.
We have a what they call a partial download.
Yeah.
Because we don't have the passcode. Sure. We can't do a full extraction.
Do you think so? My thought was that I don't know who's required to authorize Apple to open it.
Mm-hmm.
I know there was that big thing where they weren't going to do it for whatever case. But I thought that if we, I think Maggie owned the phone. I think it was in her name. The account was in her name.
Well, you have to have your own separate iCloud account for each phone. And we've done that for Maggie's, Paul's, and Alan's iCloud accounts.
Yeah.
To see if there's anything in there.
Yeah.
There was nothing in Paul's. I'm still waiting on Maggie's.
Maggie did back hers up and stuff. I know that. So.
Does that mean Paul didn't back his up?
Probably.
But what my thought was, and I don't know if this is even possible, but if we get the estate and we get the personal representative who's now the authorized person to authorize it to be opened. I mean, surrounded by 100 lawyers. We get a probate done like that, and I can have the powers of appointment done in 2 days, and we can authorize whatever it is you need to open.
And that might be beneficial. So I think Randy and I, or somebody and I, talked about that before.
Yeah, well, and I said I'd do it. Any of us could.
Yeah. Who would be the representative? Just somebody at the law firm?
Probably one of your brothers, I would think.
For Maggie and Paul's estate?
Yeah.
Probably me or
I mean,
one of my brothers, but whoever it is, it doesn't matter. Whoever it is will do whatever y'all need to do to. No, it won't be anybody that'll be uncooperative.
Okay. Well, I mean, if y'all would go ahead and start working on that, then we'll reach out to Apple and figure out how we get that accomplished.
All right, because gotta be something there. Gotta be something there. I mean, have y'all had to track down all the wackos on the internet? Or just only the ones that you think seem a little more, not the opportunity and the inclination, you know?
There's been a few that I'm looking at.
Yeah.
But some of the information is just so far-fetched. I talked with one guy. He called in and says, well, I knew that Maggie's son bought a house right around the corner. I'm like, okay, well, no, they didn't.
Yeah.
That Maggie had left her husband some time ago and was going to move to Florida to be closer to her father because the mother was dead. And I'm like, okay, thank you, God.
So it's a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, people that want to get involved.
Yeah.
People that think they have some information. Especially the manner of death. They're all over the place.
Well, I mean, y'all been taking a licking in the press about not disclosing stuff, but Jesus Christ, man.
I don't have anything to disclose.
Well, and why are you going to tell the bad guy what you got?
Thank you.
I mean, I just don't understand it. I mean, look.
Nobody wants to know more than this man right here and this man right here.
I know.
Everybody else.
I believe that.
Everybody else.
David, how far apart in time were the shots? And did one of them know the other one was dead or been shot?
I think it's impossible to answer that question. I think it is impossible.
But you certain Paul was shot first?
I believe he was. I'm not certain. I believe he was.
Maggie would have known that then, wouldn't she? You don't know how soon afterwards she was shot.
And it all depends on how many shooters were there. I mean, if we're looking at two shooters, it could have happened at the same time. If we're looking at one shooter, it would have happened. And I know you can't help but think about it, but don't beat yourself up over getting an answer. It's not going to do anything for you.
When I ask you, now that you talk to me, are you willing to, if some of my family, Maggie's mom and dad or sister, are you willing to talk to them?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I'll meet them wherever they want to.
It would be easy if you could meet them faster than that.
Yeah. I mean, I live in Charleston, so it's nothing for me to shoot up to Somerville and meet with the brand setters.
Thank you. I know y'all are doing everything you can. And I don't take any personal offense at asking me these questions. I know you got to do what you got to do.
Well, I mean, and I hate to give any credence to the media, but with the media keep throwing you in there, then
you gotta ask the questions.
If I can get every bit of evidence possible, that's going to exonerate.
When you get my car stuff, that'll help.
Al, you said earlier Maggie didn't like staying out there by herself.
Yes, sir.
Was there any kind of, I know we asked you once before in one of the earlier interviews about cameras, and if y'all talk about doing any kind of camera system out there, stuff getting missing, Maggie talking about stuff getting missing. We're hearing that type of stuff, so.
We never really had problems with stuff missing. But we still talked about getting, cameras and, doing all of that, but we just hadn't done it. We talked about it for a while.
But not really any conversation about stuff up and walking away or getting missing between you and Maggie.
Any conversations between me and Maggie about stuff?
You and Maggie or you and Paul, either one about stuff that had been missing or had somebody came up and taken from the bar or from the house or anything like that?
Only thing that I can remember being discussed missing was some drills and some Milwaukee tools.
How long ago was that?
Couple of it was since CB got hired, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Because that was one of the things Paul, when he was looking for him, was going to ask CB. And I'd had a boy working out there.
And he basically did what CB does now?
No,
Or something?
he came in and was, just trying to, because I didn't have anybody working out there, just to kind of keep things from getting totally out of control. He came in and, he does that for another friend, works with another friend, and he's just kind of coming in to help me, probably, I believe he probably would have been there in the late fall, probably, I'm guessing.
Is he from Hampton or Marlboro?
He's from Beaufort, I believe, originally, but he lives up in, he lives between Beaufort and, I'm trying to think of the name of the plantation that my friend Barrett Bowler has. That's who he works for.
Barrett Bowler.
Yeah, Junior. Yes, it's Bo Ware's how he looks. B-O-U-R-E. Yeah, Tom Bowler. Yes, sir. He was like one of my granddaddy's contemporaries. And now there's a Tom Bowler that's kind of just retired. And they are, I think that's, they're kin, but not super close.
How old is Matt? Ish.
I'd say he's 35. Like that. Maybe.
You still have his number?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have his number in my phone. Younger than that, but I can get it.
Where'd you go?
I had to step out and use the restroom.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
I just text the guy that sent it to me. He'll have it. Can you think of anything else you want to ask questions about? All right. Off the top of my head.
The pair of guns that you bought for Christmas presents, they were matching set, correct, other than color. All right about that?
Yes, sir. They were exactly the same.
With thermal night vision and stuff like that. The one that you purchased to replace the lost one, did it have any kind of optics on it? Night vision scope, anything like that?
It doesn't have a night vision scope. And I don't know if Paul has put something on it. He would move scopes around from gun to gun to gun, but I'm not. Oh.
Then we're going to break for lunch and return at 2:20. How long more is this video? All right. Okay. All right. So you don't know. You don't know, right? We'll be back at 2:20.
Okay, do we want to listen to what the analysts have to say during the break? Or do we want to... Oops. Just a sec.
Get energized at Planet Fitness. Join for $1 down, $10 a month, cancel anytime. Ends February 16th.
Do we want to listen to this interview that I found on...
Hear what he's saying in this setting to what we now know to be true. The interview starts off poorly for him. Where were you at the time? Well, I wasn't at the kennels. I had gone back to the house and had taken a nap. Well, we know that not to be true. We know that he was there within 15 to 20 minutes of the time of the murder. So It's those little inconsistencies that give the jury the chance to seize on something. And if they want to convict, they will convict him because they believe he's being dishonest.
Right. As a matter of fact, I have been telling everyone, and I think I gave a pseudo closing yesterday, very short, that to me it is the video, that 844 video that Paul took that he did not know had been taken without. But that's the turning point. And you're a trial attorney. I'm a trial attorney. Cases, I tell trial teams, turn on one or two facts. I think that is a very important fact, along with what we just learned right now, that all the shotguns in the house were loaded with that buckshot. That was a fact that had not come out. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree 100%. I think the state's case looks completely differently if we don't have that 844 video, because then his story about his whereabouts is hard to rebut. But to have been there at 844, and we know what takes place afterwards, it appears the shootings were sometime 9:02, 9:03 in that range. The idea that he was there, within a few hundred yards of where these kennels were located, even if you accept that he had gone back to the house, it is impossible to believe that he didn't hear World War III breaking out in the side yard. And then what follows appears to me to be someone who's trying to create their own digital stamp, their own digital timeline with calls and texts that he knows are going to be unreturned because he knows where Maggie and Paul are and he knows what's taken place. So everything after that to me feels very manufactured. And if a jury reaches the same conclusion, he'll be in deep trouble.
And one of the things he just did in the interview is at the very end, he was asking, do you have anything substantial? I actually wrote down and starred that on my notes. He was asking questions of the SLED agents. Now, we do know that except for some minor alleles under one fingernail of Maggie, which is meaningless. And I don't think the prosecution did a good job explaining that, by the way, but that the shotgun shells only had Paul's DNA, the shells, the birdshot, buckshot that were loaded into a shotgun that actually killed him. I think that's also very important. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I got to tell you, I'm disappointed overall with the DNA evidence. For this jury, the evidence is so circumstantial. When you consider this crime scene and when you consider the way this family lived, I mean, of course, there's DNA everywhere. But to announce to the jury we're going to get into some forensic DNA evidence. If I'm in the jury, I'm on the edge of my seat. I'm waiting for the first time to hear that I have something concrete, something scientific, something that's going to link to the crimes. And the entire DNA presentation for me just fell short of that. So I don't know that you don't even do the DNA unless you have it in a format that's going to tie Alex directly to the crimes. Yeah,
or explain to a jury that in shotgun shootings, long arm firings, you don't usually get DNA. It's only in the hand-to-hand shootings or somebody who's standing really close and there could be a possible blowback, but not in a long gun shooting. Okay, talk to me about the GSR and your thoughts of the GSR that was on the inside of that raincoat. There's no wearer DNA. I kept asking, are they doing wearer DNA? Which sounds like the raincoat was pristine, had just been bought. Talk to me about the effect of that. That was found at the parents' house, the mother's house in September, not in June, because it wasn't searched till then. Talk to me about that.
Well, again, I think here the defense did a good job of making the point that GSR is potentially forever. I remember the questions, if it had been 4 years ago, and the evidence had not been disturbed, would the GSR still be there? And the answer from the state's agent was yes. And so here again, it's the kind of evidence that you would like to be able to give to the jury if you can make that direct tie. There wasn't impressive GSR evidence on Alex himself. Given the number of shots that were fired, one would expect that he would have GSR on his own person. So yet another piece of evidence that they introduced that I thought was unimpressive and that I thought failed to make that direct connection.
Well, let me ask you one final question because I know we have to go to break soon. Again, I watched your client, one of the the gentleman, Gloria Satterfield's son, testify. I thought he was tremendous. How are they feeling? How are the sons of Gloria Satterfield feeling about the presentation or this case where it's at?
Well, I appreciate you saying that. These are wonderful, and I think the power of that evidence was just to prove not that Alex is a murderer, but that he's a monster, right? I mean, this Gloria Satterfield is an extension of the family. Whether you think that there was any foul play in her death is not the issue. For her to have fallen down the steps and for him to see this as a profit opportunity to take money from that young man who testified makes him a monster. And if you're capable of doing that, I don't know what else you're capable of doing.
Yeah, that's one of the things I thought, and I thought that will lead into the prosecution theme, that, people can turn into monsters no matter what. We see it every day here in the Law and Crime Network, and that's what I thought the prosecution will take back from that. But again, I know you're staying with us, but I did want to, again, thank you, and also just again repeat to our viewers how great your client was on the stand, because I know it's very hard for everyday people to get on that stand and tell the truth and not be horrified. I would be in terror. All right. Thank you, Mr. Richter. You'll stay with us. We're going to take a quick break here on the Law and Crime Network. We're going to be answering your questions pretty soon with our own Anjanette Levy. So stay with us when that happens.
Crocheting is so easy to teach. I taught my nieces how to crochet. I'm left-handed, so it was trickier for me to learn. My mom tried to teach me right-handed and worked fine until she got to double crochets, and then I kind of didn't compute. And later I kind of taught myself how to do it by looking at mirror images in books, and so when I taught my nieces, I would have them sit opposite me, and they would mirror my movements. So it's very crocheting is pretty fun. And I taught eventually I kind of taught myself to knit. Mom did teach me to knit, and I'm not sure if I knit left-handed or right-handed, to be truthful. You treated yourself to a laptop today. Oh, 30 pounds. You gave him 40 pounds because you delivered it. Well, that was nice of him. It was his dad, so it's good. Sounds good. I need to get a new computer. I had trouble with my old computer, which was giving me a lot of grief, and so because money was a little short at the time, my brother ordered another computer that didn't have much memory but was the same manufacturer, and he took the innards from the old computer and put it into the new one, which solved the problem. So it's handy having a brother who is a tech person for the school district. So, Indiana Shaw. Well, that explains the name. Okay. Yeah, let's see. Maybe during the break, do we want to see this interview that somebody analyzes? Let's see. Let's see. We've got an interview which I haven't seen previously from yeah, it looks like another sled interview, kind of like the one we've already seen, but it's during the daytime and Alex is wearing a different outfit. And so I don't know what's said in that interview. And the, let's see, what does it say? Signs of deception. Alex Murdaugh's behavior ripped apart. So I thought that might be an interesting one to watch. So let's do that, and I'll mute the one from because we've got an hour to go still, and I think this should be interesting. So let's look at this. Okay, let's see. Make sure that I've got everything. Okay. All right, here we go.
And she was a wonderful girl and a wonderful wife. And she was a great mother. She, she didn't work. And she always said it was her job since she was privileged enough not to work. She was going to make sure she took care of me and the boys. And I mean, she did everything.
Body language expert Dr. Lillian Glass breaks down the newly released videos of accused killer Alec Murdaugh. What does his behavior and demeanor tell us? Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. The video and audio evidence in the Alec Murdaugh murder trial has been nothing short of key. We have been trying to analyze these tapes of the defendant in the hope of telling us, does it tell us whether he killed his wife Maggie and son Paul? Remember, their bodies were found on their family property, shot to death back on June 7th, 2021. So what do the videos show? Well, we are no experts. I am no expert, but thankfully, we do know an expert. Body language expert and communications consultant, Dr. Lillian Glass is with us now. Dr. Glass, thank you so much for coming back here on Sidebar.
So glad to be here. Thank you.
What I am going to do is I'm going to go through a series of videos and we're going to have you analyze them. So does that sound good?
Perfect.
Okay. I want to start with something that's very big. So after the killings, Alec Murdaugh sits with investigators in a car. He has his attorney in the back seat. And let's first start with one piece of audio that has become quite controversial.
And you definitely saw a traumatic picture, and I know it's not hard or not easy. I know it's hard. And sitting here talking today is tough.
It's just so bad. They did it so bad.
Okay, Dr. Glass. So here we have the infamous, I did them so bad, they did them so bad. If you ask me, I could hear it either way, but I'm leaning towards they did them so bad. Is that a genuine reaction? What did you make of it?
I didn't think it was a genuine reaction at all. Absolutely not. I didn't think this was a genuine reaction at all. And the reason why is because when a person cries, it escalates. It doesn't go from 0 to 100. And that's what happened here. You also see that he's triggered on the word traumatic. As soon as the word traumatic was said by the investigator, he is automatically starting his crying routine. And then you see his shoulders are heaving. That doesn't happen unless a person can't catch his breath and unless they've been crying for a while. He also turns to the side as not to let himself be seen crying. And he leans over. He positions his body so he's not seen. So this to me smacks of somebody who is not very genuine.
Wow. Okay. And let me ask you, is it I did them so bad or they did them so bad? Excuse me. Is it I did him so bad or they did him so bad?
I think it would be they. You know.
Okay. So you think, in other words, if you believe it's not a genuine reaction, he's covering his tracks by saying they did him so bad.
Absolutely. I mean, you see this throughout, and it's, he's volunteering too many facts, too much information. You just see many signals of deception.
Okay, let's get into that, because then he tells investigators, so this is, the order of it is not entirely correct, but at one point during the interview, he goes through his alibi. Let's take a listen.
What did you do once Maggie and Paul left?
I stayed in the house.
Okay.
And I was watching TV, looking at my phone, and I actually fell asleep on the couch.
Okay. And what time did you?
I don't know
wake up?
exactly what time I woke up, but when y'all get my phone, I think one of the first things I did when I got up was call Maggie because I was going to my mom's. And I know I texted her because I checked my phone. And what time did we say the text was, Jim? It's like 9:06.
I didn't see it. Yeah, I got it written down from the other
I
night.
showed you the other night, didn't I?
Yes, sir. I got this.
So, I texted her. So I called her just before that.
Mod Pizza now has wings. Wings so saucy they bling.
And I mean, she didn't answer at that point. And I left to go to my mom's.
Okay.
Checked on my mom, talked with Shelly for a few minutes.
Shelly is
the caregiver.
Okay.
And I know that I called some people on the way there. I know I returned a call from my brother John. I went back home. I got to the house. I went inside. Nobody was there. I got in the car. I went back to the kennels, and
And when you went back to the kennels, besides Maggie and Paul, did you see anybody, any cars?
I didn't see anything right then, no, sir.
Take your time.
I saw Maggie and I saw Paul laying down. I knew, I didn't know, I knew it was bad. I went over there and, I saw it.
Yeah.
Remember, that's his alibi. His alibi is that he didn't go down to the kennels. He goes to visit, he takes a nap, he leaves that place, he goes to visit his mom, comes back, can't find him, goes down to the kennels, discovers their body, and calls at 10:06, 911, 10:06. What'd you think?
Right. Well, in this situation, he reveals himself. He leaks. He says, I called Maggie. I think I called Maggie. No, I know I texted her. And again, you would know if you called somebody or not. So this was quite revealing to me. He also gets very aggressive. He says, didn't I tell you that? Didn't I give you that information? Don't you have it on my timeline? Don't you have it? So he gives a timeline situation that, he's trying to cover himself. And he's very mechanical. You also see some hand movements that are quite revealing, where he's, trying to stress like that this death didn't happen. But they're not the hand movements that somebody would use when they are being genuine or being forthright. So this concerned me.
The only response I'd have to that, if someone's in a traumatic situation, aren't they still feeling that, even if it's the night of, a few days later, can that not affect how a person behaves?
It can, but in his case, it's inconsistent. Usually what you said was very good, very true, but it has to be consistent, and it's not consistent with Alex at all.
Okay, well, let's get into that, because now I want to show you the body cam footage from the night of the killings. This is when officers respond, and I'm referring to Daniel Green, one of the officers. We're going to look at his body cam and react to it together.
Sir, I want to let you know, because of the scene, I did go get a gun and bring it down here.
It's in your vehicle? Do you have any guns on you at all?
No, sir. It's leaning up against the side of my car.
Okay. You're fine, man. You're fine. Turn around for me.
I don't have any.
Okay. Yes, sir. I see that. Okay. This is your wife and son?
I'm fine.
Okay.
It's bad. It's bad. Check the pulses.
Yes, sir. This is the firearm you brought from inside the house?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I went and this is a long story. My son was in a boat wreck months back. He's been getting threats. Most of it's been benign stuff we didn't take serious.
Okay.
He's been getting punched. I know that's somebody. I know that's what it is.
So that's his first reaction. He starts talking about he assumed or he suggests what might have happened here. He
Yes.
informs the officer he has a weapon. What did you make of that?
Well, he's very confident in when he's speaking. So that's one of the things. And his body language is expansive and confident. And when something traumatic happens, people kind of shrink in. Their shoulders go down. They don't have that outward body movement where you see their chest and they explain everything. So he's trying to be in control. And also to say what happened, he would be more tentative because that's what I think happened. He's pretty sure of himself and his tone and how he delivers it. Most people would say, I don't know what happened. One of the things that may have happened was blah, blah, blah. But he doesn't do that. He's very sure of himself. He's very confident, and he's setting up an alibi here.
Let's watch a little bit more of the body cam, a little bit more of an emotional moment.
You check them.
We got medical guys that's what they're gonna do. Okay.
What are they doing? Can they hurry?
They are. Yes, sir. That gentleman that was out here already, he's one of the battalion chiefs. Okay.
Somebody going to check them?
Yes, sir. They've already checked them.
They did check them?
Yes, sir.
This is official that they're dead?
Yes, sir. That's what it looks like.
So I found that really interesting because it's almost as if he's not sure if they are alive or not and wants, emergency services to come immediately to check on them. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, yeah, that's, again, but you don't, it doesn't ring true. It doesn't feel genuine. And you also notice that he turns his body away from the camera. I mean, this is a savvy attorney. He knows about cameras and what's going on.
So you think he was purposely shifting himself based on the body cam?
Yes, I do. Because he turns away whenever there's emotion, supposedly. Like when he's crying, it escalates. It doesn't go to from 1 to 2 to 3, and you see it progression. It immediately goes from 1 to 100, and so he's bending over. He's doing all of these things to indicate he's distraught, and leaning over. So I do think he's very manipulative, very controlling, and it really showed.
Before we get into the last two pieces of video, I'm sure you've seen Alec Murdaugh in court.
Yes.
During certain parts of testimony, particularly, when they were talking about the graphic killings of his son and wife and the autopsy findings, he gets very emotional. He appears to get very emotional. I'm assuming you don't think that's genuine either.
There's no tears. We don't see tears.
I saw a tear one day. I actually saw, and I hate to get graphics, stuff coming out of his, nose.
That's interesting because I guess the videos that I have seen, I didn't see any tears. But again, it is emotional. He's lost his family to maybe his hand. And he got caught and he realizes that this is pretty serious. It's the reality that he's sitting in a courtroom, but he also is a very savvy attorney and he knows what to do. So, you have to put that into the equation. Very savvy.
While I have you here, Dr. Glass, I have to ask you about two critical pieces of tape. So the first one.
Research shows nostalgia can help you remember ads. So customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
They do the incredible. Help save lives. So can you. Your CSL plasma donation can help create 24 life-saving medicines. Be rewarded for your generosity. Help save so many lives. Donate at CSL Plasma today.
Is the Snapchat video that was taken off of Paul's phone, what is about an hour before prosecutors say the killings happened.
Better than it was,
And then there is a birthday video from about a week before the killings, Alec Murdaugh's birthday, where he's surrounded by family and friends.
Birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Thank you.
The question that everybody has, how does he look so happy and he's with his family and having a nice light moment, and then he's about to brutally murder them? Explain it to me.
Well, sociopathy works that way. And, he obviously didn't have any emotion on it. When you really see when the tree is cut down you see something kind of interesting. You see him first go, oh no, or fall down, I should say. You see him like putting his hand to his head, and then he tries to save the tree. He's trying to pick up the tree, and then he realizes that that's hopeless, and he's shaking his head. So it shows the element of control, that he needs to control things, and so that's very, very relevant. Also, I wanted to add that I watched the entire interview with the police officers in the car, and he doesn't really like Paul, from what I gather. He says negative things about him, that he leaves things around, and he's really angry when he says that, very disturbed. So this is like, oh no, Paul doing something else, or this is some, look at this,
But did he not look genuinely happy, at least in the birthday video, or at least with his son?
In the birthday, yes. I was talking about the chopping down, or the.
So you don't think he looks happy in that video either?
No, I don't think he looked.
What
happy
about the
at all.
birthday?
But in the birthday one, he was very happy. He was, thank you so much. He even moved things out of the way to put the cake there. So he was involved. He was receptive to when he was hugged. He even says, hey, babe. He calls her, thank you, babe. And it was like nothing happened. He was very, very happy. He was extremely happy, as a matter of fact.
So if that's a genuine expression of happiness, it's still so strange to think that he would a week later kill his family. But hey, I've seen cases before where these kinds of killings happen, these crimes happen, and you would never expect it. So listen, Dr. Glass, I know this is your perspective. I know this is your take on it. Not sure if we're right or wrong. We'll see which way the jury ultimately goes, but I think it was a really interesting conversation. Thanks for taking the time.
Thank you so much for having me.
And that's all we have for you here on Sidebar, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. Please subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. I'll speak to you next time.
Okay, looks like that video is done, so let's stop that. Let's see. Okay. Do we want a car chase? There was a rather interesting car chase in Compton, California, not far from where my grandmother's place was back in the day. And let's see. Part here still for the day, Glory, and baby here. Oh, grandbaby. Yay. Great grandbaby. So, welcome back, Jean. We had a fun car chase yesterday or last night. Let's see, they hung up some sort of stupid floating shells, smashed them all on camera while showing their work. Oh my goodness. I think that if somebody is like that who had a collection of teapots or something, I would go out and get some dummy teapots that look kind of similar but were junk and break them accidentally to freak her out, and then she finds out that it's not. My stringers asked for donations for the houseless and got 10 boxes full today. Oh, yeah. I had 2 hamsters who live in a China teapot. Oh, in their cottage. Oh, that sounds fun. Okay, let's pull up this thing. Let me get it back just a little bit. Oh, there goes the clock again. Okay, let's get this in theater mode, and oops. This is not... Okay, now we need to set it up to share the screen. So Okay, here we go.
He will have a decision to make there. I guess he could go through, but
this car chase went on for 2 hours last night. And this is getting towards the end of it. He's just been circling Compton for a couple of hours. He's got his headlights on. They've spiked the wheels, so he's not going very fast. And this was on Ickadmel, and this vehicle here tries to stop the stolen car, and he sent in a super chat to Ickadmel and said he was the one in the car that did that, trying to stop him.
Why that person
So
is doing that? No, no idea. But you saw that one unit. I think it was lead unit shot that spot right into that vehicle driver's side window. Like, what are you doing?
He
Don't
still
do
has a
that.
teapot collection
Some more
too.
sparks flying now. Some more smoke coming from the rear of the vehicle. Again, those right tires completely gone. Nothing but rim on the right side of the vehicle. Hazard lights on, headlights on, and the left side appears. Look at that. There's the drink. There's the drink. It looks like maybe a water bottle that he threw out the window. More smoke
3
as he
weeks later,
picks up
we
a little
had
bit of
Monday,
speed here.
Tuesday, Wednesday,
Upwards of
Thursday,
30
Friday,
miles
Saturday,
per
and
hour
2
again on
Sundays.
Santa Fe as he made his way through Rosecrans, coming up on Plum. 25 miles
Oh
per hour.
my.
Again, he is going south on Santa Fe.
Yeah, hamsters have a way of doing that.
If you shop with the Walmart app, you know everything you
Let's
need.
see, we got a
It's right
commercial
at your
break.
fingertips.
It's not going to
You
let
can
me
spend a
skip
little
over
less
it.
to get a little more, to make life a little better.
Boulevard, a right turn,
Okay.
westbound Compton Boulevard to complete the circle, and around we go as he
You can see
continues
some smoke
through
coming
the
from the
bottom of
back
the 10
end
o'clock
here.
hour, a pursuit going on hour, well, at least 2 hours by my count. Now pushing about 35 miles per hour on Compton Boulevard with a little bit of life
Yes,
left in the
Ickadmel
vehicle.
loves car
He has finished
chases.
his drink, both hands on the wheel, and he is going for it as far as this Kia will take him.
After seeing this, I'm thinking, hey, maybe I'll keep my 24-year-old Kia. So, it's just wonder why, is this guy doing drugs in his, while he's driving around, or drinking, or what is he doing? Because he's obviously not trying to get away. That's you lived in Redondo. My grandmother was in Gardena. She had a house with 2 apartments behind.
Suspect continuing westbound on Compton Boulevard at a snail's pace. Again, only about 25 miles per hour with CHP right behind him, forming a traffic break. So nobody can really come up behind them here to interfere. So they are ready if he does come to a stop. Not seeing many units left in front of him or at any of these intersections, quite frankly, awaiting him.
It was very strange. He kept circling, and people were coming out to the sidewalk and waving, and one gal goes out and kind of gives him a high five.
You see the night sun
It was just really
in the
wild.
shot there. He is crawling
Okay,
along. Here
here,
comes
looks
an
like we've got,
SUV, an interceptor along his left
we're going to do
rear.
the pit maneuver here.
Somebody's
Here's
given the
number
go-ahead
1.
for the pit. Here comes the pit, spinning him out of control, doing a 180. He is pushing the pedal to the metal. Another collision with another
And
officer.
he's escaped.
CHP making contact there. He's coming around that light pole. A failed pit after he spun around, did a full 180. Another collision with CHP. He's going to
He drives
thread
right
the
through
needle
those guys.
right through those officers in the back there, and away he goes. Another pit attempt there to no. Oh man, this is really frustrating for these CHP officers. This could not be more frustrating, quite frankly. After all of that, they saw a clean opportunity for a pit maneuver. Watch commander gives the go-ahead. It looked like a good one, and then he pushes the pedal to the metal, floors it, not really fast, but certainly made contact
Oh,
with the
is
front end of that one
Gardena
CHP
Asian?
unit.
Well, we
Drove around
moved
that
my
pole
grandmother
and is now
from
going
Gardena
eastbound.
back
He's now
in
eastbound on Compton Boulevard. If they
May
see
of
another opportunity, I
95.
imagine they're going to try it
And then
again.
she died, or no, let's see. Is it May
He's
of
coming back for more.
94?
Here comes a different unit coming back
94.
for another pit attempt if he sees an opportunity. Speed's just under the threshold as
Because
he
both
comes
of
up
her
on
daughters
the
lived here
double yellow lines
in Salt
over
Lake
the
County,
paint
so
through another
it
red
didn't make
light,
much sense for her
and
to
we'll
live in
see
Los
if they
Angeles
try to make contact once
after
again.
her friend died. And she didn't have
Here
the
it comes. Here it
companionship.
comes.
Oh, here
Left
comes
rear.
another
Here
one.
comes the interceptor.
Pit
CHP
number 2.
making
There we
contact
go.
full speed.
And he does a
Pit maneuver,
360.
spinning him. Did a 360.
And now he's off again,
Enough to disable the vehicle.
riding
He
on those rims.
continues to go. He's rolling along here, trying to gas the pedal there, but he's not going anywhere fast. But he is certainly.
Well, that's okay. It's lunch break, so.
Northbound on Alameda Street. Northbound Alameda.
Oh,
Sparks flying.
there was some sparks.
Right rim after 2 great pits. Here comes a third
Oh,
pit attempt.
here's pit number 3.
This one's going to do it.
Another 360. And he's off again. More sparks.
This Kia is refusing to give up on this guy. 3 pit maneuvers in a row. The last 2.
Yes, there's something about things happening in real time. Okay, here's pit number 4. The bumper came off the back.
There's the rear bumper, and now they're going to try and box him in. A possible opportunity to box him in, but no, he's still able to run. Gassing it again. He's doing about 5 miles per hour with whatever is left in this car. 5, maybe 10 miles per hour, coming to a slow crawl, and that is probably it. But man, this Kia is relentless. Here comes another possible pit. That would be attempt number 6 in this pursuit. And let's see. He's going to need to pick up a little bit more speed for an effective pit, but he might have the opportunity here. If he goes much above 10 or 15 miles per hour, I would expect to see that interceptor pull right up behind that left rear corner once again.
Well, he is creepy. Oops. Oh, got time for a commercial break.
The moment you remember everything you forgot.
Okay. He is just barely. Okay, here we go.
It comes. Ooh.
There's the last pit.
Slow speed pit under the overpass. That is Alameda. Alameda and Rosecrans. Here he is. Officers with their guns drawn. The vehicle.
They've got one on the bridge.
Stop, face to face, hands up in the air. He's putting up a fight. He is not cooperating. They're dragging him out. That's it. He is done. Tackling him to the ground after he ended up face to face with those officers. Must have been one more pit maneuver down there, and now he is being pulled out of the vehicle, placed under arrest. Oh boy. Well, that couldn't end much better or much safer, because the potential for collateral damage over the course of the last couple of hours was high, to say the least.
I gotta say that the last
behind the wheel
10 minutes of that car chase was really fun.
Maneuvers to bring this suspect into custody.
And they're trying to. I think they're trying to get him over the front of the car while they pat him down. So I don't know. There was something going on last night when I was. Oh no, it was this morning. I ran over to the 7-Eleven to get
Code 4 given.
some Diet Mountain Dew.
And
there was something happening in the block.
One driver in custody, about to be hauled off to Men's Central Jail after a wild and dangerous pursuit here in Compton.
I feel sorry for the guy with the stolen car. I hope that he had insurance that covers
on ABC7.com and
covers it.
News.
So
coming up in just 8 minutes, reporting live from Air 7 HD. I'm Chris Christie, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
Okay. Let's see. What else do I have lined up? Oh, it looks like that is the last of the clips that I actually have. We've still got about a half an hour to go. Let's see, do we have... Murdaugh lawyers made a huge mistake. Let's take a look at that.
On our way to a football game, and we received a phone call from a friend of ours saying how sorry they...
This issue that has not been ruled on.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room. Please do not discuss the case.
Uh-oh. All right. Jury's got to leave. We got to figure out if she's going to be allowed to say this. Please let her say this. I want to hear what she says about this. So 2 months after the murders happened, he stages like a fake assassination attempt. So he had his cousin, drug dealer, mechanic guy, try to assassinate him on the side of the road where he got shot in the head, but it was like a superficial wound, so nothing really happened to him. And initially he was like, oh yeah, it was a car that came by, made a U-turn and shot at me. And then later on he confessed saying that he knew the person and that he set it up.
Oh, a bit easy to reach lighter. Helps to keep my fingers away from the flame. It's my favorite herb scent.
Because he wanted his son Buster to collect insurance money.
She was about to testify that she had heard about the roadside
shooting. Oh, we see a pattern here?
The state has not gone into the roadside shooting yet. Your Honor's not ruled on whether that's admissible or not. We object to under 403 as to being admissible. And the substantively, that is the objection, evidence of the roadside shooting. It just opens up a whole new avenue of issues. Secondly, what she knows thus far would be hearsay, which is a technical objection, but certainly we object to any evidence of the roadside shooting.
Your Honor, at this point, of course, this is responsive to a question that was raised on cross-examination by Mr. Griffin, in which he testified something happened in September. So for that reason, just to begin with, I believe that door is open to her to explain what it was that changed at that period in time, which was the nature of my question to her. Additionally, I think if we look beyond that, there is a connection if we want to talk and have in-camera hearing about her answer and about 403 and 404. There is a logical connection between what happened in the roadside shooting and what happened on June 7th, 2021. And that connection is, of course, that the evidence will show that as the temperature increases, as there's a confrontation for Alec Murdaugh, then things like this happen. And that's what happened on September. But as it relates to this specific witness, this was an answer that came up during the defense cross. And it's fair to explore with this witness now what changed in September, which she's already testified to from a defense question.
And what was the question that prompted the response that you now indicate opens the door for this? Yes.
So in that particular question and in her response, he asked her, and he had been, of course, engaging in great detail about the family relationship and that sort of thing, and put up a picture and all the rest of it, and asked her about her assessment at that particular time, and she went in and started to explain that, and he was specifically asking about Alec being concerned about clearing Paul's name in the boat case, and then she explained further that, and he asked her if that was any big deal. And then she went on to explain her answer. And that's when she talked about how everything changed in September. And that was what I was exploring, what happened in September, which has been testimony before this jury. And I think now fair game for them to understand what happened in September.
All right, yes, sir.
Your Honor, that was not the question.
What was the question? That was my question to Mr. Waters, and he's explained a whole lot. I don't know if he responded to my question. Maybe you will. What was the question that you posed that generated the response about her concern and her concerns changing?
The question that I asked related to her, I said, you testified previously that you didn't believe Alec was concerned about finding out who did this, or more concerned about clearing Paul's name. And then she says, well, it seemed odd he wasn't concerned about finding out who did this. And I said, why do you think he was not concerned? And then she goes into testifying, well, initially we thought it was the boating accident. And then after September, we thought perhaps it's something completely different. And I mean, I was exploring her testimony on direct, and she offered up the issue of the roadside shooting. So
oh man,
I didn't ask anything about the roadside shooting, Your Honor. I was asking her why she thought Alec was not trying to, what was the basis of her belief that Alec wasn't trying to find out who did this?
All right, Mr. Waters.
And I apologize if I wasn't more clear. I don't remember the specific question, but what I do.
Court reporters.
Yeah, I was gonna say, have the court reporter read it back.
We'll have
Oh,
Ms. Harris, if you'll go back a bit to.
they are hoping
Mr.,
it doesn't come in.
Griffin and his questioning.
It's gonna be
of
real
Ms.
bad if the jury
Proctor.
hears about this. I honestly don't remember. I like slightly vaguely remember, but it wasn't like, it's not clear and defined for me whether or not he really asked about, the changing moment in September, whatever.
And solely consumed about the, I don't know how far that was, Maggie being consumed about the boating accident. And
Hi, Cecilia. How are you doing today?
if it's not too far back from there on up to work.
I mean, two of the jurors had COVID and they couldn't come in. Maybe some sickness is spreading. Or they're just thirsty. Maybe it's really dry in there, really cold,
And if you need a break, we can take one for you to locate it.
Yeah, what is she doing with the steno mask? Is that what it's called?
I'm looking for the question.
Right.
Take a break?
You're not critical about Alex wanting to clear Paul's name.
You need to be loud enough for me to hear you at least. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Oh, God, the lawyers are standing out there like, come on! They are nervous.
You're not critical about Alex wanting to clear Paul's name. After he was murdered, are you? I am not critical about that at all. I think that was his way of honoring Paul after he was gone. I just thought his priority should have been focusing on finding out who killed Maggie and Paul. And how do you know that wasn't a priority? We never talked about it. We never talked about finding the person who could have done it. It was just odd. And we were sort of living in fear because we thought this horrible person was out there and we didn't. We were mostly afraid for Alex and Buster. We didn't know the motive behind the killings. We thought it was probably had something to do with the boat case, right? And we thought that up until September. All right.
Wait, but she asked that.
And
she
then
said
things
that.
started to change a little bit.
Oh no, I think it's gonna be
We
in.
were aware that Alex started carrying a gun.
Oh, I don't know. Were you aware that Alex started carrying a gun? So it could be like, oh, in September it was when he started carrying a gun, or in September it was because of the roadside thing.
All right, Mr. Waters.
Your Honor, again, these were in direct responses to his question as he was exploring her statement about his concern on the boat case. And in fact, the reference to September was actually in response to a follow-up question that the defense continued down that line of questioning. That answer has now come out, and I think that that the witness again is entitled and is fair game at this point. Before
Testify to what changed in September.
what she meant by that, yes, sir. What she meant by that.
And what changed in September?
Do you want me to talk to them?
Yes.
So we received a phone call from a friend of ours who said he was so sorry to hear about my brother-in-law. And the call came into my husband, Bart, and Bart said, "What are you talking about? We don't know anything." And he said, "Well, your brother-in-law's been shot."
Gee.
And we literally stopped the car, pulled over on the side of the road,
Alex,
and it was just the worst feeling in the world because I thought whoever had killed Maggie and Paul had now shot Alec, and I was horrified that Buster was next.
Oh, man, I feel so bad for Marion.
So we made a phone call to Buster, and Buster said his dad had been shot, but that he was okay. He was on his way or in the hospital at that time. I can't remember. And then at some point, and I'm not sure, I think I was in shock. At some point, we spoke with Jim Griffin that day, and he told us that, yes, Alec had been shot, that he had been fired from the law firm because he had been caught stealing money.
I made a poll, guys. What do you guys think?
All right, thank you.
I can't vote my own poll, but I say
Yes, sir.
yes. But
Again, that's her explanation, and I believe that's fair game in this particular instance to this particular witness's testimony that had come out on cross-examination. And I probably would have.
And I did not open the door. I said,
You're probing her
Of course he's going to say he didn't open the door.
Doesn't Alex?
Do you think he's going to admit
You're
being
aware that he
incompetent?
started carrying a gun. Well, he always carries gun in his car. No, but then he started carrying it in his pockets. So you're having her, cross-examining her to suggest that Alex was living in fear, as evidenced by the
No,
fact
that's
that
fine.
he
It's lunch hour, so
continued or started carrying a gun, not in his vehicle, but on
I
his
listen
person.
a lot while I do other things.
And she, in her response, says, "Well, I never didn't appear to me that he was living in fear. I didn't know anything about that and responding to you until in September when this occurred for whatever reason." Now, with the truth of what occurred, she's not testifying as an investigator. She said she heard he'd been shot. And that gave her, changed her reason for concern in some way, whatever that might be, I don't know.
Jim.
Still have a reason for concern? Are you
Jim.
about Alex's safety, or was it changed? Was it altered?
Alec is whispering to him.
That day, and for some time after that, we were very concerned for the family. We felt like someone was after them, but then we started finding out about other things that had been going on in Alec's life. And
in part based on your conversation with Mr. Griffin?
This is everything that has come out since then.
Did you say that you had a conversation with Mr. Griffin?
That day that we found out that Alec had been shot, we did have a conversation with Mr. Griffin, and he's
Mr.
the
Griffin
one.
told you that he'd been fired and that he'd been caught stealing money.
Correct.
That's just hearsay.
Well,
Absolutely hearsay.
What kind of quandary does that put you in? You're going to be a witness as well?
Well, that's a hearsay statement, Your Honor. Without a doubt, it's classic hearsay.
It's the basis for her fear or not having fear, which is something you or fear or believing that Alex was in fear. That's something that you were probing.
Okay. Yes, Alan has just come back to cuddle up. And so that's for a few of you that I've not had before on some of my earlier broadcasts. I'll tell you a little about myself. I live in Salt Lake City and got a degree as a paralegal back in mid 90s. And back in 1988, before that, I was living in my first apartment, and it was in the basement of an old bungalow, and it had some problems. That the furnace smelled kind of funny, and so I reported it to the landlord, and he said, "Oh, the gas company's been out 3 times and checked it, and there's no problem with it." Yeah, gave it a clean bill of health. My kitties are both girls, Eowyn and Galadriel. They are both princesses. So, oh, I've got another person wanting to buy my home. That's the second call or second text today trying to buy my home. I think that the real estate market is turning around again. So anyway, back to my story. I was living in the apartment in the basement, and he said, "Clean bill of health." And so I went, okay, I guess it's just a little bit of dust and so forth, and it just kind of smells bad. And so, kept thinking there's nothing to it. And so everything went, fine until, well, I think around May, and then it got warm and I didn't need the furnace anymore. Did I list my house? No. I have 1 male and 2 female. Well, it's kind of nice to have a mix. I don't go for males because they tend to spray. So anyways, over the summer, I started feeling a little bit better. And then in September, things started getting cool. So I started using the furnace again. And it was in the living room. It was a wall furnace, and I'd turn it on when I'd be watching television. And sometimes I would fall asleep on the television watching TV. And along about Thanksgiving, my dad said, "Don't use that furnace anymore till your landlord sees to it." And he came down and he kind of fiddled with things a bit and said it was good. And so I started using it again, and I went to the doctor. I was feeling sick. I was having migraines, and oh, here goes the clock. Whoa, 12-year-old kitty. Wow. So I went in for tests because I was having symptoms and they didn't really match anything, and things got kind of confused because I ate some beets, and the natural dye in beets can cause urine to turn scarlet, and so it turns out it had nothing to do with that, and so they were doing all these tests trying to figure out what was wrong, and then I got my Christmas tree, and the top half of the Christmas tree turned completely brown, and the ceiling got covered with soot, and I was going, oh, I can't remember. I think I told the landlord about it, and maybe he looked at it again. And then one night, it was December 21st, I went to a concert with my family. My little sister was playing in the orchestra at the school for Christmas, and I came home and I started watching Days of Our Lives on video, and I was laying on the couch while watching, and I fell asleep, and the next thing I know is I fall off the couch, which wakes me up, and I go, oh, I guess I better go to bed and do it properly and do it in my bed instead of here in the living room. And so I went to get up, and then I realized I'm in convulsions, and that's why I fell off the couch, and I'm no longer in control of my body. And so I called my parents, and they came and got me and took me to the emergency room 1 block away. And they eventually came in with the test results and found that I had 39% carbon monoxide in the blood. And it caused some neurological issues, involuntary movement disorders, which is why I like to do crochet so much and cross stitch and so forth, because it gives my hands something to do. And so that kind of short circuits the involuntary movement disorder. So all through paralegal school, I would sit there with my crochet motifs from the bedspread and work on those, because it was so repetitive that I didn't need to think about it or refer to anything or look at it, really. And then I would put it down, make a note, and then I'd pick up the crochet again. So I worked on crochet throughout paralegal school. And then, let's see, it was around that time that I get a call from the hyperbara medicine department at the hospital saying, we now think carbon monoxide is more serious than previously thought. And so we wondered if you were having any long-term symptoms. And I went, well, yeah, I've been saying that for years. And yeah, this was before they had carbon monoxide detectors back in 1988. So, and it was, I remember being in the hyperbaric chamber, and they had the television on, and I was watching the crash, footage of the crash in Lockerbie, Scotland. So I had a rather unique perspective on the breaking news in Scotland on that case. But they sent me off to do some tests for a study up at the University of Utah, and found that I had some significant neurological issues. And so at that point, I decided that I needed to sue the landlord, because I'd been working my way down the career ladder instead of up it. And so I sued, and so went to paralegal school at that point, because I didn't want to be anybody's victim any longer, and I wanted to be able to help people. And so that's kind of how I came to be where I'm at now, because I have an interest in the law and seeing the victims. Yes, I was lucky. There was actually an international carbon monoxide poisoning expert who is using my case history as a teaching model, with names changed to protect the guilty, because of it being unique. The doctor at the emergency room at the time said that it was a miracle that A, I woke up, and B, had the presence of mind to summon help, because, I'm a young woman living alone, and most people, they don't wake up or they can't get help. So, yes. A paralegal is kind of an assistant to a lawyer, and they're starting to be able to take over some of the functions on some levels in place of an attorney. So paralegals do all the work and lawyers get all the money. Yeah, that's pretty much the size of it. There are some things like administrative hearings where there isn't enough money in it for the lawyer, and so they allow paralegals to represent clients in like Social Security disability hearings and a few other things. And the state of Utah now has a special category of paralegal that you need to go get some special training, and I think there's only 2 of them in the state right now. They can go and do eviction cases, and so yes, like nurses to doctors. It's a good comparison. And so paralegals do a lot of the work, and lawyers get all the glory and the money. But it's fascinating. So let's see, what is the court doing now, or the court channel? Let's see. Let's share this tab. Oh, we've got more family texts going on. Okay, let's turn it up and see what they're saying.
Would clear up whether Alec was there or some unknown. Linda, I'm wondering what your thoughts are on that. I don't even know if that would be necessary.
Well, if you have people identify the voice, you don't really need to do that. And they did have, I was told, 7 people total by now. However, that does not mean that the defense is not going to try to do that. We don't know. I looked at their witness list, and they have a lot of experts on that witness list. So maybe they're going to say that you can't identify a voice, and that maybe they did a quote, a match, quote, scientific, I'm going to put that in quote, match, and they say the person cannot say it's Alex's. I don't know. I'll wait for the defense to see.
All righty. At Bailey Barfield, sorry about that, Jennifer, from Twitter asks, why did Alec go to the house to get a gun when he kept one in his truck? That's a really good question. We had heard some discussion about him possibly keeping a pistol in his vehicle, but why go to the house then to get a shotgun?
Because he wanted to change.
It really makes sense. And I describe it like this. He gives all these statements that I believe are just not true. And his whole accounting of everything, really, that he's taking a nap, that he's at supper. In other words, he's dealing with untruths. And the fact he says he went to the house to get a shotgun and came back, I guess, to protect himself from the person who did this, is that even true? It's really a mess, the lies that he's woven, and now he's caught up in different people trying to figure out what was really the truth from his statement, and that's not going to be possible.
Mm-hmm. Our next question is from Twitter. Stolen Mangoes. It asks, do the defense and prosecution know what the experts are going to say, Ronnie, or is it as much a surprise to them as it is to us?
Well, you know what's on the witness list, and you can kind of forecast from there. I think it's pretty predictable from some of the questions where we're going to see some expert testimony. I fully expect to hear from a ballistics expert on behalf of the defense, and I don't know what that testimony is going to be, but if I were going to call a ballistics expert, he would say the AR-300 is one of the most common guns sold in America. That the markings that are made on the shell casings It's not like a fingerprint that it's consistent with the markings that would be made by a weapon of this nature. So you can't say that it came from one of the Murdaugh's weapons just because other shell casings on the property demonstrate similar markings. I mean, that they've already announced they've got a footwear expert who's coming. So I think, the prosecution, knowing the case they put on, knowing who's on the witness list, can reasonably forecast what's coming.
Definitely. And there's discovery. So a lot of times these reports obviously have to be sent back and forth, or at least turned over from one side to the other. Jackie Lowe from YouTube asks, call logs show someone attempted to unlock Maggie's phone with Face and failed, and then a few minutes later unlocked the phone. He deleted 3 calls he made to her. Why? I don't know if they actually attempted to unlock the phone with the Face ID. It just says the camera was activated. But why do you think maybe deleting these calls, Jennifer? Why would that have been done? Because you can delete them from your call log. They're not going to disappear from your phone records.
Yeah, it's very interesting, I think, that Alec Murdaugh seemed to not understand what truly could be gained from the digital evidence from all of these phones. It seems as if he really underestimated that it would put him in a particular place, or at least the phone, his movement of the phone or movement of the phone. I think he just underestimated and didn't really understand digital forensics of phones.
Our next question comes from Cheryl Loicono from Facebook. Linda, would Paul's death negate the suits against him from the boat crash? As in, if he's dead, the suits are null? We know, obviously, that if Paul is dead, that the criminal charges, the criminal case is gone. But really, I mean, does it really damage or get rid of or eliminate the civil suit?
Well, Ronnie can talk more about the law in that state. Where I practice, the civil suit then gets converted to the estate suit, right? But you can't seek punitive damages against an estate where you can in a civil suit when somebody is alive, usually. So it would negate a large part of punitive damages against Paul, if that's it. And also, remember, the estate then is in a bad position because they can't be called. I mean, there's no discovery that's going to go forward, right? To even defend him.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Ronnie can talk more about the law in South Carolina, but from where I'm from, that's usually the case.
But Ronnie, Alec was the one being sued at that point. Paul wasn't. So there was just a threat to possibly sue Paul and Maggie.
Yeah, and Linda's correct. I mean, the suit would continue against Paul's estate, but nothing about Paul's death would end the suit against Alec. And the primary thrust of that lawsuit was the negligent entrustment of that boat to Paul when they knew that he had a propensity to, drink alcohol. And the lawsuits suggest that his parents almost sanctioned his behavior, that on other prior occasions he had become intoxicated while driving vehicles, while doing other activities, and that they should have restricted that boat away from him. So it was mostly a negligent entrustment case as against Alex. Nothing about Paul's death would have stopped that lawsuit.
And we should mention too that Buster was actually being sued as part of that because his fake ID, or his ID rather, was used by Paul to purchase alcohol that night. So Buster was part of that. And there was some sort of settlement worked out in part of this just recently. Let's get to a couple more of our questions. Eileen S. from YouTube asks, isn't it absurd to think that people came to kill someone, but they brought no guns of their own? Jennifer Koffendorfer, your opinion on that? Certainly the defense suggestion in this case has been that somebody could have had Paul's .300 blackout rifle since, one of them was stolen years prior.
Right. The caller makes such a great point. No, people come with their own weapons to commit crimes. They can't count on weaponry being there for the crime they choose to commit. So it makes no common sense at all. There's no common sense in the idea that a murderer would come there and use ammunition and weaponry that was already at the scene.
Good point. Ryan Garrett from YouTube asked, yesterday it seemed like we were leaning toward a not guilty or hung jury. Does it seem like this video testimony has swung the jury more in the favor of the prosecution? Linda, I know you probably have some thoughts on this because you've been watching this closely and, you've represented a lot of high profile defendants.
I think that the prosecution's case turned for their benefit with Marion Proctor on the stand yesterday. But I also think that they had established with that 844 video off the bat that that's a problem. The missing shirt of Alex is a problem. The missing shoes of Alex are a problem. So I think there are a number of things that are problems for the defense in this case. And I'll repeat as I tell trial teams I work with, cases come down to one or two things. The jury, especially if they're not taking notes, is going to look at the whole picture. Has the prosecution proven beyond a reasonable doubt? Well, that video and his statements that he lied and the fact that evidence is missing could meet that burden.
All righty. And there have been a lot of questions about whether or not Alec Murdaugh, this could force him to take the stand. So let's go around the boxes really quickly and see what everybody thinks. Jennifer, do you think that this third police interview, this third SLED interview, is something that maybe forces Alec Murdaugh to say, you know what, I need to get up there and talk about what I was feeling and what I was doing?
Well, it would be a colossal error if he gets on the stand. He's already made 3 errors in the interviews he gave. And in my opinion, if he gets up on the stand, it will be a godsend to the prosecution, and it will deep fix any hopes the defense has.
Ronnie?
It would be lunacy to put that man on the stand. But what we do know about him, because the financial crimes are in, it's not just that he stole money, but that he stole by deceit. His entire life is a lie, right? So we know him to be a cunning liar. What is that cross going to sound like? I mean, yes, I stole money from my clients, my best friends, my law partners, my family, and I did it by deceit. But believe me, I'm telling you the truth now when I tell you where I was at the time Maggie and Paul were killed. It's crazy.
And Linda, I think I already know what you're thinking, but does this in some fashion force Alec Murdaugh to have to take the stand?
I think I said if he were going to be my client, I would already turn in my law license. And if he decided to get on the stand because he wanted to, I would have the lasso ready and the I quit sign, unless, of course, they're going to say he was trying to clean up a murder-suicide to save the legacy of his family. In that case, maybe you put him on, maybe he wants to go on, but otherwise, Dick Harpootlian is going to practice law for a long time longer, and he's not going to make that mistake, I don't think.
Okay. Well, I kind of already knew the answer to that question, but I thought we should ask it again. I knew what you were going to say, but I loved your answer. And there's been some reporting out there that allegedly the defense team is saying he's going to get up there, but I tried to confirm that, and they weren't going there with me. Everybody, thanks so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. Court should be resuming here very soon. I'll be signing off now, and after the break, Linda Kenny Bodden will be taking back over. So thanks for being with us, and we will be right back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime.
Okay, we have another commercial break, and then we're going to be back in court. So, I'll tell you one more story about what prompted me to get the degree as a paralegal. Back when I was a senior in high school, we were taking one car to my brother or sister, can't remember which, so that they would have a ride back from practicing the organ at the church. And so I was driving the one car, and my mother was following me behind in the old 69 station wagon. And we got to the stoplight, and I looked in the rearview mirror at Mom, and I went, I wonder what would happen if Mom rear-ended me. And so then the light changed, and we started going south, and there was this area, this is like a 6-lane road, and 50 mile an hour speeds. And so this is rush hour traffic too. And so I'm going along, and I'm in the right lane on this 6-lane road, and I see that there's a slow moving station wagon in the lane ahead of me. So I start to slow down. And as I get closer, I see there's no driver in this station wagon. And so I hit the brakes, and there had been construction on some new condos, and all week they'd had the lane of traffic blocked off, but this day they didn't. And so picked up this big, huge dust cloud, and Mom sails into the dust cloud, and she hits me and forces me off of the road. And I have to stomp the brakes really quick to avoid hitting this big concrete thing for the construction. And so then we're sitting there waiting for the sheriff to arrive, and a drunk clips the tail end of Mom's car. And then the construction people come over and build a barricade, and they move the car. And meanwhile, I've had problems with soft tissue back problems ever since, off and on. And so I wanted to sue the construction company, but Mom and Dad are kind of wishy-washy, mild-mannered people and wouldn't think of doing something like that. And because I was a minor, I couldn't do that. And so that was another reason why I decided to get the degree as a paralegal. And so it's one of my favorite stories, because Mom always would say, I was supposed to go to Japan as an exchange student. I ended up not doing that. And she said, well, if you crash the car, you can't go as an exchange student. And so Mom crashed both cars. And so I'd always tease her and say, you can't go as an exchange student. I joke that it was child abuse at 40 miles an hour. So that's another of the stories of why I got into being a paralegal. Not that I do that much actually with paralegal. It's mainly these days helping my friend, as he's a landlord, and I help him get law. So
thank you for coming back to the Long Crime Network. I'm Linda Kenny Bodden. Well, we're waiting for the trial of Alec Murdaugh to come back after lunch to have more testimony from David Owen before the jury. Now, David Owen is the SLED agent that we were watching who interviewed Alec Murdaugh in August or so, several months after the shooting, for a sit-down interview in an interview room. And he specifically asked Alec Murdaugh about some things that Alec Murdaugh wanted to get from his truck. Why don't we go in and listen, and we'll talk with our guest, Jennifer Coffin-Daffer, on the other side.
Days are becoming a week and you're moving on. Did you talk with the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, again during this time period?
A few times, yes, sir.
A few times?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, do you remember on July 28th, meeting him at the Colleton County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir. I believe it was a few days prior to the 28th. He had contacted me. We still had custody of his Suburban, and he was seeking to have his Suburban returned to him. I indicated to him that it was inoperable. I was unable to return it to him. And he asked to get some personal belongings out of there. I believe he had some clothing and some golf clubs in there, and he was going on vacation with Maggie's family and needed his golf clubs.
So he called about his car?
Yes, sir.
I mean, that was the point of his phone call?
He asked about the investigation as well. He asked about the investigation later on the 28th when I did meet with him, and to, let him get some of the clothing and some of his belongings out of the Suburban. He indicated to me that he had some questions and wanted to know about the investigation. And at that time I indicated, I said, well, I have some additional questions as well. I said, I think I had another another interview scheduled. I said, I can't meet with you right now. Can we meet sometime tomorrow? And he stated no, that he was going out of town. And I said, well, go with your family, take a relaxing vacation. When you return, give me a call. Let's schedule something and we'll sit down. A few days later, I believe it was August 3rd or August 4th, he returned my phone call and said, I'm back. Let's schedule something. And we scheduled a date for August the 11th.
So he called, asked about the case, the car. You said you couldn't meet. I could meet with you tomorrow. And he said he couldn't. He's going on vacation.
Yes, sir.
When he gets back, y'all agree on a date for another interview?
Yes, sir.
And specifically, what had you told him about that interview, or what did he ask you about that interview prior to this, prior to actually the interview?
About setting up the interview?
Yes, sir.
He just stated he had some questions. He wanted to know what we were doing, where we were at, if we had any information. And I told him that we didn't have a whole lot. And I had some questions that I needed clarification on, that I needed to sit down with.
Let me bring in Jennifer Coffin-Daffer. Jennifer, it's so great to have you on again to answer questions. Okay, I was prepping for this show, okay? Actually washing my hands, okay? And I heard that on my IFB listening. I almost died because I know that if my family had been slaughtered, the last thing I would be doing would be asking for golf clubs to go on vacation so I could shoot a few holes in one. Your thoughts?
Deep breath. Those are my thoughts. Absolutely unusual to be concerned about vacationing and golfing after such a heinous crime had been committed against the love of your life and your son. However, I try not to be completely judgmental in these things because I've seen a lot of different things over my career. But I will say this was more indicative of someone not concerned as opposed to somebody wanting to find out who did this horrific crime.
Right. And, and of course, everyone grieves differently. We all know that. And I mean, his family or her family is actually taking him away to try to let him relax. But it appeared from this testimony so far, and we haven't heard the cross, that he was more concerned about retrieving items from his Suburban, which is the issued car by the law firm, than he was of, come on, tell me what you have. Who did it? Where are you? What's going on? Your thoughts?
That's exactly.
Thank you. You may proceed. Yes, sir.
We will now continue with the interview.
Specific scope on it.
I don't know if that, or we ask, when was the last time that gun had been seen? Do you know?
I know that we looked for it around the Christmas holidays, or we went to get it around the Christmas holidays. I asked about it around the Christmas holidays.
Of 20, this past Christmas
Yes, sir.
holidays? Okay. And that was the replacement, what I guess we call it.
That's correct.
Okay.
Still trying to figure this out. I cannot exclude the boat incident and those involved. I know that y'all are currently going through the civil portion. How far had that progressed? I mean, were y'all in the talks? Was it breaking down?
Can I say something real quick? I know nothing about the any of that stuff, and he's represented by lawyers in that case.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think
I personally believe he shouldn't be talking about that unless the lawyers he's represented by participate. I don't think it's, I mean, I'm sure that they're happy to do that, but I don't think that, the person should be talking about a pending action like that without the lawyers knowing about it. And what, because I know nothing about it. I was completely separated from it.
I don't mind. You know, I have insurance companies hired lawyers, and then, you know, some of my partners are helping with that also. But you know, it's made some progress. It's you know, it's still unresolved, but it's not in its initial stages by any means.
And what I'm getting at with this, you know, it's in progress. I just want to make sure that it's not make sure bad word there. You know, did one party say this and y'all countered or something like that where the other people are pissed off, and now we have somebody out there with more motive because now they're thinking, you know, Paul's going to get away with this. And
I mean, I'm not aware of any of those discussions. The only thing that I am aware of is that I've learned that one of the daddies of one of the kids in the boat wreck went to lengths to, or maybe it was his son, I don't know, but I was told that there are people out there that were being told you can't be friends with Paul and the Murdaughs and with us. You got to choose.
And that was a dad going out telling.
I don't know.
Or it was that dad or that kid going out saying this stuff.
I don't know that. I was told by a person who had been told that. It's Nate Tootin is the boy's name. So
is that
find out from him.
Any kin to Nolan?
It's Nolan's younger brother. It's Nolan's younger brother. So I'm gonna answer this if y'all don't mind. Buster and I have a deal. Buster?
You probably don't get much service in here.
Buster.
If you go outside, hit that green button on the right.
Apparently, they explained my inability for the time.
Apparently it's a period here where we've agreed we'll fast forward, which will pick back up when he comes back in. And the defense has agreed with that, it's my understanding.
You don't have any more questions.
This is the Snapchat video that I'm talking about from Paul's phone. Okay. So it just kind of brings back here.
Okay, I tell you what. Yeah, we were laughing about that because he's laughing because I've gone to great lengths to try to, a tree got knocked over, and I've gone to great lengths to try to get it to, you know, be upright.
Okay.
And
was that night? Because the friends that we talked to said it was posted that night.
sure.
Somebody's phone.
Sir?
Somebody's phone. No, it's somebody's phone. I hear like somebody talking in the background. Okay. Like it was a call that had dropped or something.
Throat just dry.
Yeah.
You need something?
Anybody from the boat or their family that you've heard or know have any issues with them recently or prior to this incident?
Like any confrontations?
Or them saying anything in the community about the lawsuit or the pending charges, anything that would kind of lead me?
I mean, David, I told you about the, Kenya, tree horn, a month or so, maybe 6 weeks before this happened, called me, just all out of sorts, and told me, I told you about
Yes,
this,
sir.
right?
We've interviewed her, yes, sir.
So, I mean, she said she'd heard it from 2 different places that family from the boat wreck was, it was over the top that I really didn't, pay it a bunch of attention. And I asked her about it. She said she didn't know who the people were, but she said that it was with a friend. It was at a friend's party. She knew who the friend was and would take y'all to the friend. So, has she talked to you about that?
She's given us very little.
Do you feel like she's being evasive? Because let me tell you what I've tried not to do. I know y'all have to look at me. I've tried to have as little discussions with the people that y'all are interviewing, with all this talk about how I fixed this and fixed that with the boat wreck, which is totally untrue. I've tried to not have a lot of conversation with people that, I know y'all need to talk to.
Well, the problem that I encounter, and I think everybody in law enforcement encounters in any investigation, people on the street talk and they run their mouth and they'll talk to friends and they'll talk to families and they'll talk to victims. But when the police show up, they keep their mouth shut.
So she's not talking to you?
She has given us some information.
Okay.
Some information.
So is there a problem with me going to her and,
I'm not going to answer that.
So you're not telling me not to do it?
I'm not going to answer that.
Okay. Either way. I'll get somebody to talk to her. All right? To try to get her to cooperate with you.
Darn, allergies. Excuse me. All right, do you have any more questions that I might be able to answer? And if you can't think of any now, reach out, call me.
Oh, well, no, I mean, you've answered a lot of things I had questions about, and I appreciate it.
And I'll call the Branstetters and see if they want to meet. Maybe get Marion up there at the same time so I can just meet with them all together. Does Marion, I know they live on Wamala, does Marion work?
No, she doesn't work. And they're kind of between Wadmalaw and, I mean, they're residents of the state of Florida, but they're here as much as they're in Greenville a lot right now.
Yeah, because of grandbaby.
The baby, that's right. Thank you, man.
Yeah. I just, a few more questions.
Okay.
Did you kill Maggie?
No. Did I kill my wife?
Yes, sir.
No, David.
Do you know who did?
No, I do not know who did.
Did you kill Paul?
No, I did not kill Paul.
Do you know who did?
No, sir, I do not know who did. Do you think I killed Maggie?
I have to go where the evidence and the facts
I
take me.
understand that. And you think I killed Paul?
I have to go where the evidence and the facts take me, and I don't have anything that points to anybody else at this time.
So does that mean that I am a suspect?
You were still in, like I told Corey earlier, you were still in this. With everything that we've talked about, with the family guns, the ammunition, nobody else's DNA. I have to put my beliefs aside and go with the facts.
Talking with Mr. Griffin, there's one sentence after that before we redacted. We both agreed that I could leave and ask you after that last question. Do you say, well, I understand, I mean, and shaking his head?
Yes.
So on August 11th, 2021, after this interview, during this interview, did you consider Alex Murdaugh a suspect in the death of his son and his wife?
He was the only known suspect at that time, yes.
And that day, was the case transferred from Solicitor Duffy Stone to Attorney General Alan Wilson with the South Carolina Attorney General's office?
Yes, it was.
I just want to go back right before we ended, and I'm not trying to get you to repeat this, but do you remember when you asked, or do you remember when he told you, I know y'all got to look at me, and I've tried to have as little discussions with people that y'all are interviewing, with all this talk about that. You remember that?
Yes, I do.
How did you take that statement to mean, his answer when he said that?
That he was trying to stay out of the investigation and let us do our work.
Okay. In early in the investigation, he asked you about, that tree going back and forth. And was he clear on when that video was taken of him in that clothes on the tree? Was he clear?
He didn't recall.
At this point, had you already talked to Blanca Simpson? Or had she been talked to reference?
She had been interviewed, yes.
Okay. And at some point after August 11th, did Blanca System also provide some information in investigations about a conversation she had with the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
Yes.
Okay. And was that concerning a shirt?
Yes, several months later, provided information that she and Alec had a conversation
go ahead.
About what he had been wearing that day when he left to go to work.
And just briefly going through the interview, you asked him about when Maggie was coming to Moselle and why. Did you have in this course of the investigation, did you have the emails from Blanca and or Maggie's phone to each other then?
No, I did not.
And early on in the interview, you asked him how long he'd stayed at his mama's house?
Yes, and he stated approximately 45 minutes.
45 minutes, an hour?
Yes, sir. 45 minutes to an hour, yes.
And at that point in the investigation, had you talked to Michelle Shelley Smith about a conversation she had with Alex Murdaugh and the amount of time that he said he was there?
Yes, she had been interviewed by that time. Again, there were so many agents going out and doing interviews and reporting back to me. But she stated that it was somewhere around 20 minutes. I don't have her report. I don't remember exactly what was said, but I know in our first interview, he had stated that it was around, he had spent about 20 minutes, 20, 30 minutes with his mother.
And did your investigation reveal inconsistencies regarding what Mr. Murdaugh had told you?
Yes, I did.
And was that significant to you in your investigation?
It was, because it wasn't one inconsistency. It was several inconsistencies over a period of time that were repeated.
Now, you asked him about a list of guns several times in these interviews. Did you ever get a list of guns from Alex Murdaugh?
I have not.
Between June 7th, 2021 and August 11th, 2021, this interview, how many times did he call you asking about the investigation?
We spoke approximately 5 or 6 times.
What were the inconsistencies that you stood out in your mind?
The times, for one, from the first interview with where he went to his mother's, refer back to my notes.
Time at his mother's, is it fair just to say that?
So when the first interview in June, he stated that it was at his mother's for approximately, I'm sorry. First off, he stated for a little while. And then the second interview on June the 10th, it changed to sorry, give me just a second. It's about 25 or 30 minutes. And then the third interview, it was 45 minutes to an hour. And then some other inconsistencies is how much time he spent with Paul riding around. The first time it was 45 minutes to an hour. The next time he talked about riding on the farm anywhere from an hour and a half to 2 hours. And then the inconsistencies, I had the information from Rogan Gibson that he heard Alec. He believed he heard Alec in the background. And on the 3 interviews, Alec had never indicated that he was at the kennels, that he was at the house, either taking a nap, playing on his phone, or watching TV. And this was after dinner.
Question. Was he ever inconsistent about whether or not he went down to the kennel after supper that night?
Yes.
Did he ever say he did go down there after dinner?
He never told me he went down there after dinner.
Never told you that.
He told me he took a nap and then he was at the house after dinner. He knew Maggie went to the kennels. At first, he wasn't sure where Paul went, but then he realized that Paul must have gone to the kennels because that's where he found him. But then he stayed at the house, took a nap.
Now, there's been some discussion, and I think your testimony was he brought it up on the 911 case about the boat case.
Yes, sir.
And that happened in what year?
February of 2019.
And was that case null prosequi dismissed by the Attorney General's office in the after Paul's death? Can you prosecute a dead man?
No, sir, you cannot. And it's my understanding that the Attorney General's office null pros Paul's case in August of 2021.
So that case criminally, like we're in a criminal courtroom, was over.
Yes, sir.
At some point in 2021, in the fall, did a financial investigation begin involving Alex Murdaugh?
Yes, sir.
Would it be fair to say that overlapped with this investigation?
It did.
Would it be fair to say those investigations fed off each other?
They did. From the information that I was learning from that investigation into the finances, it gave me additional people to consider, to look at, and consider even to look at Mr. Murdaugh as, a reason why or why not.
Were there individuals in the financial investigation that you also interviewed in reference to this investigation?
I did.
Some of that information you learned from interviews or grand jury testimony?
Yes, I did.
Did you then follow up on some of that information?
Yes, I did.
And from August, September of 21 to the summer of 22, were you, as a member of the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, working exclusively or primarily on this case?
That's correct.
And were search warrants still out there you were waiting on?
Yes, sir. There's a multitude of search warrants.
And let's talk just a moment, and I'm about the phones if we could.
Okay.
You, law enforcement, got Maggie Murdaugh's phone when? When did you actually take physical custody of it?
Maggie Murdaugh's phone was recovered on June 8th, 2021 on the side of Moselle Road.
And what, were you able to do you, law enforcement, you know what I'm talking about, able to get how much information did you get from Maggie's phone in this investigation?
The family gave us, I believe it actually came from Alec or either Buster, but we got access to her phone via her password. So we were able to do a full extraction from her phone.
Full extraction?
Yes, sir.
And some of that is included in the timeline that's already been entered. It's going to be entered by Mr. Waters in a little bit, right?
Yes, sir.
Full extraction.
Full extraction.
Now, how about Alex's phone? Was it initially taken on June 7th or June 8th?
It was not taken on June 7th or June 8th. We got an extraction on June 10th when we met for our second interview. But that was just a logical extraction, not a full extraction.
Which was, I don't really understand, but that's the surface, right?
That's just the surface.
Off the top. All right. Did you ever get that phone back?
In September, yes, sir.
September. And at that point, was further information attempted to be gathered from Alex Murdaugh's phone?
Yes, sir.
And how successful was that?
Being the time difference between June and September, a lot of the earlier on information had been overwritten. It's just the way the computers work. You have to clear out memory to make room for new memory. So some information had been not erased, but cached out. So we were able to gain some information from the logical in June and compare it to the full extraction that we got in September.
And were you able to determine what had been erased also?
There were some phone calls that had been erased, yes.
Now let's talk about Paul's phone. And to go back in the interview just very briefly on Paul's phone, I'm sorry, Judge, 1 second, I apologize. You would ask him when he turned Paul over and his cell phone popped out. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And what's his answer just a little while ago? I don't know. I mean, when I went up to him, the phone came out, but I don't remember having any intentions of doing anything with the phone.
Well, the first interview, he stated that the phone popped out and that he picked it up and thought about doing something with it, thought better of it and put it back down.
In this interview, he said it came out, right?
Yes.
Now, Paul's phone, did y'all attempt to do, so you had it from June 7th until today?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to do a full extraction on Paul's phone?
We were able to finally do a full extraction in March of 2022.
Okay, March of 2022.
Yes, sir.
What, if any, information came as a result of that extraction after March of 2022?
The kennel video.
That we've all
seen, yes. The kennel video where Paul is videotaping the chocolate lab, and you can hear Maggie and Paul and Alec in there. And that video is time-stamped at 8:44.
Say it again?
8:44 p.m.
And until that day, what day was it? Do you know? Well, if you don't, that's fine. But it came out.
I believe I got the information on April 8th of 2022.
Until that day, and it was extracted. To your knowledge, did anybody else in the world know that was on there except Paul?
Nobody, to my knowledge.
And up until this past, was information in this investigation gathered up through last weekend?
Yes, it is.
What was that?
The General Motors information from Alex's 2021 Suburban.
So SLED from June 7th in combinations with the locals, the feds have been investigating this case nonstop.
That is correct.
Where is it? What is it? I believe there's a housekeeping matter that Paul's shoes moving into evidence 103. I don't believe there's an objection to that. Did they talk about that? Without objection. Thank you, gentlemen. 36 without objection.
Submitted. Any further questions?
Yes, sir. I don't believe I asked you this, but for the couple of questions. Were there any other credible leads that you've investigated that led you to anybody else beside Alex Murdaugh?
Not credible, no, sir.
Did you follow up with every lead that came in on this case, social media or otherwise?
Yes, we did.
All the SLED did?
Yes, sir. And
Locals?
Collington County as well, yes.
Law enforcement really worked together on this case, didn't it?
Yes, we did.
And is the individual that you took this statement from on August 11th of 2021 in the courtroom?
Yes, he is.
Sit between Mr. Harpootlian and Mr. Griffin?
Yes, sir, in a blue blazer and a white shirt.
We'd ask the record so reflect. That's all we have at this time. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Eddy.
Good afternoon, sir.
Get my stuff organized here. We've heard you explain, and I think Agent Croft explained about sort of the investigative circle.
Yes, sir.
And I think you talked to Alec about that on the video, that he is in the circle.
Yes, sir.
And he was in the circle from the moment he called 911, correct?
I would say yes.
And no one had to give you any lead to put him in the circle, right?
No, sir. He called 911. He's the one who discovered him. He's closest in relation to him.
So when you're asked about, were you given any other credible leads except the one that led to Alec Murdaugh? I mean, he was there from the moment he called 911.
Yes, sir.
And what has happened over the last year and a half, 2 years is, as you explained, you've been unable to get him out of the circle. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
So if someone's in the circle and can't get themselves out, they end up sitting over there where he is today. That's what happens. Isn't that right?
As long as there's credible evidence to keep them in that circle, yes.
We're going to get to that. Here, SLED failed to take immediate steps. I mean, maybe it's not all SLED, but SLED and the Collington County Sheriff's Department failed to take immediate steps to preserve evidence that could possibly exclude Alec Murdaugh from that circle. Would you agree with that?
I don't think it was a failure, no, sir.
Well, let's get this right. Your investigation, as I understand it, leads you to conclude that Paul and Maggie were murdered sometime between 8:50 p.m. on June the 7th and 9:06 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And whoever murdered Maggie and Paul would, at a minimum, have in their possession an AR-15 style assault rifle and a 12-gauge shotgun, correct?
Not unless they got rid of it.
Well, the moment they were murdered,
yes,
someone had to have, one person or two people had to have murder weapons, right?
Yes.
Paul was murdered with a 12-gauge, right?
Yes, sir.
You would agree then that the murderer had a 12-gauge shotgun?
Yes.
You would agree that the murderer had some AR-15 style assault weapon that killed Maggie, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you would agree at the time they were murdered, they would have those weapons?
Yes.
And would you agree that whoever murdered Maggie and Paul would likely have blood and biological material on them following the shotgun blast that essentially blew Paul's brains out of his head?
They would have some, yes.
And on the night of June the 7th, you said it was after midnight, so it would go early morning hours, but 1 a.m. on June the 8th, you interviewed Alec, and he told you that he had left Moselle sometime between 9 and 9:10 to check on his mother. Is that right?
That is correct.
So if Alex was the perpetrator, as alleged, he would have had to brutally murder his wife and son sometime after 8:50 p.m. and 9:06, dispose of the murder weapons either somewhere on the Moselle property, within the Moselle residence, along the drive to Alameda, or at his mother's residence or property at Alameda. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, immediately when law enforcement arrived, they secured the immediate murder scene.
That is my understanding, yes.
Down at the kennels. And they eventually thoroughly searched the Moselle residence. There was a search of the Moselle residence the next day, correct?
That is correct.
Do you know what time that was? Early afternoon, late morning?
That's approximate time, yes.
And no murder weapons were found in the residence, is that correct?
That is correct.
And no murder weapons were found on the property at Moselle, is that correct?
That is correct.
And was a search of the route between Moselle and Alameda ever done?
It wasn't walked from Moselle to Alameda, but it was driven several times.
And you didn't find any weapons there, correct?
No, sir.
And was a search of the waterways along the route done between Moselle and Alameda?
Most waterways, yes.
Excuse me?
Most waterways, I don't know if every single one was searched, but there were several waterways searched.
Now we know from the General Motors OnStar data that was delivered during the middle of this trial that Alec did not stop from the moment he left Moselle to drive to Alameda. Is that correct?
Correct.
You've reviewed that?
Yes.
There's no detours along the way, correct?
No, sir.
And you never searched the Alameda property for any signs of murder evidence, guns, bloody clothes, or anything until well after sometime in mid to late September. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You could have searched Alameda that night, correct?
If I had probable cause to, yes, sir.
Well, was anybody denying consent to search? When I say anybody, Alec Murdaugh gave you carte blanche consent to search anywhere in those properties, did he
Yes,
not?
yes, he did.
And John Marvin was assisting SLED and facilitating wherever you wanted to look. Wasn't he doing that?
He was, but the night of June 7th, even though Alec was in the circle, basically by default because of his close relationship with the victims and finding them, I did not consider him the main suspect or the only suspect because I had no probable cause and no evidence to support that he killed his wife and son.
Well, if a thorough, tight, quick, prompt investigation had been taken of the Moselle property, the route to Alameda, and the Alameda property, that could have possibly excluded Alec from this circle, couldn't it? If you found no evidence of guns, bloody clothes, or anything, right?
If you know what you're looking for and where to look, and have some type of information that would lead you to that area, yes.
And that opportunity was missed. Would you agree with that?
I wouldn't say it was missed because it wasn't known about, other than, several hours later when we get to the bodies and there are no weapons found. It wasn't until the casings and the shot shells were recovered that I actually knew what the calibers were.
No, I get, okay. Pretty clear the night of the murders, Colleton County Sheriff's deputies on the scene recognized the shell casings as being 300 blackouts, correct?
That is what they told me, but I want to verify for myself.
Right. And by 6, 7, 8 o'clock the next morning on June the 8th, Rogan Gibson had been interviewed where he said, I thought I heard Alec Murdaugh's voice in the background. Right?
Yes, sir.
And Alec had told you that he left Moselle and gone to Alameda, right?
Yes.
And so as of the late morning of June the 8th, well, let me back up. That first interview with Alec, you state that he did not inform you that he was down at the kennels after dinner, right?
That is correct.
And you get information from Rogan Gibson that contradicted that.
Yes.
And Alec Murdaugh is in the middle of the circle on the morning of June the 8th.
Well, I still needed to build a timeline because speaking with Alec, he was giving me some times, and I needed to build that timeline. And not having that coupled with Rogan's statement that he was 100% sure he was on the phone with Paul. He was 100% sure that he heard Maggie. He was only 99% sure, even though it's a great percentage. He said he was 99% sure it was Alec. I needed to gather some more information before I just go back and confront Alec on that.
Sure. Well, tell me what the thought process was behind searching the Moselle residence. What were you looking for?
Any types of ammunition. It was 300 blackout. We had the 12 gauge shot shells. We know that it's hunting's going on. Hunting goes on out there of all types. In the shed, there was some additional ammunition that was in a bucket. Needed to see what type of ammunition or firearms were in the house to try to get documentation of what was missing, what was there.
And why was Agent McAllister looking in the tubs and in the drains for guns?
Why was she?
Yeah.
You'll have to ask her. I wasn't there.
I mean, it's obvious that you were searching to see if there any evidence of blood in the house. You want to do that, right?
Yes.
Because Alec's in the circle and he had been to the house.
Yes, sir.
Alec's in the circle and he'd been to Alameda, right?
Yes, sir.
And no one went to Alameda to look for guns or blood or bloody clothes, did they?
Not that day, no, sir.
Would you agree that was an opportunity missed?
For Alameda, yes.
Now, we talked about the murder weapons. You would expect that the murder weapons would also have on them, at least the shotgun, the 12 gauge that killed Paul, would have some biological material, blood on the shotgun. Fair enough?
Fair enough.
And the assault weapon and the shotgun would have GSR on it, would it not?
Yes.
And if someone was transporting shotgun with blood on it and a rifle with GSR on it, and you got their vehicle, you would look for signs of that in the vehicle, would you not?
Yes.
And that was done here, was it not?
It was done on Suburban and the Mercedes, yes.
Excuse me?
It was done on the Suburban and the Mercedes, yes.
Yeah, and so there's nothing in the Suburban, there's no blood in the back where people would possibly carry guns. And when I say the back, I'm talking the back.
Cargo area, yes.
Yeah. There's no evidence of blood back there, right?
No, sir.
No evidence of GSR back there, was there?
No, sir.
There's no evidence of blood or GSR in the second or third seats, correct?
No, sir.
And the only GSR found in the Suburban was one speck on a a seat belt buckle, right?
That is correct.
And there was one drip of blood confirmed on the steering wheel that comes back with Maggie's DNA. Is that right?
Yes.
And we know from the General Motors stuff we just got during the trial that Suburban never went down to the kennels until after Alec came back from Alameda. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So can we rule out that Alec put any guns from the murder in the back of the Suburban?
Unless it was wrapped in something.
Okay. And have you found anything it was wrapped in?
We have a blue raincoat that has numerous particles of GSR in it.
Let's talk about that blue raincoat for a second. You developed information about a blue tarp from interviewing or SLED agents interviewing Shelley Smith. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you're doing a search sometime in September at Alameda for this blue tarp, you find a blue rain jacket rolled up in a closet, right?
I believe it was balled up. Yes, sir.
You say balled up, and you were there during the search, right?
Yes, sir.
And you also found a tarp somewhere else on the property, right? Excuse me, in the attic or somewhere.
Yes, sir. It was on the second floor, folded up in a tote in a closet with other things on top of the tote.
And so this blue rain jacket, you showed it to Shelley Smith, didn't you? Say, is this what you were talking about?
I showed her a picture.
You showed a picture to Shelley Smith?
I showed a picture to Shelley Smith to ask her if it was the similar color.
And when did you show Shelley Smith that picture?
I believe it was last month.
Last month. So was it during trial?
No, sir.
Is it preparing for trial?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. But you'd not shown her that before Alec Murdaugh had been indicted for murder, right?
No, sir.
But you had shown that blue rain jacket to a number of people to see if they recognized it.
I showed it to family members to see if they recognized it as being Alec, Maggie, Paul's, Buster's, or anybody else in the family.
And not a single family member recognized that blue rain jacket.
No, they did not.
And Shelley Smith described the tarp as she saw it laying out on Ms. Libby's retirement rocking chair, and it was a tarp, right?
She told me that it was a blue vinyl type looking tarp type material, and that Alec came in and it was folded up or balled up in his arms, and then after he left, she noticed it laying on the chair.
And so you showed her a picture of this balled up rain jacket and said, is it this color? Is that what you did?
I asked her, I knew she wasn't going to be able to identify the raincoat because the picture I showed her was it from our lab where it's opened up and spread out. And she's telling me that it was balled up. So I know she's not going to be able to identify the raincoat, but she can at least identify or attempt to identify the color.
I mean, you read reports of her interview and probably saw her entire interview by video, did you not?
Yes.
And you understand that she said she saw that thing 2 times, right?
I don't recall that. So.
You don't recall her?
Well, the 2 times with Alec coming in with it and then seeing it on the chair.
Yeah. And it wasn't balled up when she saw it on the chair. That's not the report you received, right?
No, but it also wasn't spread out, opened up like it was in the picture that I showed her.
She didn't tell you it was spread out, opened up on the retirement chair?
She told me it was laid across the chair. It's the information that I received.
Wasn't balled up though, right?
No, sir.
Yeah, you didn't show her a picture of the rain jacket, right?
I did show her a picture of the rain jacket.
As balled up?
No, sir.
You showed her a picture of the rain jacket that was open?
I believe I showed, I'm not sure. I know I showed her the picture of it opened up to see if she recognized the color.
Okay. I think the jury will remember what she testified about, but.
Sustained.
And you know that rain jacket did not have any blood. I mean, it tested for blood. There's no blood on it, right?
I'm aware of that, yes, sir.
And if someone had wrapped up shotgun killing Paul in that rain jacket, you expect to find blood, would you not?
At least DNA, yes.
Well, there's no
You
DNA
would
either,
think,
right?
Yes.
So there's no DNA and no blood in that rain jacket, right?
There's no DNA, yes.
And you know it was tested with LCV and there was no presumptive sign of blood there, right?
Correct.
So are you willing to agree that it doesn't look like that rain jacket was used to carry any murder weapons on the night of June the 7th?
They had weapons in them. I would believe that they had weapons in them at some time because there was GSR in them.
Yeah. And we don't know if that was 5 years ago, 3 years ago, 1 year ago, do we?
Correct.
We do know from folks working on the investigation that you're leading is there's no blood or no DNA in that rain jacket.
Correct.
And you know from your experience that there would be blood on the shotgun, and if you're wrapping it up in that jacket, you're going to have blood on the jacket, right?
Well, you would believe that there would be blood or DNA on the barrel of the shotgun, but until you actually have it to test it, I can't sit here and say, yes, it would be there.
Okay. And we know it wasn't cleaned off because if it had been washed off, the GSR would have been washed off, correct?
If they wipe the exterior of the barrel for blood or DNA, but it still doesn't wipe off the particles that are in the barrel that could fall down and out.
All right. And let's talk about washdown. Did you notice any wet spots in the back of the Suburban?
No, sir.
You notice any wet spots in the back seat of the Suburban?
No, sir.
Did it look like the Suburban, anything wet had been placed in the Suburban?
No, sir.
And if Alec Murdaugh had cleaned up after committing these horrendous murders, wouldn't you expect to find some trace evidence of blood somewhere in the house, if that's where it occurred?
If he cleaned up in the house, yes.
And did you find any trace evidence of blood in the house indicated Alec had cleaned up?
If he cleaned up in the house, no.
So the answer is no, you didn't find any trace evidence of blood in the house. Is that correct?
No, sir.
That's not correct?
There was no trace evidence of blood found in the house, no.
Thank you. Did you find any blood on the carpet, floors, or anywhere throughout the house?
No, sir.
Now let's talk about Alec's clothes. On July 7th, 2021, you obtained a Snapchat video of Alex in khakis and this short sleeve dress shirt taken by Paul sometime on June the 7th. Is that correct?
I did not receive it on June the 7th, but I did receive it, yes.
Do you have notes when you received it?
There was a Snapchat, it was an extraction from his phone, from Paul's phone, and then we did a search warrant to Snapchat to get that video.
And you got the video in early July 2021?
I believe that's when we got it back.
And Agent, it may not be in your narrative, your case management notes, but
I don't see it indicated in my notes, but I know I did not get that Snapchat video the night of June the 7th or the early morning hours of June the 8th.
no, I said July. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Is it
We got it a couple weeks after, yes.
Yeah, so by early July, you had the Snapchat video.
Yes.
And it's in the evidence as Exhibit 306. Will you please just pull it up, Doug, and let's freeze it, stop it. CV.
That is correct.
Okay.
That is my understanding.
Right. Now, when you presented this case to the Colleton County Grand Jury to obtain a true bill indictment, you testified under oath that an expert had found multiple.
Is he talking about grand jury presentation? Carlton County, you can't, it's not a record of a county grand jury.
I didn't hear the complete question. It sounds objectionable, but let me hear the question.
Well, let me lay a foundation. Mr. Agent Owen, before you testified before the Colleton County Grand Jury, you prepared an outline of your presentation, did you not?
I did.
And in that outline, you identified essentially a narrative of what you were going to tell the grand jury, correct?
Yes.
And did you follow that narrative?
For the most part, yes.
And in that narrative, didn't you state that an expert found multiple particles of blood spatter on the shoulders and front of Alec's shirt? Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And is that what you told the Colleton County Grand Jury?
Yes.
However, what SLED and this expert out in Oklahoma overlooked is Agent Zapata's confirmatory blood testing, about which she testified earlier in this trial, that out of 74 cuttings from Alec's t-shirt, 0 tested positive for human blood. Y'all completely overlooked the fact that when you did a human tracing test to confirm whether it's blood, it came up negative. And wasn't that overlooked?
I had never seen that report.
Well, when did you see the report?
November of 2022.
After Alec had been indicted and months from trial, is that right?
Yes.
Now, a couple of things. You talked about on the tape that we just saw when you interviewed Alec. You told him that there's no unknown DNA taken from the crime scene. Do you remember that on the tape?
At that time, yes.
Making that representation?
Yes.
That was August the 11th?
Yes, sir.
2021. On August 11th, 2021, did you know that there was unknown DNA of a male obtained from Maggie's fingernail clipping?
I believe what it was explained to me is there was one allele under the fingernail, which is not enough for confirmatory test on the DNA.
Okay. What did you hear in court? There are 3 alleles?
I heard that it was one.
And another thing, what was tested for DNA? Do you remember?
I do not have that report in front of me, so I'm not going to attempt to speak on that right now.
Yes. Well,
there was a multitude of items. I know that.
Well, let's start with Alec's shirt was tested for DNA, was it not?
Yes.
Maggie's clothes were not tested for DNA, were they?
No, they were not.
Paul's clothes were not tested for DNA, were they?
No, they were not.
Now, in your communication with Mr. Bevel out in Oklahoma, at one point in time, he asked you to look into whether there was a blood mark in Paul's pocket and whether there was a matching blood mark on the outside of Paul's pocket. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Was any DNA testing done of that area?
No, sir.
But Alec's shirt was DNA tested front and back, right?
Correct.
But Alec wasn't the victim of any crime on the night of June the 7th, was he?
Not to my knowledge, no.
So why are you testing Alex Murdaugh's clothes for DNA? What are you expecting to find?
Evidence to include or exclude him.
Okay, so he had told you that he had gone up to the bodies of Paul and Maggie, right?
Yes.
Okay. And what DNA result would have excluded him?
Well, sorry, the lack of any other DNA would have excluded him.
All right. So you didn't find any other DNA except, I guess, Nolan Tootin when he hugged him that night, right?
Correct.
So did that exclude him?
Well, the shirt wasn't our only piece of evidence.
Well, the shorts. Did you find any?
The shorts weren't our only piece of evidence.
I'm trying to focus on DNA.
Okay.
I mean, so the DNA didn't really add much whatsoever. Is that correct?
Correct.
In fact, it certainly support conclusion that he could not have been wearing those clothes at the time Paul was murdered, right?
That's a distinct possibility, yes.
Well, I mean, we already talked about, and the jury's already seen how gruesome Paul's injuries were. They've seen the blood in the feed room, and they've seen everything that is unimaginable. There was no DNA found on Alec's shirt from Paul, was there? Except for the little piece down
there
the
was
hem.
some DNA of Paul on that shirt, yes.
There was just a little piece at the hem, is that right?
I believe there was one other spot, but yes.
In your outline to the Colleton County Grand Jury, it indicates on page 18 that you found DNA in the areas of spatter that were identified belonging to Alec, Maggie, and Paul. Do you remember that?
Yes. And that was from the report that I had in my possession.
And was that accurate?
Now that I have that hemotrace report, the hemotrace indicates the parts that she tested, no human blood was found.
So you didn't know at the time, but you know now that what you told the Colleton County Grand Jury was not correct. Is that fair?
In reference to the shirt, correct.
Talk about a few other things right quick. On the night of early morning hours of June the 8th, you obtained Alec's clothes, his shirt, shorts, shoes, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned in your testimony that you wanted to get them there and then, but Buster was coming to the house, and so you graciously allowed Alec to go greet his son, and then you went up and got his clothes, correct?
Yes.
And when you got his shirt, did you, well, let me back up. You were standing in the doorway as he was changing?
Yes.
So you could see him changing?
When he took his shorts off, I gave him some privacy.
Okay. And then he came out and dropped the shorts in a bag?
Yes. I can't remember if he dropped them in there or if he handed them to me and then I put them in there.
And if he handed them you would have had latex gloves on for sure, right?
Yes.
And did you put the shorts in one bag?
Yes.
And then drop the T-shirt in another bag?
Yes.
And in the shoes, I guess in a third bag?
Yes, sir.
And did that happen sort of in the hallway?
That happened right there while I was standing in the doorway, yes.
And at the time, Alec was wearing, I guess, sort of like gym shorts or something he'd put on?
He put on clothes after he had changed, yes.
Do you remember what kind of clothes he put on? Like,
Not exactly, no, sir.
were they
no.
shorts?
I don't recall what he put on afterwards.
Was it a t-shirt?
I do not recall what he put on afterwards.
Can you say for sure it wasn't a pair of khaki pants? Can you say for sure it was not a pair of khaki pants?
I do not know what he put on afterwards.
Now, we've heard about a pair of khaki pants laying on the floor in the bathroom. Did SLED, Agent McAllister, anyone ever sees a pair of khaki pants from the house?
Not to my knowledge.
One of the things that you testified to, and I just want to see if we can clear it up. I don't. You stated in your testimony that Alec indicated he attempted to contact Nolan Tootin that night. Are you sure it was Nolan and it wasn't Rogan?
He contacted Nolan Tootin that night and attempted to contact Rogan Gibson that night.
Okay. And you also mentioned that as you're driving from Charleston, it's intermittently raining, sometimes hard, sometimes not so hard.
Yes, sir.
And then when you got to Moselle, it looked like it had been raining. Sometimes it rained hard, sometimes not so hard.
Yes, sir.
And wasn't it true that rain was dripping off the rooftop of the kennels and above the feed room onto Paul's body?
That's a fair assessment.
And on his body, and then it was washing down the concrete pad. I mean, that's a fair assessment also, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And if the jury has seen in this trial photos of puddles of water that may look like blood, it's very easily explainable that it came from the rain dropping on Paul's body, right?
Yes.
I think you covered it. Alec Murdaugh called you multiple times, June and July and early August, asking for an update. Did he not?
We communicated. Sometimes it was via text and sometimes it was via phone call.
You're right. And not only did he want an update for himself, but he also kept wanting you to update Maggie's parents as well.
And I met with Maggie's parents. Yes.
Sure. But Alec was requesting that of you, was he not?
Well, he was requesting that of me, yes, but I also intended to meet with Maggie's parents regardless if he requested it or not.
Okay. And you're also aware that Alec and Buster and his family put up a reward for tips.
I knew a reward was offered. It was under my impression that it came from the law firm, but I know that a reward was offered of $100,000 with an expiration date.
And in the interview of August 11th, one of the questions that Alec had of you was essentially whether Maggie and or Paul suffered.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And I think you told them that if they did, it wasn't for very long, a matter of seconds. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, We'll talk about the shot shells. The shot shells that were found in the feed room where Paul was murdered. There was a buckshot and I think it was Winchester dry lock waterfowl.
Yes, sir.
That's not turkey load, right?
I was told it was turkey load at first. I'm not a hunter. I'm not 100% sure. I know it was small pellets and big pellets.
Right.
I know the difference between small pellets and buckshot.
And that after, okay. So you were operating lead investigator under the impression that it was buckshot and turkey load, right?
Yes. Someone told me that night that it was turkey load.
And turns out it wasn't turkey load. You agree with that?
I agree.
Okay. And I think Agent Croft got involved because of his knowledge of firearms and shot shells and the works, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you mentioned that in the interview, you told Alec that that there were multiple guns found on the property that were loaded with buckshot and turkey load. Do you remember that?
I believe I used buckshot, birdshot.
Okay. Well, I mean, Agent Croft had testified, but can you identify any weapons that were loaded with buckshot and birdshot that were found in the house?
Repeat the question.
Can you identify any weapons found in the house at Moselle that were loaded with buckshot and birdshot?
No, sir.
Now, when you told Alec that there were multiple weapons loaded with that same load, buckshot and birdshot, I mean, was that an investigative tool, or were you just under the misimpression that that was the case?
Investigative tool.
So you lied to him?
I'm allowed to use trickery to elicit a response.
I understand. And so you're trying to trick him. Agreed?
I'm allowed to use trickery to elicit a response. Yes.
Okay. And you're allowed to do it, and you did it.
Yes.
But you also testified under oath in front of the state grand jury. You said basically the same thing, that there were 4 shotguns on the Moselle property and they were loaded with buckshot and turkey load.
Yes.
Now, were you mistaken then, or were you trying to trick the state grand jury?
No, I was not trying to trick the state grand jury.
You were mistaken.
No.
What,
the shotguns that we recovered from the house had 2 different loads in them. They weren't Winchester or Federal. They had different loads in them. So when I tell the state grand jury that there's different loads in the shotguns, there were different loads in the shotgun.
Well, you're saying you weren't telling them that it was buckshot and turkey load, but you were telling them it was just different brand names of something.
I may have used buckshot and turkey load or birdshot, but they were 2 different loads.
Well, I think we established that SLED did not find any weapons at the house with buckshot and turkey load loaded in, right?
That is correct.
I'm gonna show you page 48, line 7 through 14 of your statewide grand jury testimony. Hey, gentlemen, do you recognize that to be a copy of your state grand jury testimony?
Yes, I do.
And what date was that given?
Tuesday, November 16th, 2021.
All right, and if you'll go to the page I had open, and I tell you, I'm going to read the question, if you'll read the response. It says, at line 7, all right, and were all of them, to your recollection, loaded that like that? And your answer was?
They were located loaded in a similar fashion.
Question, in a similar fashion?
Yes, sir.
Question, with one turkey load and one buckshot load?
Response, yes, sir.
All right, thank you. And that was not accurate, correct?
Correct.
I mean, people do make mistakes, do they not?
Yes, they do make mistakes.
And people make mistakes about time frequently. Is that right?
I would believe that would be the most mistake made is time.
Okay. And here, you were asked to identify inconsistencies with Alex's statements to you, and the one that you pointed out was times. Do you recall that?
Well, the inconsistencies is they kept changing.
Well, that's right. I mean, you said that he said on June 8th he was at his mother's for, quote, a little while. And then you said he changed it on June 10th to 25 to 30 minutes. Do you remember testifying to that?
I do.
And then you said on August the 11th, he said he was there 45 minutes to an hour.
Yes.
Okay. And you found that those were inconsistent.
Well, there was a difference between 20 to 30 minutes and 45 minutes to an hour.
Well, let's work on that. He left well, let me tell you, he told you that he left the Moselle property between 9 and 9:10, did he not?
He showed me his text messages and it was narrowed down to 9:06. Yes.
All right. So he clearly
9:04, 9:06.
So on the night of June 7th, early morning hours of June 8th, he told you, looking at the text message, I left here at 9:06. Is that right?
Correct.
And he got back, well, he called 911 about 10:06, right?
Correct.
And so he was gone to his mother's almost an hour, was he not?
He was away from Moselle for an hour, but my question to him was, how long were you at your mother, or how long were you at Amita?
And in your investigation, as we established in my cross-examination of you moments ago, I don't know how long I've been standing here, a few minutes ago, it's your investigative belief that Maggie and Paul were murdered sometime between 8:50 and 9:06, correct?
Yes.
So for your investigative purposes, does it make any difference if he's at his mother's house 25 minutes, 35 minutes? Obviously, he couldn't be there an hour and make it back and call 911, but I mean, isn't that really not material? How long he was at his mom's?
If I'm trying to build a timeline, yes, it is.
Well, your timeline is, you're focused on is 8:50 to 9:06, right?
Well, my timeline and what we're talking about is how long he was away from the house when he says he went to Alameda. So he leaves Moselle at approximately 9:06 is when he sends the text to Maggie. And the 911 call comes in at 10:06. So I know he's away from Moselle for an hour. And he says he goes to Alameda. How long did you spend at Alameda?
Right.
He tells me 20 to 30 minutes. Then he goes 45 minutes to an hour.
I see. I got it. So it's possible that he was only at Alameda for 5 minutes and he was spending the other time hiding evidence. I mean, I understand that would be what you're looking at, right?
Yes.
But General Motors has sent their records in, and we know he went straight to Alameda and drove straight back, right?
That is true. But if you look at the GPS points that came from General Motors, one of them puts him way in the backyard of Alameda.
Right.
Not in the driveway or where it's normal for them to park.
In the backyard at the door where Miss Shelley Smith says he knocked on.
I believe that point's closer to Miss Libby's work shed.
Okay, we'll get there. Okay. But we know from phone records, essentially when he got there, like 9:22, correct?
Yes, sir. I believe that's the time, yes.
And we know from the GM telemetry data and the GM OnStar and other records, what time he left, about 9:45, right?
Yes.
And so we know exactly how long he was there.
Yes.
But the fact that he couldn't recall whether he and Paul rode around for an hour and a half, two and a half hours, you found that significant in your investigation.
Yes.
Now, you also testified that that in the fall of 2021, there started up a financial investigation into Alec's financial dealings. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you said that overlapped and fed off each other with what your murder investigation was doing?
Yes, it involved Alec.
Right.
So we were looking at the totality of the circumstances and seeing if there was any paths that crossed or.
Okay. Well, I tell you what, I'll skip one part. In your interview, and as of August 11th, you told us that you had excluded everyone from the circle who had come in to the circle except for Alec, and he was your one and only suspect at that point in time.
Yes.
And you talked about interviewing C.B. Rowe and him telling you where he was on June 7th, right?
Yes.
But he later, you found out, he lied to you about where he was on June 7th, right?
Yeah, he came forward and was honest with us without us even approaching him.
All right. But he was initially told you one thing about where he was, subsequently told you I was not honest about where I was.
Yes, he didn't want Mr. Murdaugh to know that he was looking for another job and fear of being fired.
Okay. But part of this financial investigation that overlapped, you developed information that Alec was stealing money from a law firm, client money to support a drug addiction, did you not?
That's what was purported, that it was for a drug addiction, yes.
And you learned through your investigation that Alec was paying up to $50,000 a week to a guy named Curtis Eddy Smith for drugs, right?
That's what was told to us, yes.
And you learned through this investigation, what was told to you, that Eddy was buying these drugs from other folks, members of Sandhill drug gang, right?
Yes.
And the Sandhill drug gang was a precursor to the Cowboys drug ring, right?
I'm not familiar with the Cowboys, but that's what I've been told, yes.
And you learned that Eddy owed these drug gang members a lot of money for drugs that were sold to Alec, didn't you?
I believe the information came into that they weren't worried about what was owed because they knew they were going to get paid.
That came to you after the Maggie and Paul were murdered, right?
That came to us after September-ish incident as well.
And did you ever conduct a cell phone analysis of these drug gang members to see where they were on the night of June the 7th?
I didn't have their phone numbers. In my experience, that they don't keep the same phone numbers. They use what's called burner phones. But we also did an analysis around Moselle, trying to encompass anybody else coming in, and that information did not pan out. There was only 2 people identified, and they were emergency first responders.
And you're talking about the geofencing stuff?
Yes, sir.
Well, did you ever obtain any DNA samples from these drug gang members to see if they matched Maggie's fingernail?
No, sir.
And you really never put them in the circle, did you?
The investigation into that, in my understanding, I'm not investigating the drug aspect. That investigation is still ongoing from my understanding.
One second, you know.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you all would go to the jury room for a break.
Sister of Maggie Murdaugh talked about the suicide attempt, if we can call it that, in which Alec Murdaugh allegedly arranged to be killed so Buster could get his $12 million insurance policy. That kind of went awry, and the prosecution wanted to get that in so they could show, I felt the best argument, maybe consciousness of guilt, but then the question becomes, well, guilt for what? The fiscal crimes or the murders? The judge said no, and I was a little surprised because Judge Newman has said yes to pretty much everything of import in this case. What's your take on the judge's ruling that that is just too detached from this case?
I thought that was an interesting ruling, just because, as you said, he's let quite a bit in. And, you know, it does allow for the argument by the state that this was a proof or further proof of this guy's bad character and his incredible guilt over what he did. But without something more than that speculation, I understand the judge's ruling. I mean, here's a guy who lost his his wife and his child. If we buy the defense argument that he found them and that he actually wasn't the one that did it, that could be, and he was in the middle of a scandal at his job where he was being prosecuted for stealing client funds. So, you know, it does kind of create a potential leap for jurors to conclude something that there may not be evidence of, and which may lead to other sources for him doing that in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, I think that same issue is going to raise its ugly head if there is a conviction on appeal that there's way too much of this collateral issue with all the financial crimes. The order itself said issues related to the day, June 6th, June 7th, 2021, and we've gone far afield of that. Different issue. Let me ask you this now, as we think the prosecution is going to be wrapping up. So we always start thinking, okay, defense case going to come up. Are they going to put this guy on the stand? Can we keep him from taking the stand? So let me get your take on kind of both questions. Should he take the stand? And can we know legally we can't prevent him, but is he the kind of guy that would want his way if he wants to talk?
Well, first of all, I don't believe that he's going to take the stand. I don't think he should take the stand. I know that over the past couple of years, we've seen quite a few very high profile murder trials where surprisingly the defendants have taken the stand, and we can run the list of them. But in this case, there is so much muddy mix in the water about this defendant that I just don't believe that his lawyers believe it would serve any useful purpose or any beneficial purpose by having him under oath, under cross-examination by these very seasoned prosecutors. Now, do I believe that he's going to override his lawyers' wishes and instruction and demand to take the stand? I really haven't seen that so far. And I think that he recognizes from seeing the video of his own actions after while he was with the investigators and just the entire scope of this trial. I just can't see him folding his arms and saying, I don't care what you're talking about, I'm taking a stand here. He is still a lawyer.
Yeah, and I think on balance, he's doing pretty well. I mean, yeah, I think that the dog bark video, the dog tail wagging video at 8:44 is the biggest thing the defense has to overcome. And when they begin their case, we'll see if they do. I did think of this, though, Judge, in terms of his testifying. Let's face it, if he gets acquitted in this case, he's still going to be behind bars the rest of his life in all likelihood because of the financial crimes. You're looking at like 900 potential years. Pretty sure he wouldn't outlive that sentence. So I don't think this guy's ever seen the light of day. That may affect whether he, decides to testify. We will see. Stay where you are, Judge. Good stuff. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back. They are on a break in South Carolina. We'll rejoin when they do. Stay where you are. Welcome back to Law and Crime. Week 4 of the case against Alec Murdaugh, and it is coming to a head there. You know, this is kind of the prosecution's crescendo. We think they're going to wrap up tomorrow. They are on a break, and that means we get a chance to talk to our own Gigi McKelvey, who is down there. She's been in the courtroom since the beginning. Boy, today, this lead investigator, I was squirming a lot for him. How did that go in the courtroom?
I'm going to tell you, this might have been the most engaged those jurors was during cross-exam. It was like a tennis match. Heads were going back and forth between the two. And look, I think that the video that the state showed earlier was strong for them. This cross-exam, though, I mean, it poked holes in a lot of things that wasn't done in this investigation, and even offered up an alternate theory. Could this have been a drug hit for money owed or something like that? It was quiet in there. I don't think I've heard the courtroom this quiet the entire trial.
That's amazing. And you know, a lot of this, Gigi, you covered all these cases, you know, it's perception as much as reality, you know, so you start picking away at these little threads, and the jury may focus on one or two of them, even though maybe substantively, not really all that important. Was there anything in particular, because he was hitting so many points about inconsistencies and what they did and didn't look for in the investigation, anything that really stands out to you that really seemed to get to this jury?
Yeah, and I'll tell you what that was. When he pulled out that grand jury transcript and had the lead agent admit that he made a mistake on the stand, and he said, well, you know, you can be mistaken about time as well. You saw 2 or 3 jurors nod their head because it made sense. You know, maybe you don't remember this, you don't remember exactly what minute you left your house. To me, I think that was the biggest reaction from this jury, was when he had the agent admit that and then say, yeah, we could do that about time as well. That was a big moment for a few of those jurors, for sure.
Yeah, you know, when you see a good cross-exam, it just happens, you know, it seems like just, you know, just so easy, because it is surgically designed to hit and move, stick and move, and hit the points you need. And pretty soon you get that rhythm going where the witness may not even realize that they're kind of helping the defense. And I got that feel from this back and forth that, you know, you're asking yes and no questions, as you should, and most of them are coming up the way the defense wanted. So let me ask you this. Are we still pretty sure prosecution is going to wrap tomorrow? And if so, what do you expect to be the crescendo, if not this guy?
I don't know. I mean, I don't think they're calling Eddy Smith at this point, and I don't think they're going to call the blood spatter expert at this point. So maybe this guy's it. But one thing I want to note too is, as this cross-exam progressed, notice how much softer the lead agent's voice got as these questions were rolling. It almost was to where we couldn't hear him. But as far as I know, those 2 other witnesses are out. So maybe this.
Yes, sir.
Got it. And I know we've been in trial 4 weeks. I certainly don't want to mistry this, and I don't think anybody in the world does. But it's the state's belief on his last questions that they opened the door to the roadside shooting. Before I ask,
question this witness about that.
To follow up when Eddy Smith came into the, how he came in the investigation.
He's in the middle of cross-examination at this moment.
Okay, I just, can I ask him when Eddy Smith came into the investigation?
You want to ask him questions?
Well, I didn't want to do anything to mistrial, and I was surprised that came up.
I understand, and I agree with you. But now is not the time for you to, in the middle of his cross-examination, to bring the jury. You may continue.
Just a few loose ends, Agent Owen. In your investigation, you did not identify any life insurance on the lives of Maggie and Paul. Is that correct?
No, I did not.
And one of the things that was asked of Dr. Reamer about a conversation she had with you as to the stain on Maggie's calf. Do you remember whether Dr. Reamer told you that there was a bruise there as well? I believe that is.
It's in my notes. Hang on just a moment. According to my notes, we talk about believes first shot was to Maggie's legs, then abdomen, followed by the wrist to headshot with funnel rear headshot. There was a bruise on Maggie's left calf that coincided with possibly shoe print, but Dr. Reimer did not feel someone intentionally stood on her leg. And that's according to my notes.
Yes, sir. And your notes related to there was a muddy thing on the back of her calf, and Dr. Reimer noticed there was a bruise there as well. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Lastly, fingerprints. Were there any dusting for fingerprints done in the feed room at Moselle?
I am not aware if there was or not. I wasn't in the feed room with the crime scene the entire time.
Okay. And and we talked about the DNA swabs. I mean, one of the people that was supplying Curtis Eddy Smith is in custody, is he not?
He is in custody, yes, sir.
Have you gotten a DNA swab from him?
I have not, but I know one has been obtained, yes.
Okay. And you know if it's been cross-checked against?
It was not obtained in this case. I don't know. I believe it has been cross-checked.
Okay.
I don't have that report in front of me.
Yeah. Another point. Just understand you were not made aware of the negative hemotrace confirmatory blood test until sometime in November of 2022. Is that right?
That is correct.
How is it that the lead case agent is left out of the information channel for something so significant?
From what I was able to figure out, when the lab issues reports, pursuant to my case or any other agent's case, we have email notifications to go in and find that report, or there's a new report available. Once I figured out that report existed, I searched my emails and I did not have an email notification that report was there. There's multiple other reports. I had been in there multiple times looking at other reports, and I did not see that report. I was not made aware of its existence.
Sure. And it wasn't until after you saw that report that now you changed focus to the clothes he was wearing in the Snapchat video. Is that correct?
Restate that question.
It wasn't until after you became aware that there's no blood, hemotrace confirmatory test of blood on Alec's shirt that you start, asking questions of folks about the clothing that Alec was wearing in the Snapchat video.
Well, I asked him on August the 11th of 2021 because I had that Snapchat video. When did he change clothes?
Okay, and he said
he didn't know.
Didn't know. Okay. But you never asked for those clothes, never tried to find those clothes, never executed a search warrant for those clothes, have you?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you have any information that Eddy Smith was skimming money, that Alec was paying him for the drugs, that he wasn't paying the Sandhills gang everything they were doing?
I am not aware of that information.
Okay. And the last thing, you had mentioned that part of your, and on the tape interview with Alec, you had mentioned that the blackout cartridges that were found near Maggie's body matched, or they were ejected, extracted from the same firearm as used to eject, extract cartridges at the house and the shooting range. Remember telling Alec that?
Yes.
And, but you were informed, though, that forensically at the lab, they could not say with 100% confirmation that they did actually match until the missing firearm is recovered.
That was my understanding, yes.
That's what Agent Greer or others that he worked for and told you as lead case agent.
That's what Mr. Greer told me, yes.
That he couldn't say with 100% certainty. Is that right?
Of which, he couldn't say 100% certainty which firearm that came out of until he had a firearm to compare it to.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Could he say that those shell casings from Maggie's body, the side of the house, and the shooting range were all cylinder that came from, they'd been in the same gun at one time?
Yes.
And when you asked the defendant on that in the third interview, they said this was told him, Jackson, what I told you. So it was a family-owned gun, right?
Yes.
And then he kind of responded, how did they get it? He was almost going with you. How did they get it, right?
Yes, sir.
That was one of the ways you get somebody out of the center by asking them to give statements.
Yes, sir.
Tell me what happened.
Yes, sir.
And on June 7th, did you say, tell me what happened?
Yes, sir.
And on June 10th, did you say, tell me what happened?
Yes, sir. And on June 10th, I wanted more detail.
I'm sorry.
I wanted more detail on June 10th.
And did you get more detail?
I got more detail on June 10th, yes.
And on August 11th, did you give some information and then try to gain some information?
That is correct.
And Mr. Griffin asked you about that shirt and all. Did he say, Bo, hold on, let me go get that thing and bring it back to you right now?
The shirt? No, sir.
He didn't say, hold on, I'll go and get that shirt right now.
Talking about the white T-shirt?
No, sir.
No, the
I'm
blue
talking
shirt?
about on August 11th.
Oh, no,
Shirt that
sir.
He was talking.
No, sir.
And he tried to describe it. Did this, what is described as a seafoam shirt? Were you familiar with that?
Leading and misleading.
How would that shirt be described? Do you know in your investigation by the witness who saw it? Ms. Blanca, since
Ms. Blanca described to me that she saw him leaving the house that Monday morning in a seafoam pullover. I believe she characterized it as a Vinnie Vine shirt.
he said a polo shirt leaving that morning.
Yes.
On this video he showed you with the tree, how would she describe that shirt in the tree?
A blue button-up. She described it as a Columbia-style shirt.
Columbia. Seafoam. Seafoam color?
We're gonna lead the witness.
Did she tell you what color she thought it was?
The one leaving that morning?
No, sir.
No, the one
on the tree.
blue.
On June 7th, June 10th, August 11th, did Alex Murdaugh ever mention anybody else that might be a potential suspect in this case?
No, sir. Other than, he continued to mention the boat case, but no specific individual.
Did he mention to you anything about these cowboys that Mr. Griffin's asked you about?
No, sir.
Did he mention to you anything about a Curtis Edward Smith?
No, sir.
June 7th he didn't?
No,
June
sir.
10th he didn't?
No, sir.
August 11th he didn't?
No, sir.
When did he ask you about Curtis Edward? Or when did he bring in Curtis Edward Smith into this investigation? He being Alex Murdaugh.
September 4th, 2021.
September 4th, 2021. And could you tell us how that came about?
Objection overruled.
Continue.
How did it come about that Mr. Murdaugh told you about Curtis Edward Smith?
On September 4th, 2021, I received a phone call from Randy Murdaugh that Alec had been shot, and they were concerned for his safety and what was going on. And I immediately responded along with other agents to the scene. And the scene on Old Salkehatchie Road in Varnville, Hampton County.
And did you go to that scene?
I did.
And did you see the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, at the scene?
No, I did not. He had been transported to the hospital.
And do you know where he was transported?
I believe it was Savannah, a hospital in Savannah.
And at that point, did you or another SLED agent go to Savannah Hospital to interview the defendant?
2 other agents went to the hospital to interview Alec.
And was one of those agents Neil?
No, Agent Kelly.
Agent Kelly? You in the courtroom? Yes. Will you please stand? Is that him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. And in the hospital, and what day was this?
September 4th, 2021.
September 4th, 2021. And at that point, did the defendant, or did you learn through an investigation, did he say somebody shot him on the side of the road?
Yes, through the investigation, that's what's told to us.
Well, did he identify anybody on September 4th who shot him?
Not by name, he gave a description.
He gave a description.
Yes.
Did he attempt to pick somebody out of a book?
No, sir. There was I believe a SLED forensic composite artist went down and did a composite drawing with him.
So he helped get a sketch of the person who shot him?
Yes, sir.
Describe the person?
Yes, sir.
Did they actually do a sketch?
Yes, sir, they did.
And at that point, had he mentioned anybody's name else in the investigation that you ought to go back and look at about Paul and Maggie's murder?
No, sir.
After that, did the defendant tell you or your law enforcement friends he was lying about the roadside incident?
Objection to the extent it's hearsay. If he didn't tell this agent, then it's not the appropriate witness.
Yes, sir.
Did the defendant give another statement about the roadside?
Yes, he did.
Did he admit he was lying?
Statement to you or to someone else?
Statement to someone else, sir.
Objection sustained.
At what point, in response to their question, did the defendant bring in Curtis Eddy Smith's name to this?
I don't believe he ever brought Curtis Smith's name into it. It was through investigation that we developed him as a suspect or a subject involved in the shooting.
And did the defendant give an interview with Mr. Harpootlian and Mr. Griffin via audio phone call where they mentioned Curtis Edward Smith?
Objection is overruled.
I know an interview was conducted. I don't know who was present. I was not present for the interview.
Did Curtis Edward Smith's come through his chief investigator's name come out of that interview?
I do not know, sir.
But prior to that day, had Alex Murdaugh ever mentioned to you Curtis Edward Smith or anybody else that might have been involved in his son's or mother's, his son's or his wife's murder?
No, sir.
So after the roadside incident and whatever he told whoever's going to be called, that's when he brought in other people.
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Griffin's asked a lot of questions about the search. The crime scene where the 2 bodies was that secure?
Yes, it was.
Was evidence gathered?
Yes, it was.
Were swabs taken?
Yes, they were.
And I think he asked you about the Suburban, his Suburban, and whether or not there was anything wet in the back of his car. Are you familiar with what's known as a cooler?
Yes.
A good old cooler?
Yes, sir.
Could you put wet garments in a cooler?
You can, yes.
You can.
Yes.
Okay. And he asked you about anything in the car. Was there blood on the steering wheel of Suburban, that car?
There was blood found on that steering wheel, yes.
And that DNA from that blood came back to whom?
Maggie Murdaugh.
Maggie Murdaugh.
Yes, sir.
And he asked you about some guns. Did the defendant hand you a gun?
He handed first responders a gun, yes, sir.
What type of gun was that?
It was a 12-gauge shotgun.
When I say you sometime, I mean law enforcement. I
understand.
apologize. And as a result of swabs, was blood identified on that gun?
Yes, sir.
And whose blood, whose DNA was that?
Maggie Murdaugh.
Maggie Murdaugh.
Yes.
And was that 12-gauge shotgun consistent or inconsistent with the weapon that killed Paul Murdaugh?
It was the same gauge, being a 12-gauge, and firearms examiner was not able to exclude the gun.
Which means he could include it but not exclude it.
Correct.
And Mr. Griffin asked you about getting out of the circle. When you talk to somebody, are you looking for consistent statements, inconsistent? When you're examining or talking to somebody who might be involved, why are you asking them questions?
To learn more, to see if they tell the same story.
And if that story is contradicted by other witnesses, do you want to know that?
Yes, sir.
And were you going out to check his story with other witnesses?
Yes.
What he told you versus what other witnesses told you?
Correct.
As a result of that, were there contradictions between what Mr. Murdaugh told you and what witnesses told you?
Yes.
Shelley Smith?
Yes.
Blanca Simpson?
Yes.
And he asked you to spend a long time about this time frame. Why does it matter when he got out to Alameda? Would it matter if somebody's hiding guns somewhere on Alameda? Would you need time to do that?
You would need time, but if you're familiar with it, I don't think you would need that much time.
But would it take time to go hide guns?
5 minutes, 10 minutes. Yes.
Would it take time? Would that be a reason you might have a contradictory statement how long you visited
Yes.
somebody?
Yes.
And your car would still be there, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Did he asked you about CB Road. Did he ever identify did he ever tell you about a cooler that was found out there at some point that wasn't usually there?
Yes, out by what's been referred to as the skin shed where they process meat.
What was that about that cooler? In course of your investigation, had that cooler been there before this night?
CB Rowe told us it was not. When he left on Friday, prior to the...
Objection sustained.
Did you see that cooler after Friday?
Did I see the cooler on when CB Rowe pointed it out? Yes.
You did see it?
Yes.
And was it there Saturday, excuse me? Did you see it on Monday or Monday afternoon, Tuesday morning?
Monday night, Tuesday morning, yes, I did see it.
Did you see that cooler again?
I don't recall.
Okay. He asked you about the rain jacket, the tarp, and asked you if was there any blood or these notes everybody's giving me. Is that coat, does that repel water? That jacket, the rain jacket?
Yes, I would think so. Being a rain jacket.
Was there GSR located on that rain jacket?
On the inside of it, yes.
Say it again, on the where?
On the inside,
And he asked you about blood or DNA. Was there a whole bunch of GSR found on that inside of that rain jacket?
yes, it was.
And he asked you about, I believe, Shelley's testimony or about seeing that rain jacket. Did you say he was holding it like this?
Yes, she said it was balled up in his arms.
And he was asking you about timing, I think, unless I'm crazy. That could be there 5 years, 10 years. When did Blanca's system, when did Shelley Smith, I'm sorry, tell your investigation, hey, I saw him with this blue vinyl coat? When was that in relation to the murders? Was that 5 years, 10 years? How long was that?
Objection, Your Honor. He's misstating the evidence in the record.
She told us she saw it the day after Mr. Randolph Murdaugh's funeral, which through my investigation,
Objection's overruled.
which would have been June 14th, the following Monday after Paul and Maggie were murdered. So 7 days.
Was there? Now, he asked you about your testimony to the Colleton grand jury.
Yes, sir.
I didn't know it was out there. Did you give them a summary of the case?
The grand jury, yes.
And did that include timeline?
I believe so, yes.
Some of his financial crimes,
Yes, sir.
background?
Yes, sir.
Did that include information the jury hears from some of these lawyers and the financial issues?
Yes, sir.
Did that include whether blackout casings near Maggie were consistent with those or match those found near the house and the property?
It did.
Did it include that the family had 3 blackout rifles?
Yes.
Alex originally had 2, but remembered in the follow-up, one of them had been replaced?
Yes, sir.
That you confirmed that?
Yes.
Did you present whether or not shot codes of similar make and load were found on the property?
Yes.
Did you present that Alex was in possession of a shotgun that was consistent with one of the murderous weapons? Couldn't be excluded?
Correct.
And did you mention to them about Shelley Smith and kind of what we've just been talking about?
Yes, sir.
Did you mention to them about defendant denying going to the kennels 3 times?
Yes.
Leading the witness.
Don't lead the witness.
What did you tell them about him going to the kennels?
That after dinner, he stayed at the house and took a nap. When Maggie went to the kennels and Paul left, he wasn't sure where he went, but that he was never at the kennels after dinner.
Did you mention to them about Rogan Gibson?
And the phone call that he had with Paul, and that Rogan had heard, Paul was talking to Paul on the phone, heard Maggie in the background, and he was 99% sure that he heard Alec in the background. And that phone call would have been around 8:44 p.m.
Did you mention about this to the grand jury? This video ultimately got located or downloaded?
That it was found on Paul's phone.
And did you tell them the contents of that video?
Yes, that Paul was taking a video of the dog, Rogan Gibson's dog, his chocolate lab, and that Maggie was in the background, and that Alec was in the background.
And did you present to them about I think some of what we heard, the money he acquired, he being Alex, after this incident, the money he came into?
Yes.
Did you mention to them about whether Maggie intended to go to Moselle that night or not? What did you say to them about Maggie going to, and her plans, or whether she was going to go to Moselle that night or wanted to, if anything?
That Maggie had intended to go to Edisto, but had received a call from Alec requesting her to come home, that Paul was there, which contradicted the statements from the sister, Marion, where Maggie, I'm sorry, I misspoke. Maggie had called Marion and said that she had received a call from Alec, that Alec wanted her to come to Moselle, that Paul was there and his dad was in the hospital. But during an interview with Alec in August, he stated that it was basically a surprise. He didn't know she was coming.
And did you mention to them that an reward had been offered on the offer?
That a reward was offered, $100,000 with an expiration date.
And did you tell them whether or not there was any other information or any other credible evidence pointing to anybody else?
I did.
He asked you, Mr. Griffin asked you about the scene. It was bloody?
Very bloody.
Defendant said he had touched and rolled, tried to move Paul.
Yes, sir.
Did you see any evidence of that on him?
No.
Your eyes?
I did not see any on Alec. No, sir.
Mr. Griffin's gone. I don't know if it's a good question or not. Did they say go to Alameda?
Who?
Him.
No, sir.
Alex Murdaugh, any of the lawyers there?
No.
They give you consent to search Alameda that night?
No, sir.
They said go search Alameda.
No, sir.
Is that funny? I'm sorry.
Him addressing me. If I found your question humorous, I'm sorry. I thought it was a funny question. It was a rhetorical question. I asked the court to instruct him not to address me, but the witness. Thank you.
You may proceed.
I guess the point, Mr. Griffin said they were bending over, wanting to help, wanting to do all this. Never mentioned Curtis Smith or anybody else until September, right?
Judge Leading.
Can't lead the witness.
I'm sorry, I apologize. Did he ever mention anybody else who could have done this, who could have been involved with, who could have killed my wife and my son from June 7th, 2021 until September of 21? Did he ever mention anybody else?
No, he did not.
He's already answered.
Thank you.
Further questions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is it police procedure that the suspect of your investigation is supposed to solve the crime?
No, it's not. But it helps to have information from other sources.
And you were asked a number of what ifs. One what if was like, what if he hid the guns in Alameda? How long would that take? And you said 5 minutes, right?
I said 5 or 10 minutes, depending on if you know the area.
What if you'd gone over there that night and searched Alameda? How long would that have taken?
Quite some time, large property.
And we would know today that there were no guns hidden on the property.
Well, that night, Alec was not considered a main suspect, and I had no information to go search Alameda for guns.
At what point in time did you ask Alec, did you hide guns at Alameda?
I didn't.
First time that question ever came to you was on February 15th at 4:30 in the afternoon. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, I think you testified about item 22, and I just may not have heard you correctly, but and Mr. Greer's testimony will speak for itself, but the results were he can't say it's item 22 is the shotgun that Alec had when Deputy Green came in, but he can't say, he can't exclude it, he can't exclude it. He can't say anything about it.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you mentioned what Shelley Smith told you in an interview, I take it. Did she tell you? Did you ever interview Shelley Smith?
Yes, I did.
And you testified that she told you that Alec came over there on June 14th in the morning, right? That's what you testified to this jury. That's what she told you.
She told me it was the day after Mr. Murdaugh's, Randolph Murdaugh's funeral.
All right.
Through my research, would have been June 14th.
And you were here in the courtroom when she testified under oath in front of this jury that Alec came over there 3 days later, and it was June the 16th on Wednesday. You heard that testimony, didn't you?
That's what she said in court, yes.
That was her sworn testimony, correct?
Yes.
That's all the question I have.
You may step down. Call your next witness.
State call is David Grubbs.
Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you would, please, sir, be seated, state your full name for the record, spell your last name.
My name is David Grubbs, Grubbs.
Good afternoon, Mr. Grubbs. Where are you employed, sir?
I'm employed with the South Carolina Attorney General's office.
All right. And what is your job title at the Attorney General's office?
I'm the Chief Forensic Investigator for the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force.
All right. And then just briefly, let the jury know what the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force does.
So we assist agencies throughout the state as well as have our own investigators, and we look into peer-to-peer downloads that go over the internet, usually containing child pornography in them. We also do chat ops throughout the state, posing as minors to attract suspects.
Okay.
My unit specifically does the computer forensics for those cases.
Okay. When you say forensics, you mean, for instance, cell phone forensics, correct?
Yes.
So as part of your job duties, you perform cell phone downloads, extractions, and analyze them, correct?
Correct.
And you've gone to a number of trainings in the past that's focused on that.
Yes, sir.
Correct. All right. Can you read for the jury your training in this area, please?
Sure. So I am a Celebrite certified operator, a Celebrite certified physical analyst. I'm a certified blacklight examiner, which both of those are cell phone data extraction tools. I'm certified in Forensic Explorer, which is used to analyze computers. Griffi analyze training, Tigo in the area of magnet forensics, which is magnet makes the tool Axiom, which is one of our primary tools that we use. I've received advanced iOS and gray key training, advanced iOS examinations, magnet Axiom advanced mobile forensics, Axiom-based computer forensic examination, and Axiom advanced computer forensics. I'm also a member of the United States Secret Service Cyber Task Force, Cyber Fraud Task Force to be specific, which runs the National Computer Forensic Institute in Hoover, Alabama, where I've been sent to for basic network investigations, Macintosh forensic training, digital investigation supervisor's course, and I received an award in 2020 and 2021 being ranked in the top forensic examiners with the Secret Service. I've had training from the National White Collar Crime Center, which is called NW3C, in basic data recovery and acquisition, intermediate data recovery and acquisition, basic cell phone investigation, cell phone interrogation, advanced wireless network investigations, GPS interrogation, Windows artifacts, social media, identifying and seizing electronic evidence, encryption, and legal concerns for digital evidence responders. I've also been to the SANS Institute for multiple trainings for advanced network forensics and analysis, advanced digital forensics and incident response, hacker tools, techniques, exploits, and incident handling. I've taken a course with Texas A&M Engineering Service for information security. And then for other forensic softwares, I have had Access Data Bootcamp, Access Data Mac Forensics, Encase Computer Forensics. And in addition to that, pretty much every year except for when COVID was going on, we'll go to a national training for law enforcement on child exploitation in Atlanta.
All right, thank you. At this time, state would move to enter Investigator Grubbs as an expert in cell phone forensics.
No objection. So qualified.
And Investigator Grubbs, there are 3 cell phones in evidence in this case, and the data associated, you've analyzed some of it, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's talk specifically about Paul's phone. And to your knowledge, was that originally extracted by, I believe, John Van Outen of the Secret Service?
Yes, sir.
And then provided to, that information provided to Lieutenant Brick Dove?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you received that cell phone information from him, and you've analyzed it as well, correct?
I did.
Okay. And you were asked to focus on a couple of specific areas in your analysis of Paul's phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
One of which was Paul's battery habits and battery usage on his cell phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 530. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
That is a report that I generated concerning Paul's phone and battery and shutdown time with the phone.
Okay. And you looked, in the week prior to the murders, you looked at how many times Paul's phone it died because of its battery ran out, correct?
Correct.
You identified those times, right?
Yes, sir.
Times.
Yes, sir.
So how many times that week did his phone die in total that week from the battery?
4.
All right. And what days were those on?
It looks like June the 3rd, twice on June the 5th, and then on June the 7th.
And June 7th, it died when?
It is 22:34, 10:34 p.m.
10:34 p.m. Okay. And one of the pieces of information that cell phones log is when a phone is plugged back in after it's died to charge, correct?
Yes.
All right. And when you looked at this data of when the phone died that week, Paul's phone died, did you identify when it was plugged in?
I did, sir.
All right. And can you just tell the jury on those two, when the phone died each of those times and when it was plugged back in, please?
Sure. So it is logged that on June the 3rd at 12:30:27 p.m., the phone died, the battery went dead, and at 12:34:03, it had power again. It was reconnected.
And I'm going to take that from you. And at this time, state would move to enter Exhibit 530 into evidence.
Submitted.
I turned it off. Should read it now.
Can you see anything on your screen up there? Oh, here it comes. All right, sorry about that. Okay, so can you zoom in a little bit? There we go. All right, so on June 3rd of 2021, what time did Paul's phone die?
On the 3rd, 12:30:27.
All right, what time is it plugged in?
12:34:03.
About 4 minutes later, correct?
Yes, sir.
A little less than 4 minutes, correct?
Yes.
June 5th, the first time, at what time did the phone die?
10:18:33.
All right, and what time was it plugged back in?
10:36:17.
So that would be roughly 17 minutes or
Yes,
so?
sir.
All right, and then June 5th, the second time, what time did it die?
21:23:21. 29, excuse me, or 9:23 PM,
Okay, and what time was it plugged back in?
21:30, 21, or 9:30.
Okay, so roughly about 7 minutes later.
Yes, sir.
Correct. All right, and you just didn't focus on when Paul's phone died in the data you reviewed, correct?
Correct.
Did you find in what you reviewed, did Paul frequently let his battery get low?
Yeah, he seemed to kind of fly close to the sun. The phone was always getting down to 1 or 2% before he plugged it in.
And would you say, in your opinion, from the data reviewed, the majority of the time he let it get that low, would he ultimately get it plugged in before it died?
Yes, sir.
Except during that week for those specific occasions?
Correct.
All right. All right. And one other thing you were asked to look at on Paul's phone were the times when his screen came on, correct?
Yes.
And when it came off, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's sometimes referred to as the backlight on a phone, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you're specifically asked to look at the time on Paul's phone starting at about 8:49 p.m. on the night of June 7th, correct?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you it's been marked as States 529. Take a look at that. And what do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I created this.
All right. And what is that?
It shows the backlight for the phone when it's kind of going on and off throughout that night.
For what time period?
From the period of 8:49 and then the final time of 10:34.
Okay. At this time, state would move to enter Exhibit 529 of the evidence.
No objection.
Submit it. And let's before we talk about this specific data, let's just the jury said it heard some testimony on this screen backlight and the screen coming on. Under what conditions, generally speaking, will a cell phone screen come on?
There's a lot of conditions that'll cause a cell phone screen to come on. If you pick up your phone, that can have the screen turn on. If you get a message or an alert from an app that you have, that can cause the screen to turn on. If the phone senses motion in a particular way, it'll turn on. There's a whole variety of ways that the backlight will
I
activate.
think you may have mentioned this, but the screen can be tapped.
Yes, yeah, you can simply tap your screen and that
right.
will cause it to turn on as well.
And so just to in a nutshell, the screen can come on for sometimes there's no human interaction, correct?
Correct.
But it also can be turned on by human interaction.
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Okay. Let's look at the information on your report real quick. All right. Okay, so at 8:49 p.m., looks like the screen goes off, correct?
Correct.
On Paul's phone. And what time does it get, the next time that screen lights up?
The next screen on is at 10:08 p.m.
Okay. And in your review of Paul's phone, did you determine during that same time frame, starting at 8:49, was Paul's phone locked or unlocked?
It was locked.
Okay, so it was locked and the screen was off between 8:49 and 10:18.
Yes.
And then at 10:18:08, we see the screen come on, correct?
Yes, it appears to come on for 12 seconds to 10:18:20.
Okay. And then the screen goes back off starting at what time?
10:18:20
Okay. And then it comes back on
at 10:20:08.
All right. And how long does it come on at 10:20:08?
It goes until 10:20:20, so 12 seconds.
12 seconds. All right. And then what happens with this screen?
It goes back off at 10:20:20.
Okay. And it stays off until when?
10:34:16.
And is that the time Paul's phone died?
Yes.
All right. And so the screen may have come on briefly as the phone was.
It
shutting
looks
off.
like for 4 seconds.
Okay. All right. In your review of Paul's phone, did you identify some of the communications that came into his phone?
Yes, I did.
And did you identify the last text that was sent to Paul's phone?
Yes.
And do you recall who sent that text?
Rogan.
All right. And you may not remember this exactly, but first of all, do you recall contents of that very last text from Rogan?
Yes, it just says yo.
All right. And did this jury's heard testimony that cell phones will log when someone actually reads a text.
They
correct?
do.
And did you find any log that text yo was read?
It was not read.
Okay. And do you recall roughly the time that text hit Paul's phone?
I don't off the top of my head.
All right. Was it between 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock p.m.?
Yes.
Roughly speaking? Okay. And But that was the last text. No other text came to his phone after that text from Rogan that said go.
Correct.
And in your opinion, if anybody had been looking at that screen that came on at either 10:18:08 or 10:20:08, would they have seen a notification on that screen?
Most likely, yes. You can set your phone to not show contents, or sometimes if you have a text that comes through, it'll show the whole text and the contact. It depends on how it's setting, but yes, typically, if you were to see the home screen of the phone, there would be the notification.
And so, depending on the settings, there's a good chance if anybody happened to be looking at that phone screen any of those times, they would have seen a text notification from Rogan Gibson, correct?
Yes.
And you just testified, we don't know exactly why the screen came on at that time, correct?
We do not.
All right, it could have been somebody tapped it, correct?
Yes.
Somebody may have briefly picked up the phone, correct?
Yes.
It could have been any number of things, correct?
Yes, any number of things.
And you can't tell us exactly why, though.
I cannot.
Now, this jury's heard a good bit of testimony about phone orientation changes, and we'll talk a little more about that in a minute. But in your opinion, is it possible for someone to just briefly pick up a phone, see the screen come on, put it back down, and for the phone not to record an orientation change?
Sure.
Okay, moving on. All right, and you also asked to look at Maggie's phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
And specifically, what database were you asked to take a look at on Maggie's phone?
Knowledge C.
All right. The jury's heard some testimony on the Knowledge C database, but just please refresh our memories what that is and what kind of information is contained in a Knowledge C database on an iPhone.
Sure. So Knowledge C database is something that Apple uses in the background to kind of track things that you're doing. It tracks your battery level, it tracks when you plug your phone in and when you unplug it, a whole bunch of stuff that is going on in the background that typically people have no idea is even running.
Okay. Okay. All sorts of information in that.
All sorts of information.
Would some folks be surprised if they saw the amount of information a phone was reporting?
It can hold millions of artifacts.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 528 and ask if you recognize that, sir.
Yes, sir.
And have you reviewed the contents of that CD?
I have. It's a digital copy of some timeline reports.
Okay.
From Maggie's phone.
And specifically from Maggie's phone?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that timeline report would be from the Knowledge C database?
Yes, sir.
All right. And specifically, you said that a Knowledge C database can contain millions of artifacts, correct?
Yes.
When you prepared that timeline, did you kind of narrow it down a little bit?
Yes, I did.
And roughly what times on that?
I believe from 8 to past 10.
All right. And at this time, State would move to enter Exhibit 528 into evidence.
No objection. Submitted.
Can I have the computer, please? Okay, I'm going to pull up this spreadsheet on the computer that's in evidence on the CD. Even with a fairly narrow time frame, there's still a voluminous amount of data contained in this database. Is that correct?
Lots of data. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, and specifically, let's take it to start time and end time. For this particular report, you kind of limited between time. What's that start time? That first
2053 to 8:53 p.m.
Okay. And we'll scroll down to the bottom real quick. And it looks like it stops at what time?
2108 to 908.
9:08 p.m.
Yes,
On
sir.
what date?
That would be June 7th, 2021.
All right. And there's just a whole bunch of stuff here, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, let's take a look at a couple things specifically. Excuse me. Starting at 2053, we see some orientation changes, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And in your opinion, when you see an orientation change on that phone reported in a Knowledge C database, what does that information tell you?
Typically, that's somebody's handling the phone.
So while a screen coming on and off may not necessarily tell you somebody's handling a phone, the orientation change definitely does, correct?
Yes, it's the phone logging that it's going from either vertical or landscape to the other.
Okay. All right, so let's look at line 1149 starting down to about 1154. You see what I'm talking about there?
Yes, sir.
These lines here, and it says camera. What, in your review of this information, can you draw any conclusions about what's going on, why that camera pops up at about 854 in this database?
All I can say is that the phone is interacting with the camera in some way.
All right. Did it interact for a significant period of time?
No, sir.
Do you recall roughly how long the interaction took place?
I believe it's 1 second.
Okay. All right, let's go down to line 1210. This is at 855 or 2055. And we see some things. It says iOS snapshots.
Yes, sir.
And there's looks like it says something about Facebook to the far right there, correct?
Correct.
What, in your opinion, what's going on with the phone at this point?
So a snapshot or an iOS snapshot is something that your phone does when you minimize an app in the background. So if you close Facebook and put it kind of in the background, it takes a little snapshot of it. So when you pull it up, you can see what it is. It'll do this for, as we see here, Facebook, which we can pull up and see. It does this for a bunch of apps. Not all apps take a picture of it. Some things will just be a blank screen. For example, if you do your camera, it's not going to store a picture of what your camera was looking at. When you have it, it's just a black screen.
Okay. And so it does, in your opinion, does this mean anybody's actually accessing the Facebook app or actually physically taking snapshots on this phone?
No.
All right. In fact, it's not doing that, correct?
Correct.
All right. In fact, in your review, the time frame on this report's 8:53 to approximately 9:08 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And during that time, in your review, was Maggie's phone locked or unlocked?
It was locked.
Okay. And it remained locked starting at what time? You may have to draw on your memory because this doesn't start till 8:53, but it's prior to 8:53, correct?
Yes.
All right, and it remains locked until the next day, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then we're going to scroll down, starting at line 1243. I see a whole bunch of stuff here. And just generally speaking, what is all this stuff in this database at this time?
It's just background processes that your phone's running.
Okay. And I think we already skipped by that, so I'm just going to ask you real quick. But in this this time frame, we also see looks like the Siri app pop up in the Novelty database.
Yes.
Correct? And how can the Siri app be triggered?
It could be a background process that's going on, or it could be triggered by somebody holding the power button or interacting with Siri.
Okay. All right, and we're almost done here. I'll be done by then. Okay. Okay. Well, the information is in this log, but did you identify a time after 9 o'clock when Maggie's screen turned off?
When her screen turned off?
Yes.
Yes.
And was that at 9:07 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And after 9:07 p.m., did you identify at any point over the next few minutes or over the next 20 minutes that Maggie's screen turned on?
I believe it turned back on at 9:31.
Okay. So between 9:07 and 9:31, Maggie's screen is off, correct?
Yes.
All right. And it also, you just said this a minute ago, it's also locked during that time, correct?
Yes.
All right. And so if Maggie's phone were thrown between 9:07 and 9:31, when the screen's off and the phone is locked, in your opinion, would you see an orientation change?
No, sir. That version of iOS that she has on her phone did not log that at that particular time.
So that version, which was what at that time?
14.6.
All right. And that version of iOS, if a screen's off and the phone's locked, the phone's not going to record an orientation change.
That is correct.
Okay. No further questions, John.
All right. We're going to adjourn for the day, ladies and gentlemen, and resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. But everyone will stay in place until the jury leaves. With regard to the court's earlier ruling excluding not allowing the roadside shooting incident during cross-examination, I find that the defense opened the door to all of that testimony by questioning the witness as to the relationship between Mr. Murdaugh and Eddy Smith, payment of money to buy drugs, indebtedness, his overall relationship, and in order to not mislead the jury and to, under the doctrine of completeness and fairness, the court reverses its decision and will allow examination of witnesses regarding that relationship. And we'll be in recess till tomorrow morning, 9:30.
Go ahead and stand. I'll let you know. You're good.
absent and to be brought to my attention before we proceed.
Yes, Judge. Good afternoon, Joe Kinnock on behalf of Mr. Boatwright. Two things. There are two sets of photographs that I'm seeking to introduce through this witness. I've showed them to both of these counsels, and I showed them to the state. The state is objecting to one of them, and so I'd like to hash that out if we could at this time.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yeah.
The basis of the objection, Judge, as you're looking at them, do you want to show them the other set as well, for the record?
Sure.
I'm agreeing to the first set, not the ones in your hands, Judge, but I'm agreeing to the first set. Ordinarily, and I told Mr. Kimmock this, I'm still in my case in chief. I'm not aware that defense can just enter evidence on my side of the case unless by agreement. The first set, I am willing and agreeing that can be entered because it came from evidence that I'm going to enter anyway in my case in chief, which is Michael Boatwright's phone. So that's why I don't have an issue as to that. The second set is not, and it's not necessarily something that I was going to enter. I believe it comes from either Facebook or Instagram page of the witness, and I explained that to Mr. Kimmock that I may not even enter that, so I'm not agreeing to the second set. I don't know if Your Honor has a preliminary ruling on that, but I'd also argue that it's not relevant at this juncture, the images in the second set, so I'm objecting to it.
All right, well, let me address it in a couple of ways first. Traditionally, state enters evidence on the state side of the case, defense enters evidence on the defense side of the case. However, it is sometimes my practice pursuant to 9612 to allow counsel from the other side, depending on whose case it's on, to go ahead and enter evidence through a witness that's now testifying. This doesn't matter, again, in the same rationale that we're trying to three defendants together, a matter of judicial economy. This witness is here, it's on the stand now, to send him back and then to recall a witness solely for the purpose of identifying an item to come into evidence just seems to be a waste of judicial resources, and therefore will allow defendants to seek to introduce evidence on the state side of the case if, the witness is already there. So if that's the objection, it's overruled on that point. Now, relevancy and other things are other objections. So are you making an objection along those lines as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
To the second set.
Understood.
To address the relevance, can we do that sidebar, please? I don't want,
I
the witness is on the stand at this point.
Okay. I'm on that.
Prefer not to be huddled, yeah, not to be.
Judge, the photographs that we're seeking to introduce all come from Mr. Allen's Facebook account. They're all pursuant to the records posted by Mr. Allen. All of them contain Mr. Allen in the photographs with other men who match the description generally of the two men that we can see in the surveillance video at Riva. The last one in particular is a photograph of 4 men together that was taken less than a month before the shooting. And none of, obviously, neither Mr. Boatwright nor Mr. Newsom are in any of those photographs. That 4th photograph contains both Mr. Allen and Mr. Williams, along with 2 other individuals. It is part of our theory of defense that Mr. Allen is not only testifying to protect himself, but to protect the other 2 actual culprits, the actual murderers in the case. And so we are seeking to introduce these photographs to show the jury that not only were there other men in Mr. Allen's life who matched this description, but that who he was friendly with, that he hung out with, and that he hung out with Mr. Williams shortly prior, just prior to the homicide.
So this presents another problem. The other problem that it presents, Judge, is now if they're seeking to introduce photos, which is a portion of a complete set of social media, it's the same issue that Mr. Kimmock was addressing yesterday in terms of the rule of completeness. Also, in the second set of photographs, there are what the state would argue gang symbols that are being thrown up by one or more of the individuals, which then introduces potentially an issue that the state would have to rebut, which goes against, I believe, the 3 co-defendants. And it's more than just saying that these photographs, because for convenience, this particular witness can authenticate them. This witness is available, and will be available throughout the duration of the trial.
I've already ruled on the order.
What I was going to say is, because of the fact that this witness is available, the other issue is the authentication regarding where the photos come from, specifically Facebook. That is a separate authentication issue regarding the Facebook account. Same like the state would have to authenticate the Facebook through whether an affidavit or a records custodian. I believe this is an attempt to backdoor that in and to get in only a portion of evidence that might be favorable, I guess, to their defense. If that's their defense and they intend on making that their defense, they should put on a case if they're going to do that. So they're attempting to do that through the state's case, which that's the reason why I'm objecting as to that. And the other evidence I'm putting in anyway, so.
Judge, we would join in request Mr. Kimmock to have this admitted at this time. We feel it's directly relevant. And the witness himself can, of course, talk about authentication and give us everything we need. We don't need anyone Facebook.
Correct. As to the authentication, this is the best person to do it. It's his Facebook account. He's the one who posted the pictures. He's the one who's actually in the pictures. As to the best evidence, all of the documents rule, I am more than happy to provide the entire report from Facebook. There is an extraordinary amount of prejudicial information about Mr. Allen that there's no possible way I could get that in. It has nothing to do with the homicide. And so if the state wants to do that, we're happy to do that, but there's just, it's his private Facebook account with all the messages and everything like that. It's just these photographs are relevant. They can be authenticated by this witness.
Right.
To be able to do so.
First of all, again, I've already made a ruling that I'm going to allow the introduction of evidence on the state side of the case. Yes, it's over the state's objection. Secondly, with respect to authentication of the photographs, the witness appears in each of the photographs, and similar to my ruling on evidence that the state was putting in. He certainly, don't have to know who took them, don't have to know that they come from Facebook, don't have to know anything else. It's just a photograph, and he can either identify them as being fair and accurate representations of what is depicted in the scene, or it's not. So I don't have a difficulty with that. With respect to whether or not there are gang signs being flashed, we are not going to have anyone come in and testify about what are or aren't gang signs. And I suppose there are members of gangs who, if they saw signs, would recognize them as signs. Just as a person in the world, the court is aware that kids, adults, people who are not members of any groups or associations oftentimes make funny symbols with their hands. Sometimes they make symbols that are gang symbols, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they are members. So, unless counsel is intending to introduce them and say, so I see people are making hand gestures, what does that mean? And that would be something different, okay? If it's a matter of, is this you? And do you know any of these people? I think that's fine. I would also say, though, that we are bordering the area of relevancy if we're trying to bring out how many people in Mr. Allen's life might be thin and between 6 foot and 6'2". That could be thousands of people. And I'm not going to allow the defense to bring in photos of thousands of people who may be of similar height and build, because I think that stretches the level of relevancy.
Yes, Judge.
But are there any other objections to these?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Then over objection, if they can be authenticated, I would allow those in.
And Judge, we were just handed some photos by Mr. Padilla, so we just need to take a look at them before we address
Sure.
any potential objections.
I'm giving them back to you here pretty shortly.
I'm funny. That's really good. Yes. And, it's not the system itself, because I can turn the system off. I can turn it on. And I can, no what? No, not tied in. Some of the buttons seem to not be working. I try to use the system working because I can't. It's not like the whole screen is frozen. I can't hear anything. The unit? No. Whatever button that is not working. Something else we can pull up from somewhere.
Yeah, she needs to circle, unless you're gonna do it as a, are there three pictures? Maybe let's composite once you're doing it. So, yeah, can you get this? Noise should come up, so it'd be, so they don't get clear. But it's green. They have their
I did unplug it and plug it back in, so it's rebooting.
Oh, it's rebooted?
This is what you see.
Your Honor, are we back on the record?
If you'd like to.
I'd like to be. There's just some additional photos that if we can address while we're,
Never.
on behalf of Mr. Williams.
Okay.
So there's 3 photos total, and they're close-ups of Mr. Allen. I recall the circumstances that Mr. Padilla took them under, and when he was deposing Mr. Allen, the questions about them were also regarding the gang affiliation of the specific images of the tattoos. I've asked Mr. Padilla about that. He says that's not the reason that he's going to be entering them. I would object if that is the reason, or if the line of questioning even comes close to that. He indicated that he's going to be asking for a completely different reason, and so I wanted to put that on the record in case it becomes an issue at a later time.
Judge, again, I will not be getting into gang affiliations.
So what is the purpose?
The purpose is, I'm gonna put him on the stand, and he's probably gonna say he's remorseful, and bottom line is that he continues to break the rules. I have the image of him when he got arrested, and I have those images. That's one of the main reasons, and there's other reasons. Would you like for me to continue?
Yes.
Okay, there's also the fact that he has a tattoo of a bag of money tattooed on his face, and in this case, he was charged with a homicide where they took a bag of money. So I believe it's relevant to say to a jury, he's remorseful. If he tells me, I've been remorseful since this happened, really? Because when you go to Broward jail, you continuously get tattoos and things that could be construed as you're not remorseful and you keep breaking the law. So or the rules. I believe that it's relevant.
Regarding remorse, that's not, his feelings on what he did after the homicide or how he feels about it are actually not relevant. I didn't elicit any testimony regarding that. Also, anything that he's doing breaking the rules of Broward County policy and procedure while he's in custody are considered prior bad acts, which I don't know that the way that he wants to bring it out, I think we would have had to have a prior hearing regarding that to show some relevancy as to the crime at issue. And so I'm not sure, I would object based on that. And the jury can see, he's been here, this is gonna be his 3rd day close to them in custody. He's not dressed up any different. They know he's in custody. They know he's pled guilty to murder, so.
Judge, I believe that depends on how he testifies. And I believe that it is relevant and I should be allowed to.
All right.
Wait, what's up with you?
I just don't follow the argument that a tattoo of a bag of money means the person's not remorseful. I think that's a stretch. Secondly, the idea that he's breaking some infractions with respect to adding additional tattoos while in custody is such a collateral matter that would need testimony of people talking about what the rules and regulations are there and what exceptions there are, and they just puts us on a collateral issue that is not particularly relevant to the case. It would lead to mislead the jury and confuse the issues. And so if those are your reasons, your request to enter these are denied. Noted and preserved. If you would like, we can make those a court exhibit to attach for the appellate record.
Can I keep brainstorming? And maybe address it later?
Certainly.
Judge, my final thing, at some point, I'm requesting permission to proffer a cross-examination of Mr. Allen about the alleged statements made by Mr. Newsome yesterday. That would include exactly where he was and all of that the court has said that we should not get into. And so at some point today, whether it's before or after, I'm requesting permission to do that.
This is outside the presence of the jury?
Yes.
Okay.
The court has ruled that we can't ask him any questions about it being in custody. And
Well,
circumstances.
he's in
that happen.
custody, but we're in custody, so.
Right. I mean, that's part of our obvious theme of our cross-examination is that he is lying, is that he is continuing to lie. I think there's very serious holes in his story about what Mr. Newsom has said. And I'd like to be able to cross-examine him on that. The court has said no. I would like to proffer that.
Okay, you can proffer that, but also understand the rules of evidence when we're talking about, again, collateral matters. You are generally stuck with the answer you get, correct?
Yes, Judge.
All right. Would his having been spoken to for whatever reason by a defendant you are not representing be a collateral matter to you?
No, because Mr. Boatwright is sitting at the table with Mr. Newsom. His jury has been led to believe that it happened in the courtroom, and which would also tend to suggest there were other witnesses to it.
Which would be collateral evidence, which the court would not allow you to come in and bring extrinsic evidence of collateral matters to the trial.
I mean, I don't believe that there's any rule that would prohibit us from cross-examining him on something that he has lied about on the stand. And it is our position and belief that he was lying on the stand in a case in which Mr. Boatwright is a defendant.
Your position has to be based on something other than you think he's a liar. His testimony is consistent with that of the deputy who, when they were not together, gave an identical account of what occurred. You would certainly be free to ask him whether or not Mr. Boatwright was present at the time. It's clear that he was not. So, that's something that if you wish to ask him about, it's fine. But your internal belief that he's not being truthful with nothing else is not grounds for impeachment.
I'm confused because he's asking for impeachment, but this is outside the presence of the jury. So what is the purpose of trying to impeach him? And he asked him,
he wants to
cross-examined him yesterday.
Questions that he would ask if allowed to. That's what he wants to do. You can proffer the questions right now, even without him being here.
And also, Judge, he did that yesterday. So we're just going to readdress it again, even though the law of the case is that Your Honor has already ruled. He's not even bringing up a reason why he's challenging or has any redress with the court as to why he's allowed to bring it up again. Your Honor has ruled. He has remedies. He could file something with the 4th DCA. He could do that. I don't understand what we're doing here.
He only has remedies on appeal, not interlocutory for something like this. However, once again, you can impeach people with prior statements, prior acts, prior things that you have some independent way of verifying. You're saying, I think he's lying, is not, that's not a basis of impeachment. That's just your belief. You don't have a previous statement where he did not say that. You do not have a witness who was present at the time who would say that's not what happened. You just don't believe him. That's not a basis of impeachment.
Judge, I'm asking for a ruling on whether I can proffer that testimony.
You can proffer your question.
Can I proffer the testimony, please, of Mr. Allen?
His testimony is there. You can proffer your question.
So is the court denying my request?
Let's hear the questions.
The questions are, isn't it true, Mr. Allen, that this alleged incident did not occur in this courtroom, correct? Isn't it true that it occurred in a hallway in the jail, correct? And isn't it true that the person that said this was completely surrounded by curtains to the extent that you could not see the person inside, correct? Isn't it correct that the only way that you believe that it was Mr. Newsom is because you recognized his shoes, correct? And is it your testimony that you saw Mr. Newsom's shoes for all of 2 seconds when he walked into this courtroom yesterday? You remembered only, you remember not only his shoes, but whoever else's shoes are in this courtroom, and that's how you were able to identify that it was Mr. Newsom who allegedly said this to you. Is that correct?
Several of those questions are already in the record because you asked them at the time. And the first set of exactly where it happened, I've already ruled, is not going to come in front of the jury because it would prejudice one of the other defendants and really has no relevancy towards your client or your case. So your objections noted, preserved. The questions you were going to ask are proper. Thank you.
On this particular issue, I have one more to mention.
Okay, well, I just, so we're clear? Anything
Yes,
else? All right, thank you.
So good. Of the three, there's just one picture here, and this picture has the name Mercedes, and part of what I'm going to be getting, into is infidelity, how infidelity prompted him to use other phones and do things to avoid the fact that he was being unfaithful. I believe that one of the people that he was being unfaithful with was Mercedes, and the fact that he tattooed her name on his forehead is such a rare act that I think is indicative of how he feels about her and how scared he would be and the steps that he would take to hide other relationships. And for that, I would ask just this one thing.
That will be denied.
What just happened? Oh, he went to the restroom? Oh, okay.
Did he?
Yeah, I didn't
We're in
hear.
session. We should not be leaving the courtroom. Anyway, we can bring Mr. Allen back and while we're waiting for him to come up. Yeah, but it's not working. So I did unplug and reboot, and it's still not working.
Is someone coming down to work on it, maybe?
No, they're in roving.
How long is that gonna be, the roving thing?
I don't know.
All of them need to be there?
I don't know.
You got a lot there.
Judge Shooter's chambers, I can get you the number for them. You can call them up and ask them.
Sure, I'm just kidding.
So until that time, if we need to have a sidebar, the sidebar's going to be jurors going in back.
Okay.
Until I can get this fixed.
Noted.
We had this issue happen once before in my courtroom, and they were able to, there's some
There's a
box
recess
out in the
room.
hallway that they went and toggled something on. So once I can get one of the tech people here.
Want me to like YouTube some white noise and like, don't mess with it.
What I want you to do is stand there and go.
I got you.
And then we could do that, but no, maybe not.
Yeah.
All right, parties are present. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let's bring it up. And you're marking those as composites?
Yes,
Okay.
I haven't heard them, so.
All right, and,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah.
So you're calling Murphy, please? So this would be like, no. He's like, how are we defendant vote right? How are we identifying it? How are you doing it? How are we gonna keep them separate? D1, D2, D3? I just want to be able to know what we're referring to as defendant vote right. Exhibit 1, defendant vote right, exhibit 2, whatever. Okay. So we will identify them as defendant and then the names and then 1, 2, 3, 4. No, I mean, I did the same thing. I just, when they get back there, they should be able to know, looking at the sticker, which one it belongs to.
Dietrich is
No. They're home. Okay, then we're fine. Then,
Others in the restaurant.
I'm like, should I? No. You give me a hand signal. No. You're that way? Thank you.
Parties may be seated. Court will come to order. The parties are present. The jurors are present. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome back. I trust all of you were able to insulate yourselves.
Yes.
Very good. All right, thank you. When last we met, we were in the middle of the cross-examination of the witness by Mr. Boatwright's attorney. So first of all, you are the same Robert Allen that was here yesterday?
Yes.
I remind you, sir, you are still under oath. Counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Afternoon, sir. We left off yesterday where you had told the jury that you had changed your story between 2018 and 2022, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated that the story that you gave in 2018 was to protect yourself, correct?
Yes.
Let's talk about others. You have other friends out in the community that were not any of the gentlemen sitting at this table, correct?
Yes.
All right. You have your best friend is named Robert Morgan, correct?
Yes.
All right. And he's someone that you still talk to on a regular basis in the jail now, correct?
Yes.
You have another friend named May, correct? Someone that you indicated named May.
Sure I said May?
Pretty sure, yes.
I don't know, May.
Okay. You have you do have other friends in the community, though, correct?
Yes.
Permission to approach the witness, Judge?
You may. And also, Mr. Allen, it appears that that microphone may not be working right now, so I'm going to ask you to project as well as you can. Thank you. Counsel, proceed.
You had a Facebook account, correct?
Yes.
Your name on that Facebook account was Robberly Rob, correct?
Yes.
And you at times posted pictures of that Facebook account, correct?
Yes.
I'm showing you what we've marked as Defense Exhibit A for identification purposes. I'm going to ask you to take a look at these photographs. There's 4 photographs. And once you've taken a look at them, you can let me know, please. Can I help him, Judge? Can I help him turn the pages?
Or you can lay them all out.
Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes.
These are photographs that you posted to Facebook, correct?
Yes.
All right. You are in all of these photographs, correct?
Yes.
And these photographs all fairly and accurately reflect what was going on at the time that the photographs were taken, correct? Yes. Defense would at this time seek to move Defense Exhibit A into evidence and publish to the jury?
No objection.
No objection, Judge, and we would move to adopt these photos on behalf of Mr. Musso.
Well, they're, all right,
Just for the record, I know.
but they're going to be identified as defendant vote right one, so
That's fine.
they're in evidence, and if you wish, you can ask the jurors to consider them on your case.
Understood, thank you. No objection.
All right, without objection, what was previously marked Defense Exhibit A for identification will be received into evidence as defendant vote right Exhibit 1, a composite of 4, and you may publish at will.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you. Sir, I'm showing you now what is 1 of 4 from defense 1. You recognize this photograph? Yes. Who are you in the photograph? I have on a red sweater. All right, you're on the far right? Yes. Am I correct that this photograph was posted on February 11th of 2018? Yes. And when it was posted with the title Family, correct? Yes. Who is this individual next to you? Andrea. I'm sorry? Andrea. Andrea what? I don't know who that is. Right. Who is this individual here in the pink shirt in the middle? Maul. Maul? Can you tell us Maul's full name, please? I don't know his full name. Can you tell who this individual is here next to Maul? James. Right. Can you tell us James's full name, please? I don't know his full name. Can you tell us who this individual is here in the black on the left hand side? Hold on. Can you tell us Polo's full name, please? I don't know his name. Showing you 2 of 4. You recognize this photograph. Which individual are you? One in all black. Oh, cut off your head. I'm sorry. Speak up. And this was uploaded on February 25th, 2018, correct? Yes. The individual next to you, who is that? Robert. It's Robert Morgan? Yes. This is the individual who you have continued to have contact with. You call him regularly, even now, correct? Yes. Showing you 3 of 4. That's you on the left, correct? Yes. And this photograph was uploaded on April 21st of 2018, correct? Yes. Who is the individual next to you? Nate. What's Nate's last name? I don't know. And showing you 4 of 4. That's you on the right-hand side, correct? Yes. Who is this on the far left-hand side? Dedrick Williams. Same Dedrick Williams who's at trial here today, correct? Yes. The man in the middle with the ripped jeans here, what is his name? James. That's the same James from earlier, correct? Yes. And the man who is next to James? I don't know. You don't know him at all? No. Am I correct that both of these individuals are taller than Dedrick? Yes. And both of these individuals are taller than you? Yes. This photograph was uploaded on May 19th of 2018. Is that correct? Yes. Less than a month before the shooting, correct? Yes. Okay. Who did you live with back in June of 2018? My mom. Who else? My stepdad. Who else? Trayvon. Okay. Who else? Sometimes Michael Bolt, right? Anybody else? A lot of people come stay tonight. Okay. When you woke up on the morning of June 18th, 2018, who was at your house? I don't remember. Was your mom at your house? I don't know if she was there when I woke up. Was she there overnight? Yes. Was your stepdad there when you woke up in the morning? I don't think so. Was your stepdad there overnight? Yes. When you woke up, was Mr. Boatwright at your house? I think so. Okay. You have been asked this question many, many times. Is that correct? Yes. In 2018, you gave that statement first to Detective Curcio in October of 2018, and you were asked the question of whether Michael was there. You gave a different answer than you are giving now, correct? Yes. When you woke up, was Trayvon at your house? Yes. In 2018, when you gave this statement to Detective Curcio, and you were asked that question, did you tell Detective Curcio something else?
Judge, I'm going to object. This is improper impeachment. There are at least 5 or 4 statements, 3 of which are from 2018. And I believe he has to.
October of 2018.
Page, line, please.
We're not there yet.
Well, I'm objecting to
Maybe we go sidebar. Overruled. Did you tell, in October of 2018, did you tell Detective Curcio something else? Yes. Were you lying in 2018, or are you lying to this jury now about whether Michael and Trayvon were at your house on June 18th, 2018, when you woke up? So was I lying in 2018? Were you lying in 2018, or are you lying to this jury now? I was lying in 2018. Isn't it true you can't get your story straight about whether Michael and Trayvon were there at your house when you woke up because they weren't at your house when you woke up?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained. Is there a reason why you would lie about something like that in 2018? Yes. What's the reason? Because I was trying to minimize my involvement. I understand that, and you have testified to that. How does saying that Michael and Trayvon weren't at your house when you woke up in 2018 minimize your involvement?
I believe I told Detective Curcio that they was already at Deidre Williams' house.
And that minimizes your involvement somehow?
Yes, because that would be me saying that I didn't know anything about any guns or anything like that.
Let's talk about this rental car. You testified on Wednesday that Diedrich specifically rented the car to rob people. You remember that?
Yes.
You're sure of that as you sit here right now?
Yes.
There's no question in your mind about that?
Yes.
Isn't it true that at the time Diedrich rented the car, you had no idea why Diedrich was renting the car?
You say, is it true that I didn't know?
Correct.
No, I was fully aware.
In your October of 2018 statement to Detective Curcio, did you say something different?
Yes.
You lied in 2018?
Yes.
Judge, I'm gonna object. It's improper impeachment. May we go sidebar into this? It's, the way he's doing is improper
Hold on.
impeachment.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, my sidebar thingy is not working, which is why the microphone system seems to not be working. I've asked someone from court system tech to come down and take a look at it, but until they do, and I don't have someone to stand by and go the whole time, so I'm gonna need you to step in the back when we have sidebar. Apologize about that. Thank you for your comment.
If he's not properly doing it.
I don't understand the state's objection. The witness is saying something today that is different from what he said in October of 2018. I asked him, have you said something different in 2018? That is the next step. And up to this point, every time he said yes.
And he's admitted it. So if you're going to
All right.
impeach someone, he's admitted it.
But if he said
All right.
no.
Instead of you two arguing with each other, the court will make its ruling. I have some understanding of 608 and impeachment rules. You can ask a question. Did you make a statement at such and such time that was different? You don't have to ask the exact question. You can just ask the question, Did you make a different statement at such and such time? The witness says no. Now we're going to say page, line, date, where, all that kind of stuff, and give them an opportunity to be refreshed if necessary, and then ask it again. When the witness says, yeah, I did give a different, the inquiry is done. And that's the procedure. And that's the way it's set out in the law. And that's the way we've been doing it for a long time. So up to this point, Mr. Kimmock's questions have been appropriate. He's asking, did you make a different statement? And the witness himself has said, yeah, I lied at that time. So he's admitted to these inconsistencies. So if you were now to say, all right, let me pull them out and show them, no, that would be improper because he's made the admission. But the procedure at this point is correct. Your objection's overruled. Thank you, Judge. Anything further?
No.
Thank you. Bring them on.
Yes, sir.
Jurors entering.
Parties may be seated. Court will come to order. Parties present, welcome back. Counsel may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. You told this jury that you know that Diedrich rented the car to rob someone, correct?
Yes.
You weren't assuming, correct?
Yes.
You weren't guessing, correct?
Yes.
You know, correct?
Yes.
In July of 2022, so 8 months ago, when you gave a statement to this prosecutor, did you say something different?
I don't remember.
Excuse me?
I don't remember.
If I showed you a copy of your deposition, or excuse me, of that statement, a transcript of that statement, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
2022 statement, bottom of page 8, top of page 9. I'm sorry, I should have asked permission. May I approach the witness, Judge?
You may.
I'm going to ask you to start at line 19 and then go through line 5 of the next page.
Line what?
Line 5. 6, yeah. You can read as much as you want. You got it? Yeah. That refresh your recollection as to whether you said something different about that in July of 2022.
Yes.
And did you, in fact, say something different in July of 2022?
Yes.
Something different than what you have told this jury about whether you knew that Diedrich rented that car to rob someone, correct?
I said I assume yes.
You said, I guess, and I assume, correct? were you telling the truth to this jury?
Jay? You say
Sir,
I'm
I'm
not
asking to speak up. I'm sorry, sir. When you testified about that, when the prosecutor was asking you questions, when you said you knew that that's why Deidre went to the car, were you telling the truth to this jury?
Yes.
You told this jury that the whole plan that day was to ride around and rob people, correct?
Yes.
Back in October of 2018, to Detective Curcio, did you say something different?
I believe so.
Do you want to see the statement to refresh your recollection on that?
Yes.
Referring to the October 23rd, 2018 statement, page 61. If you could start at line 13, and you can read to the bottom.
Line 13.
Start at line 13, read to the bottom. Did Detective Curcio ask you if you knew what they were getting into that day?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Does this refresh your recollection about what you said back then?
Yes.
And with regards to whether there was some sort of plan to rob someone, did you say something different in October of 2018 than what you were telling this jury during this testimony?
Yes.
Actually, let me keep this for a second. And am I correct that during this conversation back in October of 2018, did you feel like you were being pressured by the police to say something that you didn't know?
No.
Back in 2018, did you say something different?
You're gonna have to be more specific.
No, sure. Back in October of 2018, did you tell the police that you felt like they were trying to pressure you to say something that wasn't true?
I don't remember.
If I showed you a copy of your statement, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Bottom of page 61, line 23. Back in October, does that refresh your recollection as to whether back in October of 2018, you felt like the police were trying to pressure you to say something that wasn't true?
Yeah.
Did you feel like the police were trying to pressure you to say something that wasn't true?
I really don't remember.
You remember saying it now. Is that correct?
Yes.
Again, after the October 2018 statement, you said there was no plan. State refused to make a deal with you, correct? They didn't make a deal with you in 2018, correct? No. They didn't make a deal with you in 2019, 2020, or 2021, correct? Correct. I don't know that I'm.
That's you. They're fixing the audio, but I'm telling them this is probably not what we had in mind.
No.
Well, Mike got Alan, say something into the microphone.
Yes.
Yeah, no. All right, sorry. See,
Thank you, Rich. Between 2018 and 2022, your story changed about whether there was a plan to rob someone, correct? Yes. You told this jury yesterday that, it may have been the day before, that everybody left Diedrich's house with a gun, correct? Yes. You said all four of you had a gun, correct? Yes. And your testimony was that you were planning to do a robbery and that's why everybody had a gun, correct? Yes. Back in 2018, when you were under oath, as you are now, did you say something different about that? Yes. The first time that you saw a gun, was it at the time that right at the moment that the robbery was about to take place? Sure. The very first time you saw a gun on June 18th, 2018, was it at the moment that the robbery was fixing to take place? No. Back in 2018, October of 2018, in the statement to Detective Curcio, did you say something different? Yes. When you were getting into the Dodge Journey at Chucky's house, so you're at Chucky's house, you are getting into the Dodge Journey, did you know there were guns in the car when you got into the Journey? Yes. Back in October of 2018, when you were talking to Detective Curcio, Did you say something different?
Yes.
The rifle that was actually used in the shooting, did you see that rifle prior to the robbery?
Yes.
Back in October of 2018, when you were speaking to Detective Curfew, did you say something different?
Yes.
You told this jury that you first saw the rifle come into the car with Michael, correct?
Yes.
Back in October of 2018, when you were under oath and speaking to Detective Curcio, did you say something different?
Yes.
You told this jury that you specifically saw Diedrich with a gun, correct?
Yes.
In fact, the prosecutor showed you an actual gun, and you said that was the gun that Diedrich had that day, correct?
Yes.
And you said that you saw Diedrich, you said to this jury that you saw Diedrich with that gun June 18, 2018, correct?
Yes.
Back in October of 2018, when you were speaking to Detective Curcio, did you say something different? I showed you a copy of that statement. Would that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
While you're doing that, let me pause you. I just want to try this. Okay, thank you.
Page 21, the top of page 21. You know, I need page 20. Sorry. So it's the bottom of page 20, line 24, to the top of page 21, line 7. Start. So you told this jury that you saw Diedrich with a gun on June 18th, 2018. Back in October of 2018, when you were giving a statement to Detective Curcio, did you say something different?
Yes.
Let's go to July of 2022. When you were, well, you just told this jury that you knew that there were guns well before the robbery, correct?
Yes.
In the July 2022, when you were being interviewed by this prosecutor just 8 months ago, did you say something different?
I'm not sure I remember.
I showed you a copy of that. Will that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Page 9, line 21. You could look at page 9, line 21, just read the question and answer. You told this jury that you knew that there were guns in that car long before the robbery started. In July of 2022, just 8 months ago when you were being interviewed by this prosecutor, did you say something different?
Yes.
On Tuesday night, when the prosecutor came to see you, did she talk to you about when you had first seen these guns?
No.
When you arrived at Revo and you were going into the store, who had the keys to the journey?
I don't remember.
Was the car turned on or was it left off?
I don't remember.
Going back to talking about the guns, you described in detail for this jury the guns that you say were there that day, correct?
Yes.
You said that Newsom had a .38, correct?
Yes.
You said that Michael had a GSK 22, correct?
Yes.
And you identified a gun that you said was Deidre's, correct?
Yes.
Back in October of 2018, when you were being interviewed by Detective Curcio, did you know the caliber of the guns that you say had been in the car with you?
Yes.
And did you say something different to Detective Curcio in October of 2018 about whether you knew anything about those guns?
Yes.
When asked what kind of gun Michael had in October of 2018, did you say something different than what you told this jury?
Yes.
When you were asked what caliber of weapon Trayvon had in October of 2018, did you say something different than what you have told this jury?
I don't remember.
If I showed you a copy of that statement, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
You look at, this isn't the right one. Not that one. Come on. Is there a reason your story has changed about the caliber of weapons that were involved in the robbery?
Yes.
You told this jury that when you were in Riva, you tried to call Michael, but it did not connect. Is that correct?
Yes.
Specifically with regards to whether it connected or not, whether you actually spoke to Michael. Back in October of 2018, when you were speaking to Detective Curcio, did you say something different?
Yes.
You said that you had spoken to Michael, correct?
Yes.
Going to 2022. All right, well, let's start here. At this trial, you have told this jury that the reason you called Michael was to confirm whether that it was X that was in the store, correct?
Yes.
In July of 2022, just 8 months ago, when this prosecutor was interviewing you, did you say something different about the reason that you called Michael?
I don't remember.
Did Diedrich ask you to call Michael to see if Michael needed anything in the store?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection as to whether you said anything different if I showed you a transcript of that statement?
Yes.
Page 10, line 11. Page 10, but it actually kind of starts up at line 4, I guess. Line 4 down through line 13. All right. So you've told this jury that you called Michael to tell Michael what that X was in the car, correct?
Yes.
In July of 2022, did you say something different?
Yes.
That was just 8 months ago to this prosecutor, correct?
Yes.
Is there a reason your story has changed between July of 2022 and your testimony here today, the last 3 days?
Yes.
Isn't it true that that story keeps changing because you never called Michael on June 18th, 2018?
I called him.
Let's talk about why this, what the plan was in when you were going to perpetuate this robbery. Was the plan to rob X of his jewelry, or was the plan to rob X of the bag?
The bag.
In October of 2018, let me back up. The plan was the plan specifically to avoid the jewelry?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because I have a crowd lock on it.
All right, and that was something that you discussed?
Yes.
Back in October of 2018, when asked what the plan was, what you were trying to take, did you say something different?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. You believe so or you know?
Can I see something? So we're friends with me?
Yes, absolutely. Page 24, line 10 through 14. Does that refresh your recollection about whether you said something different in October of 2018 about whether the plan was to rob X of his jewelry?
Yes.
You've told this jury that the plan was to rob him of the bag, correct?
Yes.
In October of 2018, did you in fact say something different?
Yes.
You told this jury that on the way, that after the robbery, while you were driving south from Pompano, that Michael looked in the bag while you all were in the car, correct?
Yes.
In October of 2018, when asked whether anyone looked in the bag on your way down from Pompano, did you say something different?
Yes.
Is there a reason why your story changed between October of 2018 and now about why anybody looked in the bag?
Yes.
Let's talk a little bit more about the money. Judgment approach. Showing the witness it's been marked as defense B for identification. Ask you to look at these photographs. Tell me if you recognize them. Composite of 4 photographs. You recognize these photographs?
Yes.
Are you in all of these photographs?
Yes.
These photographs were taken after the robbery, correct?
Yes.
And they were in a hotel room up in, I think, Fort Pierce, is that correct?
Yes.
Do these photographs fairly and accurately reflect what everything looked like when the photographs were taken?
Yes.
Defense will seek to move defense B into evidence.
No objection.
No objection. Objection.
Without objection, what was previously marked Defense Exhibit B for identification shall be received into evidence as Defendant Vote Rights Exhibit 2, a composite of 4.
Permission to publish.
You may publish it, will.
Showing you 1 of 4. Who are we looking at?
Me.
That is, what's in your hand?
Money.
Where did the money come from?
Robbery.
2 of 4. Whoops. Also you, correct?
Yes.
All right, taken same time, same place, correct?
Yes.
3 of 4, correct? That's still you, correct?
Yes.
Taken same time, is that correct?
Yes.
And 4 of 4. 4 of 4. Is that also you?
Yes.
Also flashing money from the robbery?
Yes.
In 1 of 4. 1 of 4, you are in a hotel room in Fort Pierce because you were fleeing from Broward County, correct?
Yes.
And Michael was there with you at that time, correct?
Yes.
Also, same hotel room, same time, correct?
Yes.
Michael was also there, correct?
Yes.
Same hotel room, same time, correct?
Yes.
Michael was there with you, correct?
Yes.
You informed this jury during direct that you got $5,000, correct?
Yes.
And you informed this jury that Michael got $15,000, correct?
Yes.
You informed the jury that Trayvon got 15, correct?
Yes.
You informed this jury that Dedrick got 15,000, correct?
Yes.
Michael didn't get 17,000, correct?
No.
In July of 2022, when you were being interviewed by this prosecutor just 8 months ago and you were under oath, did you say something different about the amount that Michael received?
I don't know.
If I showed you that statement, would it refresh your recollection?
Yes.
We're on page 23 of the 2022 statement, beginning on line 23 and going to the next page. Start right there. Got it?
Yeah.
All right. So I'll say it again. You told this jury that Michael got $15,000, correct?
Yes.
Did Michael get $17,000?
No.
In July of 2022, just 8 months ago, did you say something different?
Yes.
Is there a reason that your story has changed about how much money Michael got between July of 2022 and now?
Yes.
You told this jury that Trayvon got $15,000, correct?
Yes.
Did Trayvon get $12,000?
No.
In July of 2022, when this prosecutor was interviewing you and you were under oath, did you say something different than what you're telling this jury now?
Yes.
Is there a reason that your story would change about how much money Trayvon got between between July of 2022 and now?
Yes.
You told this jury that Dedrick got $15,000, correct?
Yes.
Did Dedrick get $12,000?
No.
In July of 2022, when you were being interviewed by this prosecutor and you were under oath, did you say something different?
Yes.
Is there any reason at all why your story would change about how much money Dedrick got between July and now?
Yes.
Isn't it true that reason is because Michael and Trayvon weren't included in the money cut? They didn't get any money.
Definitely got money.
It was other people, correct?
Other people who, what are you saying?
Who got money?
No, Michael Boatwright and Trayvon Newsom got money.
Were you lying to the prosecutor in July of 2022 when you told them something different than what you told this jury today?
Yes.
Is there a reason that you lied to the prosecutor in July of 2022 about how much money people got?
Yes.
Did you lie, or is it you just can't keep your story straight?
Objection.
I'll withdraw.
Argument.
I'll withdraw.
We will disregard the question.
When you got back to your house after Reba, who was there that lived at your house?
I don't remember.
Who was there at all when you got back to your house?
I don't remember.
Was there anybody there?
I don't remember.
You said on direct that, well, let me go back to the house thing. It's your testimony that Michael and Trayvon came back to your house, correct?
They all three came back to my house.
After Reva, correct?
Yes.
Was there anybody else there who would have seen you?
Objection asked and answered, Your Honor.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Can you repeat that?
Was there anybody else there at the house who would have seen them?
I don't remember.
You said on direct that Michael changed clothes after the homicide, correct?
Yes.
And you told this jury that he changed into his own clothes, correct?
Yes.
And you said that he did that because he had clothes at your house, correct?
Yes.
Did Michael didn't change into your brother's clothes?
No.
In October of 2018, when you were being interviewed by Detective Curcio, did you say something different?
Yes.
So which is it? Did Michael change into his own clothes, or did he change into your brother's clothes?
He changed his own clothes, but the hat was mine.
Is there a reason why your story would change about whose clothes Michael changed into between 2018 and now?
Yes.
Isn't it true that the reason you haven't been able to keep your story straight about what clothes Michael changed into is because Michael never changed into any clothes?
He changed.
I'm going to show you a part of what was introduced. This is States 3 was introduced yesterday. You see that? The picture come up in front of you there?
Yes.
These two people, who are these two people?
Michael Boatwright and Trayvon Newsom.
All right, and this is at 5:30 p.m. at the Driftwood Apartment Complex, correct?
Yes.
Play a little part, and then I'm going to ask you some questions about it. Michael's wearing shorts in this video, correct?
Yes.
He's wearing a T-shirt, correct?
Yes.
He's wearing a camouflage hat, correct?
Yes.
There are no guns on him, correct?
Yes.
He's not carrying any bag, correct?
Yes.
He's not carrying $15,000, correct?
I want to know if he's carrying $15,000.
Okay, so do you think that there's an ability for $15,000 to be carried in those, whatever he's got on?
Yes.
You would agree with me he's not running, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with me he doesn't appear to be in any hurry, correct?
Yes.
The prosecutor asked you on the first day if the gait and manner of Michael on this video were the same as the gait and manner of the shooter at Riva Motorsports. You remember that?
Yes.
And you said yes, correct? You agreed with the prosecutor about the gait of the Michael in this photo being the same as the gait of the shooter at Riva, correct?
No. I don't remember that.
Okay, fair enough. So it's not your testimony then that the gait and manner of this person is the same as the gait and manner of the shooter at Reba?
And you said gait and manner, you said the way they walk, right?
Yeah, that's it.
They don't walk, so.
Thank you. I'm gonna fast forward now to crash.